Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Sisyphus experience. Today we have a video that may be a little bit touchy with some people, but that's pretty much every video that we've covered so far. And I have a special guest here with me.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Hello, Austin.
Oh man, it's windy out here. I'm probably gonna have a bad mic until I go back inside. Hey, what's up? No, stop, dog. Jesus, dog. Wants to jump up on me all the time. Anyways, I was thinking about it.
Yeah?
Now that I've usurped the co-host spot, shouldn't I just start the video with you, actually? And then we just do that for a special guest. They get a video clip. But since I'm always here, although I do like my video clip, don't get me wrong.
We could.
It's not really a surprise anymore, is it? Whenever I show up, it's not like, ooh, like I appreciate being called a special guest, but because I'm very special. My mom told me that before she left me at 4.
All right, we're getting a little deep here. But no, like, there are going to be times that I won't have you on. Just
Good point.
Time constraints. So, in all actuality, you, James, and everybody else that I have on are special guests.
Yay! So, I like being special. Okay, good. Well, let's just keep doing that then. Also, I like the fact that before we start the video now, you say what. Maybe not even quite exactly, like you didn't exactly say what we were doing, but I do like the idea of starting it off by being like, hey, here's what we're doing today. Or like at least here's the concept or the topic of the day. I think that's a good idea. But this is boring. People don't like listening to me talk about how you're doing a great job. They want me to they want me to make fun of you and tell you that you're wrong. That's what they want. That's what the people want.
That's conflict. A possibility.
Conflict sells, man. We should just get into a fight every episode, and then I bet more people would show up because the internet drama is huge.
What, like stage a fight between the two of us where I badmouth you over here whenever I don't have you on, and you badmouth me on the Bear Thing show?
Yeah, and then we'll do a boxing match.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes, right?
After a rap battle. We'll do a rap battle. And then we'll escalate the rap battle where in the lyrics, we basically both pose to each other that why don't we just meet in the ring and I'll show you who's boss kind of thing. And then we'll go do a boxing match.
Yeah.
Make $1 billion.
Just from the boxing match, and neither of us win and still make the money.
Right, yeah, no, it'll be like really boring to watch and people will be like, well, this was really disappointing, but they were hyped up so much that we do pay-per-view. So they have to buy it. We charge about $100 or $200 per view, and then and then we just give them the most boring fight ever that ends in a round, and it's like, bye, Logan Paul. Is that still relevant? Or am I behind? So. I'm always behind on stuff. Yeah.
I don't think it's still relevant, but who knows anymore?
When it comes to go ahead.
The internet moves so much more rapidly than actual real life does.
Right. But, culture's upstream, so it makes sense for it to kind of be ahead. But when it comes to, like, real-world politics, I'm generally, it seems, whenever I talk to anybody I know at least, I'm way ahead of the curve of things that they realize are going on. And then a few months later, they come back to me and they're like, hey, did you know this? I'm like, I told you that like 6 months ago. What are you talking about? And they're like, oh, well, I just found out about it. I'm like, I told you. You found out about it when I told you. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, when you told me, you just sounded like you were crazy. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Cool, that's great. Because I'm weird. I actually read physical newspapers every day. And then I also scour the web for news articles. About 6 hours of my day. It used to be more, but now it's about 6 hours of my day is reading the news.
Because there's nothing interesting to read in the news.
Yeah, there is. You just got to know where to look.
I've been looking at suspicious observers videos recently
Mhm.
about galactic weather, what's all happening in the galaxy, and how the sun is affecting the Earth.
See, now that's interesting.
Yeah, I've always liked space, and that is probably the best news source because they pull from NASA's daily weather reports and a few
Mhm.
others.
Yeah, see, that's dope. I like space news too, but I'm also like where a lot of people like to keep up with like football stats or whatever sport they're really into. They keep up with the stats and all the stuff that's going on with all their favorite players. I view world politics that same way, where I keep up with all the major players and what's going on around the globe because I just find it really fascinating. It's basically like I think it's actually a side effect of being so enthralled with history that I've read so much history and stuff that now I'm like, okay, well, what about history in the making?
That's a fair point because
Y-
I'm like you. I love to learn about history and find every little detail that I possibly can.
Yeah, history was the only subject I liked in school. And then it turns
History
out
and
it turns out that most of the stuff I learned in school is wrong.
yeah,
Isn't that crazy?
it's like they don't teach you anything unless they want you to actually know something, even if it's wrong.
Yeah, okay. To make it not sound malevolent, I think the easiest way to explain it is history in school is extremely distilled to where there's no nuance or detail. It is literally just, hey, we're the best. Just know that. And it's like, oh, okay, cool.
Well, I mean, we are.
Hey, yeah, that's very true. That is definitely true. The West is the best. I actually, this Thursday, I believe, I've got a video where James and I argue over the West being the best. I say argue, it wasn't really. James called himself a social justice warrior, and I got really heated about that. Um, and so I kind of went off on like this huge tangent of why the West is the best for like 45 minutes. Uh, so that's coming out, I think, this Thursday, and
That'll be fun to watch.
that was from a couple months ago when we filmed it. Um, I don't think it's something that the next time we haven't had a chance to sit down and talk. But the next time we sit down and talk, I'm definitely going to bring that back up and be like, okay, do you still think you're a social justice warrior? Because I don't think he is. Like, I think he might have a few things that he's like, oh, I see where they're coming from. But when it comes down to that actual belief itself, like what it actually means, all the viewpoints you have to hold to be that thing, I think he would say, no, never mind. I don't want to call myself that. If we actually sat down and discussed every single one,
Yeah, I
but
can see that.
he's way more center than a social justice warrior. Way more center.
Yeah, and from the interactions that I've had with him and the conversations that I've had, he is very much more center than most people these days.
Yeah, like I think the reason to do a little bit of psychology based on what he's told me, even in that video that's about to come out, is that I think it's in that video, or it might have been before we sat down and started recording, was compared to his family, he's left. You know, his family is very conservative, and so he's left of them. And so I think that just led him to be like, well, I guess I must be this title. And it's like, no, James, no, you're not that far. Hush. Maybe your family's further right than the average, like they're not center. So you think, oh, well, then I must be the other extreme since I disagree with him. But he and I, there's more stuff we agree on than we don't. So he's definitely more centered because I'm center right and he's center left, and it's basically that simple to explain.
Yeah, and I would say I'm more center right than anything, but at the same time, I still hold views that everybody should be treated equally in the
Yeah,
term that you show other people respect and that respect be shown to you.
I think uh, we haven't talked enough politics yet, but I think you're more conservative than center right. But not, and I don't mean like you're extremely conservative. because you're definitely still more towards the center. But I think like my center right, I consider myself more libertarian, which is actually a pretty left belief until you get into this crazy new left to be libertarian. Because and then I'm starting to realize that I might just be an anarchist. But then I've learned more about anarchism, and I'm like, oh wait, no, I actually think that these things should be conserved. And I'm like, oh wait, I'm more conservative. And so like I'm bouncing somewhere in this like center right space. And I think you're
Yeah.
more grounded in what you believe than I am. Like you're more like I actually have these solid pillars that I know not to touch, that they're a good foundation. And I even though I'm older than you, I still think I haven't found as many pillars as you have to be like these can't move. Where I'm
Yeah.
still more like, well, this could be different and maybe that's fine.
I've
But
just had a lot
I
of
don't know.
experiences in my short lifetime that have led me down the path that I have followed.
Yeah.
And with that, I have one restructured my entire life because
I
up
feel that.
until what was it, 2013, I had no idea what to do with my life.
Mm-hmm.
That
That's pretty freaking common. I mean, 2013, you weren't that old at the time.
Yeah,
2013, I believe you'd be about the age that I was at when it was like, wait a second, I think I'm going the wrong direction.
yeah,
And then
and
start really hyper analyzing.
that's one reason that I joined the military, because it gave me the foundation that I needed to start building upon.
That's
And
good.
then with that, I started delving more into history, looking at all the different ideologies and building upon my foundation with those.
So, okay, hold on. With that being said, would you say that the moment that really changed your life was when you swore the oath to the Constitution?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
because I had to. Before I swore the oath, I wanted to make sure that I knew what I was swearing the oath to. So I
Mhm.
sat down and studied the Constitution, every single writing that the founding fathers uh, created that were around it. And
Oh, okay. So you're actually a Nazi.
I mean, going
Oh
by
man.
today's logic, that
Yeah, exactly. Dude, do you remember back in man, what year was it? It was gosh, I want to say it was around 2010, 2011, when President Obama did a speech at some military thing, and he said that the founding fathers were terrorists. He was like, we consider them terrorists.
uh,
Do you remember that?
I remember that. I had to do a freaking paper about
Because
it.
that was an intense thing. The thing is, him saying that is crazy. But I have to say, in reality, that's true. They were terrorists, weren't they?
They
Because
were.
we were ruled by a different government and they used force in order to get their way politically. So that's technically terrorism. But it's really
Yes.
weird for the president to say, yeah, by the way, our founding fathers are terrorists. It's like, wait, hold on. Hold on. We look at them as revolutionaries because we won, remember? We're not the bad guys. We didn't lose.
Yeah, and they took different ideologies and governmental systems and compounded them into what we have as America.
Mm-hmm.
Because the
Yeah, I
executive
mean,
branch is.
our definitely our main influence is England. We were like, hey, all these things really work well. Those don't, so let's cut those out and replace them with this new idea. And we
Well,
came up
we
with a whole new system.
we based most of our system on the republics of Rome and Greece.
Right, but we also in a way took parliament and then turned it into Congress. And then we also we took several things. I'm saying, like, even our law, like the way the court system works, we took that from England. Like, we took a lot of stuff from England and then made slight tweaks to it. Because we're not a republic and we're not a democracy. That annoys me when both people say that. When people are like, "This is not very democratic," or "We're supposed to be a democracy." It's like, no, we're not. We're not a democracy. And it's like, well, we're a republic. Whenever you look at the other way, you're like, oh, we're a republic. It's like, no, we're not a republic. We're not a republic either. We're a constitutional republic. We're a very unique thing. We're a one-of-a-kind nation. We're running a political structure no one else has tried before. We're 200 years in. Let's see if it works.
Well, thing is, we're 200 years in, and we've already added amendments that take away from the
Oh, I know.
constitutional republic.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, no, it's crazy. And then also we keep adding executive powers to the president, and the president is supposed to basically just balance out the branches and then be the general in times of war, and that's it. Like, he's not supposed to be able to just sign executive. He's veto power. That's really it. Veto power, and if we're in war, military control. That's it. That's the president. That's his job.
Then we have Calvin Coolidge, who was voted into office and did nothing. He didn't veto anything. He didn't pass anything. He just let it sit on his desk.
Is that might? Well, I don't know if that's the guy I'm thinking of, because I was re-looking through the history of our presidents, and I realized my favorite president, but I've already forgot his name because this was a while back that I did this. But he was the one president that the thing he ran on in all of his campaigning was, if I'm president, nothing will happen. I was like, that's a man. That's a man right there. Okay, it might be Coolidge then, where it was just like, yeah, the budget's not going to increase, taxes aren't going to go up, no infrastructure is going to be built, nothing is going to change. I am literally going to just hinder the government for 4 years. And everyone's like, do it. And he was like, I will. And he did. He literally just like, I hinder the government for 4 years. And I'm like, what a man. That guy's a boss. Like, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to clog the system. I'm going to clog all the pipes. Nothing's going to happen. What a patriot.
Yep. And with Calvin Coolidge,
might be my favorite president ever.
With Calvin Coolidge, he was very, very against allowing Congress and Senate to do anything. He didn't allow them to increase their wages.
How do you feel about the fact that the Senate is elected democratically now instead of being appointed by representatives?
They were originally appointed by our governors.
Yeah, exactly. But now we vote on them. How do you feel about that? Like, changing that? Like, so instead of us just voting all the way up to governor, now we also vote our Senate representative in as a public.
I don't like it, mainly because So with the way it works is it's by popular vote, and we have seen worldwide popular vote really doesn't work.
Senators are the only part that's popular?
No.
Oh, well, I guess everything except president is popular, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Not a fan of popular vote, I have to say. Too democratic. Not a big fan of democracy. No, I'm serious. I'm not. And because I don't like the fact that 51% can change everything for the 49%. That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
Thing is, we should have a electoral college reform where instead of it being statewide based on the popular vote of the state going towards the president, it should be county by county, where each county is counted individually from one another. So if there are more counties of one party than another.
Oh, okay. I kind of see what you're saying. So it's like, but wait, hold on. Maybe I'm not seeing what you're saying. Don't we already do it that way?
No.
Don't we already do it by counties? Counties are what dictates how many electoral votes you get?
In some instances, yes. In other instances, like New York, Michigan, California, or Oregon, Washington, Maine, and a few other places.
Okay.
They do it by popular vote.
But isn't that because they passed state laws saying that we're gonna give our votes based on popular vote?
Yep.
Yeah, right, right. So that's just states screwing up. Like, but that's one thing that's beautiful about our country, right? Is that each state is an independent nation, essentially, that should be beholden only to itself.
You mean the 10th Amendment, where states have sovereignty over themselves? Unless
Yeah,
they are going against the Constitution, then the federal government should step in and stop them. But now is
right.
this sticking up for the citizenry and trying to regain their sovereignty, and the federal government's telling them no?
Okay, well, hold on. Here's the only thing about that, right? We already have pretense. Okay, hold on. Before I address that point, the last point, I don't know if we need to reform the Electoral College just because some states decided we're going to be idiots. Because it just means leave. That's it. Just leave. Whenever a state all of a sudden starts passing laws that are unconstitutional because of their sovereign right to be able to do that, because it's like, hey, you know what? The majority of people here, we think we should live this way in this state. That's when you say, I'm going to pack up my bags and go over here now because I'm going to go to a state that has better taxes and better follows the Constitution. That's why Texas is so famous right now. Well, Texas has been famous for a long time, but you get the point. So that's how I address that. Now, when it comes to the fact that the federal government should only step in when constitutions are being broken by local government, we've already had a pretense set that you can't actually leave the union. That is not
Which is
allowed.
wrong.
No, the only state that is legally allowed to is Texas.
But if Texas goes, a lot of other states are going to go with it.
Right, but the federal government then can declare war on them, and we already had that happen. It was called the Revolutionary War.
Civil War.
Yeah, sorry. Wow, I feel like an idiot. It was a slip of the it was a slip of the tongue. I knew what I was talking about. I just said the wrong thing. Yeah, it was the Civil War, the Second Revolutionary War, when the South rose up against the tyrannical government. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That is not what I believe. It was, oh man. Anyways, yeah, the Civil War set, to me at least, when I reread the books, the Civil War set the precedent that the federal government can say, no, you're not allowed to leave, and then send military forces in.
But I believe that
The
if a
only place
state,
that's not legal is Texas.
I believe that if a state is being suppressed by the federal government and they do not wish to be under the federal government anymore, they should have the option to leave.
Yeah, but they don't. Hold on, hold on. I'll cite a source. It's not a good source, but it is a source. Oh man, hold on. That's gonna take too long. Let me do it this way. That would be year 2.
Don't get kicked from StreamYard.
Okay, so Bear Thing Show. I believe it's episode 13.
Mm-hmm.
It's either episode 13 or episode 15, but I'm leaning to 13. So in episode 13, I talked to someone who was raised in Texas, and they told me about the fact that legally speaking, the only state that has retained the right to split from the union is Texas. That was part of their agreement to joining, was in their contract that they signed, was that at any point we want to, we can leave. Nobody else did that. All the other states just signed into the union. So they don't have an actual backdoor. Where Texas said, well, if we're going to sign up, we retain the right to declare ourselves a country anytime we want. And the government agreed.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what makes Texas so crazy, is that literally from the start, they were like, nah, we're not a big fan of this. And everyone's like, come on, man, it'd be really good. It'd be really useful for us all to work together and everything. And Texas like, all right, but only if we can walk out anytime we want and no repercussions. And they're like, okay, fine, yeah. But a piece of paper, is that really going to stop a war? A piece of paper? That's what I think is so funny about like peace treaties and stuff. This is a piece of paper that's preventing us from shooting nukes at each other. Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, and a lot of people don't follow it anyways.
Yeah.
So
No, it's the same thing. You sat down, you yourself, and then you at home listening. You've sat down, you've played games of Risk or other such types of board games, and you make an agreement with a fellow player that you're not going to do X thing if the other player does Y thing for you. It's like, hey, if you do X, I won't do Y. And then immediately break that contract because it doesn't actually benefit you to follow it. Everyone's done it at least once.
yeah,
It's the same thing with world politics. They sit down, they say, hey, we're going to sign this document. Cool. All right, that's awesome. Ooh, holy crap. Wait, that was a bad deal for us. I need to do this thing that breaks that document in order to get a head in this game. They all do it. Everyone does it. Nuclear research is illegal after America and America and Russia both figured out nuclear weaponry, and then we just outlawed it across the globe. And then now, how many nuclear powers are there? 6.
there's more than that.
Okay, yeah, cool. I was trying to overestimate. So crap.
Yeah, you
So
underestimated.
yeah, so look at that. See? And that's illegal. You're not allowed to have nukes.
Yeah,
Only we're allowed to have nukes. And then
us, China,
you,
Russia,
yeah.
Britain, Sweden,
Yep. Yeah. Iran.
Iraq.
North Korea keeps saying they have nukes, and the news keeps telling me they have nukes, but I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. Iraq didn't actually have nukes. We thought they had nukes. Was that a joke? Were you making a
Yeah.
joke? Oh, okay. All right, cool. I did count them in my 6 people. 6 countries have nukes, by the way. Whenever I said that, I was like, oh, in Iraq, right? They have nukes. Anyways, you know what I didn't know until last year?
What's that?
That the majority of people don't realize that we live in a mad world. I thought that was kind of common knowledge. And I
How
mean
so?
MAD is in the acronym. I mean MAD, the acronym. I thought everybody I thought that was commonplace knowledge to know that the whole world operates under MAD, mass assured destruction.
Mutually assured destruction?
Yeah. Mutually assured destruction. I thought that was more common knowledge, but apparently it wasn't. When I was talking to a friend of mine from Florida that came up to visit, and it blew their mind. They actually started not having a full on panic attack. I think the alcohol helped prevent that, to just kind of laugh about it, but they had no idea that that's the world policy. Is there's nowhere to hide. If I shot all of my if the U.S. shot all of its nukes at Russia and Russia shot all of its nukes at America, we both lose. That's why we don't shoot nukes at each other, because neither of us have anywhere to take cover.
Yeah.
We didn't build fallout shelters. Like Britain built a bunch of bomb shelters for air raids, but I don't know if any of them would hold up to nukes. I haven't looked into that. But essentially, the entire world operates under MAD. It's a mad world. And I thought that was commonplace knowledge, but apparently not. Apparently, everyone thinks that if you hear the sirens go off and you just follow the signs on the road that say, here's where you go for a nuclear evacuation, that you're actually going to go somewhere safe. You're not.
So, on the topic of things that aren't common knowledge to most, or what you assume would be common knowledge to most, did you know that compromise in marriage is sinful in the Bible?
Wait, what do you mean by compromise?
Compromising. Compromising in the marriage, meaning you set standards and your wife sets standards.
Your wife's not supposed to set standards. So, yeah, the man dictates everything.
Yeah, but nowadays with Christianity,
Well,
we compromise.
this is why we have divorce rates so high because of compromising. Exactly. No, the man is supposed to be the prophet, the what is it? The priest, the king. I think it's prophet, priest, and king. It might be something like that. Warrior, priest, and king. Something like that. There's three pillars and tenets of being a husband, and it basically means that you provide everything the house needs and the family needs, uh, physically. You know, food, money, stuff like that. That's your job. It's also your job to be the spiritual connection, to constantly be in prayer and keep up with God and His will and read the Bible and pray daily for wisdom. And then it's also your job to be the king and have the final say and be the authority of the household on all parts. What your wife does, what your kids do, you are the king authority. That's what the Bible teaches.
So what I'm
So,
hearing is you're going to agree with this video more. So
oh yeah, didn't you know I'm a sexist?
yes.
No, I don't. Okay, what do you mean by agree with this video? Because I'm telling you, yes, that is what the Bible says. Does
Yeah.
that mean I have to agree with it? Or are you saying that I'm?
According to this
'cause-
guy, you do. If you're a Christian, you have to follow every word of the Bible.
Uh, wow. Okay, that's a little. That sounds like dogma. Um, no. In fact, as a Christian, you do not have to follow every word of the Bible. Maybe some people teach that, but well, okay. I guess it depends on what you mean by Christian as well. Like what stigma? Like,
So he
so
calls himself a biblicist Christian instead of a
oh,
humanist Christian.
interesting. Okay, this is actually probably gonna be really fun. Um, okay, so here's before we even start, then I do. Oh man, we've been talking politics. Now we're gonna talk religion. This is kind of fun. All right, so I by all means am not as thoroughly read up on the Bible as I should be. I'll go ahead and say that. So I don't know everything back and forth. I don't know all doctrine. I don't know all that garbage, but I did go to a Bible school. Like I went to a Bible college and learned a lot about religion. I'm not a fan of religion. I'm a big fan of the Bible, not a fan of religion.
And people will always combine the two of
Yeah, they
organized
shouldn't.
religion and the Bible.
Right, they shouldn't be conflated. I actually have an episode kind of about this on the Bear Things show, where my dad is actually a guest on the show.
Is it the one that got cut off
Yeah,
halfway
it
through
did.
his talk?
We're gonna have him come back because I want to talk more about that. Because I was really trying to get at the root and I never got at it. Because one of the biggest questions I had for him is explain to me why Abraham was told by God to sacrifice his son if the other religions at the time were doing the same thing. Child sacrifice was commonplace. Everyone thought we have to sacrifice our kids to our gods. And I said, so how does that prove that God is the real God if he is asking the same thing as every other God to do, but then said, never mind, here's a ram? Like, explain the logic of why following that through. I never got an actual answer for that. Because what do you kind of understand what I'm asking? Because I feel like I have a
do.
hard time asking it. Like, why
So you're
yeah, explain it to me so hopefully I can understand my
your
question better.
question is why did God send Abraham to sacrifice his own son, and then when Abraham was going to do it, give him a ram instead?
No, that is not
No?
my question. No, I totally understand the ram. I understand giving him a ram and being like, no, don't actually kill your kid. My question is, if at the time every religion says sacrifice your children to our deity, every religion at the time, historically speaking, says sacrifice your kids to our deity. Abraham listens to his God, who says sacrifice your kid to me. Why?
That's a better way of putting it. That is a much better way than what you were asking originally.
Right, because it's not about the fact that he then stopped him and gave him a ram. That part makes sense to me, because ultimately, through Christian teachings and stuff, we're like, God is very much against child sacrifice. My question is, why was that your test? Like, why was that your test to prove that you're faithful? Is every other God says kill your kids, and so you're as supposed to be the just right God, say, hey, do that thing the other religions do, but in my name? Like, how is that really a test of faith?
If you read the if you read the Old Testament, God is very flip-floppy on what he says in certain things because of how the Bible was put together. It wasn't.
Do you have an example? Because I honestly don't think he was very flip-floppy, based on what what I know. But I'm forgetful. So do you have an example of when God was flip-floppy in the Old Testament? And you can't use New Testament because New Testament is completely different.
So, with going from Abraham to Job.
Good old Job. Yeah. Dude, Job. The story of Job hits. I'm really familiar with the story of Job, actually. The story of Job helped change my life. It helped me. I read through that, and it was like a huge course correction right before my daughter was born.
Yeah. So with Job, God told Job to leave, what was it, Sodom or Gomorrah?
You're thinking of Lot.
Oh, am I thinking of Lot?
Yeah, that's not Job. You're thinking of Lot.
Thinking of Lot.
And it's Sodom and Gomorrah. Yes, it's both. It's a dual city. I think they were across the river from each other.
Okay, so to correct myself, it's Lot, not Job.
I could be wrong about the geography, but yes, it's Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot's wife and the pillar of salt and all that.
Yes.
Where angels actually came to visit him while he was living there.
Yeah. So with that, he was testing Lot to see if he would fall to the prey of Sodom and Gomorrah and give up himself or his daughters. And he never did.
Okay, yeah. All right, so Lot, the channel of events with Lot was that he was living there. God said, you should leave because I'm going to destroy the town. He prayed and said, no. If there's at least, 1,000 good people or something like that, 100 good people, you should spare 100 believers. And he said, okay, I've searched the city. The next day, he's like, I've looked through the hearts of man, and no, there's not 100. And during this time, also, he's getting visited by town folks, like you're saying, who are wanting to be with his wife and his daughters, like you're saying, and he keeps resisting them. But here's the thing, he doesn't resist them. That's actually wrong. I shouldn't even say that. He doesn't resist them, because at some point during this whole prayer, because like the whole line of him talking to God over the course of like a week or something like that is that he says, if there's 100 good people, you should spare it. And God says, nope, not 100. And he's like, okay, well, if there's like 50 good people, you should spare it. Nope, not 50. 10 good people, you should spare it. Nope, there's not even 10. Well, if there's one, and he says, besides you, no, there isn't. You're the only good person here. And during that time period, God also sent angels. So angels came and visited him. While the angels were in his home. What are you going to say?
And the town people wanted to sleep with the angels.
Right. So he gave him his wife and his daughters to sleep with while the angels were there, so that they wouldn't sleep with the angels.
Yeah, you're right.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, no. Hold on. I might be wrong on the wishy-washy. I gotta reread. I gotta pull out my Bible and start rereading.
Oh, dude. Hey, if you do, honestly, there's actually some really good freaking stories in there.
There are.
Yeah, like I actually like Jordan Peterson's breakdown of Genesis, where he explains it in a more like because he's a psychologist, right? So he explains it through psychology, and it's a really good explanation where it's like, if we're going to take all theology out of the book of Genesis, what is it telling us? And it's really good. Like, it's really in depth and it's really good. It's like, oh my God, it's something like 40 hours of a lecture
Yeah.
to go through. And I think I made it 10 hours in. And then I was just like, this is too much. This is way too incomprehensible to
So what
keep
you should
going.
do, what you should do with that series that he has is watch it weekly. Watch one
Mhm.
per week.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the reason I guess the best way to put it is burnout. I got burnout by it because I was doing it multiple episodes a day, daily, and I got about 10, 12 hours into it. And I was like, this is just so much.
Because I was
to
doing the same
take
thing.
in. Yeah, okay, so I'll spread it out over a week. I might even restart.
No. Do one episode per week. Not spread it out through a week.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. I might just go back, restart it, and then pick a day of the week that on this day of the week I'm going to listen to an episode.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. It's like watching a
I
TV
think
show.
that'll
You
help.
shouldn't binge watch a TV show to get the information that you're trying to get out of it.
Yeah, true.
But let's go ahead and start this. When is James supposed to be here?
No, there's no guarantee on that. He'll show up when he shows up. You don't work tomorrow, right?
No.
Me neither. So who cares?
Fair.
We can stream forever. Well, within reason.
Also, does 1 o'clock Eastern work for you tomorrow?
I don't know. I can't tell you right now.
Okay.
I don't really know what I've got going on. But
all right.
Before we start this, if anybody wants to say in the comments below some contradictions in the Bible, please tell me, because I've heard the argument before, and I've heard a couple cases, but it's always comparing Old Testament to New Testament, and that doesn't actually work for contradictions, in my opinion. It might just be in my opinion, because the whole point of the New Testament was that God reached a point where he realized, not even that he realized, it's hard to explain, but basically I'll put it this way, because God does as humans, according to the Bible, as humans, we are the image of God. So our thought process is also similar to God's. We just have to view him like an old wise man would probably be an easy way to explain it. And maybe this is all sacrilegious and I'm wrong, but like I said, I'm not actually a Christian. I don't consider myself that, because that has a lot of religious dogma attached to it. But I'm definitely a believer in the teachings of Jesus and that God is real. And the kind of the stuff that comes along with that. But there is a huge difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament, and that's because by the time we get to the New Testament, God is like, okay, yeah, I got to give humanity an out, because they can't actually be perfect. It's just impossible for them to actually, we're too immature. We don't live long enough to mature to the point of actually understanding, and we do a lot of irrational things, and stuff like that. So that's the whole point of Jesus, is that he shows me, he's like, okay, look, God's decided this whole killing people for doing the wrong thing to try and weed out the ones that are bad, flooding the earth in order to wipe everybody out and restart, and all these different punishments that God dealt out throughout the whole Old Testament is basically, by the end of that, he's like, okay, yeah, it's not working. I'm just going to have to come up with a whole new plan. And the whole new plan is I'm just going to forgive all of you. Whatever. You're all forgiven. Because I'm going to make myself a human. And as a human, I'll show you what a perfect life is. And through doing that, you can at least have a role model that shows you, here's how you should live. And then I'll be a human sacrifice that will pay off all of your sins, right? Because all gods demand sacrifices. And so God said, here's the one final last sacrifice you'll ever have to do, and it's going to be sacrificing me. So God sacrificed himself in order to forgive all of humanity forever, because of the fact that he was like, yeah, this isn't working. We got to come with a new plan. So you can't really say, well, in the Old Testament, God did this. And in the New Testament, Jesus says, I'm the word of the Father. Like everything I say is something he said to me. And then he's teaching about forgiveness and all these things. You're like, well, see, that contradicts the time that he said, well, you should stone your kids if they disobey you. And it's like, well, yeah, because God matured and grew up. It's not the same God. Like it is the same. That's hard. Oh man, it's so complicated. But so if there's contradictions in the Bible, it has to be within part 1 or part 2, essentially, that you show contradiction.
Basically, the New Testament is a reformation of the religion.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Which I really like the way that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy put it when it referred to Jesus, because I've actually been I'm about halfway through Hitchhiker's Guide. I started rereading it today. And it talks about the fact that it's like basically it's the opening of the book is that most humans are unhappy. And in order to try and solve that unhappiness, we've been moving a bunch of green paper around. And it's most peculiar because it hasn't solved anything because like the green paper is not unhappy. It's the people. And it's like, and then it gets to the point that it's like, yeah, and there's this lady that was sitting at a cafe, and she it finally clicked, and she was inspired with the actual answer to all of life's problems. And she was on her way to make a phone call, but unfortunately, before she was able to make a phone call, the whole world gets blown up. And then it's like, and it's great because like her problem didn't even involve the fact that this really nice guy showed up 2,000 years ago to say, hey, we should just start liking each other instead of being miserable and mad all the time. And then humanity decided to nail him to a tree and kill him. And I'm like, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? It's like, yeah, humanity, they're all a bunch of miserable, sad people. And one dude shows up 2,000 years ago and says, hey, why don't we like not be like that? And it was like, kill him, murder him. He's awful. Telling us not to hate each other.
But that falls into people not wanting to take the morals and values from the teachings itself.
Right, which I think the morals are the most important part. Like the things that Jesus was trying to teach everybody and the basics of the 10 Commandments, those things, what they're teaching everybody, because like Jesus disseminated the 10 Commandments so well, or distilled. He distilled the 10 Commandments so well, where people are like, well, what's the most important of all 10 Commandments? He's like, love your brother as yourself. That's the most important one. Because like literally every single commandment is an act of like, hey, if you're acting in love, you won't do this. If you're acting in love, you won't murder. If you're acting in love, you won't steal. If you're acting in love, you won't covet. You know, and like the list goes on. But it's like really it all boils down to, well, if you love each other, you won't do these things. So kill him. Murder him. Anyways, I'm sure this will inspire even more theological conversation for me to have. But yeah, let's get started.
Welcome to BGR Learning, and this is my series on marriage. It's based upon an article that I wrote back in 2016 on biblicalagenderrules.com. The name of the series is the same as the article, Why Unity in Marriage Depends More on the Wife Than the Husband. And so we're nearing the end of this. We're here in part 5, and this one is entitled, Why Compromise in Marriage is Sacred in Humanism and Sinful in the Bible. And that title answers the question that I
have a problem
at the end of the last.
So I have a problem where this is a 5-part video and we're starting in part 5, or it's more than 5 parts. I don't like the idea of skipping to part 5.
Well, it's the idea that each part covers some other topic that doesn't really correlate to the others.
You sure it's not going to be building upon itself? Like wouldn't arguments that he made in part 1, like, because generally if you're making a thesis, even though most video essays don't do this, so I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't, the first part of your video is supposed to be the outline of like, here's what we're covering, here's the way that I'm here's my words and my definitions for these words, and then explanation for all that, you know, in a good, especially if it's supposed to be something important. You know, you would expect that you get your terms out of the way at the very beginning before you get all the boring stuff done in part 1, so that by the time you get to part 5, you don't have to explain what you're saying, because everybody should already understand the words you're using and what you mean by them. Because what's Sitch's law?
Do what?
What's Sitch's law? You know Sitch's law, right?
No.
Sitch's law is that everyone's talking past each other all the time because they're using different definitions.
Makes sense.
Or is that Adam's law? Crap, I forget. I think Sitch's law. Yeah, I think Sitch's law is arguing definitions. No, Sitch's law is that everybody is strawmanning each other constantly. And then Adam's law is that most of the time everything is definitions, is that they're arguing what the actual definition, like people are arguing using different definitions of words. And I'm pretty sure that's Adam's law. And I think Sitch's law is that everyone is strawmanning all the time.
I wouldn't put it past everybody.
Right. No, me neither. I've actually ran into that problem myself when debating, I think even James, where he'll say some stuff and I'm like, so you're saying blah, 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 right? So I make sure I understand it. Or I don't even say that, and I'll just start attacking his argument. And he's like, that's not what I'm arguing at all. You've made a whole brand new argument in your head. And I'm like, I didn't even mean to. That's just what I translated from what you said, was this whole new argument that you're not arguing. So, yeah, and that can go on for hours before we finally usually come to a happy conclusion of us both agreeing, because it turns out that neither of us were using words the other person was translating properly.
Yeah. And so I'm looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 6 parts on here. The first one is 5 steps to become one flesh in marriage.
There's only one step for that.
What is it?
It's whenever the penis goes into the vagina.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah. What? Because it's the most obvious. You're now one flesh. Congratulations. It's like whenever you plug the thing into the outlet, you know? You put a plug into the outlet, now they're one. The energy transfers between both. It's that simple. There isn't 5 steps, so maybe we don't even need to listen to that. Okay, what's number 2?
Why does the biblical concept of marital unity put more responsibility on the wife than the husband?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. I didn't think it did. More responsibility on the wife?
Uh-huh.
See, that seems pretty intense. See, shouldn't we start from number 1? Because I bet there'd be a lot.
That's 2.5 hours of content total.
Yeah, okay, so we can make a little
several
arc.
videos.
Yeah, we can make an arc about this, right? I mean, if you want to start here, we can, but I have a feeling that we're just going to have to rewatch it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm just saying, I think we should, if you do not want to, that's fine. I just feel like that means there's going to be some stuff we're going to misunderstand. So I am going to be more...
That is a possibility. So I would be more willing to start from go and then continue on.
Yeah, because I mean, if we just watch this one alone, I am definitely going to be way more generous towards him. To be like, well, we might not know what he means. I'm just going to go ahead and admit that.
All right.
Now, if this was a standalone piece of work, I wouldn't give a crap about any of his other work.
So we're going to start from go.
I really don't think I'm going to like this first video. I think I'm actually going to really disagree with this first video.
The first video itself is an hour long.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
This is a terrible idea. Why did I suggest this, and why did you agree?
They
That's
were.
just what? Why unity in marriage has more to do with the wife than the husband? I don't know about that.
That is the overall. That's the overall theme of this whole thing.
All right, because I feel like we're getting into blame shifting territory just from the title.
Well, if we look at the likes to dislikes,
Not
not a big
wow.
margin.
That is This has no views. How did James find this?
Is he subscribed to it?
The dude only has like 400 subscribers. That's.
Also,
I mean, I know we're tiny, but he's tiny.
Hold on. I want to see something.
Biblical gender roles. Wait, hold on. Scroll back up. Biblical gender roles. Oh man. Okay, this dude is like heavily indoctrinated.
One day, we'll get to this.
What's it called? I can't read it.
Spirit science.
Wait, why don't we just cover that?
I mean, we could.
Hey, I need to go for like a couple minutes.
Why?
I hate to do that, but I do. I have to go for like just a couple minutes.
Give me. Hold on.
Spirit science. Oh, dude, this guy. Is this the guy that talks about how like Hebrews are an alien race?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy. Okay, hey, I'll be right back. It'll be soon.
There's 86 videos in this. So I have no idea where he went. Might have a change of plans with what we're going to be watching. And right now I'm trying to determine what would be the better video to watch. Wait, I know. We talked about conspiracies being the next thing. So, let me go in here. So, what we could do is we could cover the first video of this. There we go. That's updated. So let's see what he has to say.
Before we get started, there's a special announcement at the end of this video for how you can get early access to more episodes of the Conspiracy Theory of Everything for free on a platform guaranteed not to censor it. Please stick around till the end and enjoy our first chapter in this brand new series. Welcome to what may very well be one of the most important videos we've ever made. Now, in order to even begin this video, I must first establish this disclaimer. This video is a set of hypotheses, an exploration of the world And while many ideas will be explored, what we are sharing here is not meant to be taken as definitive truth. We're not claiming this is entirely made up of facts. Rather, we are attempting to explore a deeper, perhaps darker, area of human consciousness and see the bigger picture of what is really going on. Please have your own experience, do your own research, and don't be afraid to go deeper down the rabbit hole. For the truth is often stranger than fiction. There's no denying that the collective human consciousness is in quite of a pickle today. It is chaotic and overtaking itself and all of nature. Because of the internet, we have nearly real-time access to information, and yet most people are only seeing a particular slice of the story. For example, the algorithms behind what you find when you use Google, Facebook, YouTube, and almost every other social network are designed to show you what you're already looking for, or what the computer code thinks you want to see based on other people's behavior.
So he's not wrong in that. The algorithm for YouTube, Facebook, Google, and even some other search engines are designed to give you the idea of what you want, to put it more in a broader aspect, because it will give you this collection of results that it thinks might be what you're looking for, but not give you the exact thing unless you are specific about what you want to find. And it also comes down to what you are typing in your search history every day. So if you type in that you want pierogi, or if you want spaghetti in your search history, and then you change it up that you want steaks, it will also go into other food items that relate to the prior two. And now Google has changed some things up to where it will give you more broad terms of the search that you're searching for at that time. But then it will start to give you ads based on your search history. Same with Facebook, same with YouTube. Depending on the information that you're looking for, it'll give you third-party application that have AdSense in their spaces. So it makes sense that their algorithm would want to cover a more broad spectrum.
Unless you're actively searching for new information, to find something different, or follow someone who is creating content that is going down rabbit holes and sharing what they find, what you get is generally what you're already accustomed to seeing. You only see what you want to see. Further, due to the controversial nature of many ideas, especially those labeled as conspiracy theories, many ideas are not explored by the masses, because when they hear about it, they see that these ideas are ridiculed, and they write them off as nonsense or dangerous extremism. Following the herd mentality makes it easier to dismiss exploring new ideas, so people can easily go along with their lives. This is critical because the ability to change one's belief changes your experience of life, and most people are happy just letting things be as they are.
Again, he's making another good point. If you're stuck in your regular routines and not venturing out to find new information, then you are not going to have the will of knowledge that you should. Back in the 50s, they were still teaching Latin in high school in America and teaching people to look back further into the history books and learn from different stories. And with that, it soon changed up to how we have it now, where we have Common Core, which covers basic math, basic English, basic science, and basic social studies. And like Austin was saying earlier, it dilutes the history that we're learning to its most simple terms. And with that, we don't have a full grasp on every instance of history, science, and even literature, because we can learn from literature. Even if it's a fictional story, there's still lessons to be learned from it. How to write is one of them. How to write a good story is one of them. How to build characters, how to do plot lines, how to build an overarching story. Even if you're doing an episodic story like Star Trek or the old pulp serials, there's still a through line with the characters. And if you don't expand on how you look at things, then you're not really you're not challenging yourself. And if you challenge yourself, you can determine what ideas are good for you and what ideas are bad for you. And if you do that, you'll come out a more whole as a person.
A minority of people are compelled to seek higher truth at all cost, and certainly most of us know that sometimes it can be very hard to empathize with those who choose comfort over following their passions. As the saying goes, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, and trying to convince others to think differently only leads to distress on everyone's part. As many ancient texts will suggest, this is not how true wisdom is passed on. This creates a sort of self-created deception and distraction from the bigger picture, which is rarely explored. If you're already familiar with spirit science, we've talked before about how everything is connected. This was even a fundamental part of my own awakening, where I had a transcendent experience that all things were one, unified and stemming from and linking to a singular greater whole. Yet today, and the struggle of human consciousness, is that most people are not seeing it, simply not looking, or not even wanting to look. In modern science today, there are many scientists searching for an all-pervading theory of everything, something that unifies quantum mechanics and the theories of relativity. And so today, we respectfully present to you the conspiracy theory of everything. I invite you to watch this with the intention of self-reflection, for as is the nature of consciousness itself, pointing the finger and blaming others only creates more of the same cycle that we've been trapped in. Liberating ourselves from the illusion is the only way to really break free of the shackles that bind us to our lower state of being.
Okay, so finally we're getting into the video. And he's made some good points starting out in the first 4 minutes. He set the groundwork, and I don't know how everything is connected. If you look at it from a historical point of view, maybe, but even then, not all cultures are exactly the same. They have similar stories with one another, but at the same time, they have their own differences. So, I'm taking this with a grain of salt. And I know it is a theory. This is a long opening. I hope it's not like this for every single video that he has.
Our conspiracy theory of everything begins first with the demiurge. The demiurge is an ancient Greek and Gnostic concept describing a consciousness that is considered to essentially be the creator of the physical universe, but not the supreme creative force behind all things. A good way to explore this idea is through The Matrix, a science fiction story that suggests everything we think we know of as the real world is nothing but an illusion, a false world within which most are imprisoned, unable to effectively identify what is real. As people go about their day-to-day lives, they think that their world is authentic, but that every individual is truly plugged into an artificial reality severed from the real world. While people suffer, there is a tremendous benefit to the ruling overlords, who in the film were a form of AI. As it relates to us, this AI is in essence the demiurge. The demiurge was described as a force, a deity, or a consciousness who was responsible for the creation of the physical world and reality. However, in a way, it had imposed itself over top of the true reality, the supreme oneness that created all things. In this, it was a false god who had assumed authority over the world, masking the living beings, namely us, from the supreme truth, the highest order of creation, and making us believe that what we experienced as real, the physical reality that we are a part of, was the true, authentic reality, even though it wasn't.
I've got no idea where to begin. I get the demiurge and the theory behind the demiurge being the supreme being that created the earth, but not the one that created everything. But at the same time, I'm not seeing how he's drawing the conclusion between the Matrix and the AI, because originally the AI was created by man, and they took over, if I'm remembering the Matrix lore correctly, and started to use humans as batteries, locking them into a false sense of reality within the Matrix. You back, Austin? Nope. So I get it that people think that we're living in a matrix, and sometimes it feels like it, but no. This is going to be a hard video to cover. Hey!
Dude, but scientists say that we are living in some sort of a simulation.
How?
You haven't seen all the theories? They're basically saying it's provable that we're living in a simulation made by some extremely advanced artificial intelligence, and we're basically in a computer.
So like the Matrix.
The Matrix is it should be. Because remember, the Matrix script changed by the time it was released. Because I believe it was Warner Brothers said that your concept is too ridiculous that people aren't going to understand it. So they changed it from humans were plugged into a machine to be computing power. So the thing is, the artificial intelligence that enslaved humanity was using all the brains plugged into the machines of the humans to help the processing and computing power improve. And then Warner Brothers said that's just too hard to understand for common people. So why don't you make it something else? And they're like, what about batteries? And they're like, yeah, batteries. Everybody understands batteries.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that one up. I've been trying my hardest to entertain as
Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. How long was I gone?
About 20 minutes.
Jeez, okay, that took way longer than I thought. Sorry, my dad stopped by to pick up his dog, and then we were just talking. And you know how you and both the audience who has watched this will understand how long-winded I am, and my dad is the same way. So what I thought was going to take 2 minutes turned out to take 20. Because whenever I signed off, I was like, "Oh, it'll just take 2 minutes. I just want to say hey to my dad, and then, tell him have a good night."
No,
it
that's not how that goes.
Yeah, it turned into us having a 20-minute conversation about politics, religion, our day.
So what we do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've had like 20 years of experience of this just with my dad. So it just makes perfect sense to have more conversations with different people. But hey,
Yeah.
I've got good news for you.
What's that?
Jam Sully's ready.
Oh, he is. So did you tell him that we're not doing his video because we have to go through a entire series to get through it?
Well, I figured you would let him know. Is this what are we on? Are we gonna finish this video? Is that the idea?
Yeah, this video and possibly a second one. Because
Okay,
I've got nowhere to be tomorrow.
Oh yeah, me neither.
And
Copy.
we were talking about conspiracy theories last time. So why not just go over the conspiracy theory of everything?
Yeah, okay, that sounds pretty extreme. Yeah. This is only number 1. Why are we starting a whole new series? Shouldn't we just go to the Bible series and start on that? Because that's a pretty intense topic. Like part 5, I was like, I don't really see the big deal of this. Like I don't see how we could argue part 5. So we should start from part 1. But this seems even harder to deal with. The conspiracy theory of everything. Because, okay, so I like the way Michael Malice puts it. You're only supposed to take one red pill. You don't take the whole bottle. If you take the whole bottle of red pills, you go nuts. And you go off the deep end. Everything's a lie. Everything's made up. All of history is a lie. All of history's like figures that we remember are all made up or rewritten in order to sell a point. And then you also get to the point that fortune telling is essentially real because you look for people who predict the future, and predicting the future obviously can happen because all of the past is made up. So you just can't go down that rabbit hole. That's where you start believing Q.
Yeah.
Because Q is extremely crazy. I remember whenever Q first started off, a buddy of mine started getting into him, and he was telling me about different things, and I was like, I think that it's a half-truth. Like, you're telling me a half-truth, but then the second half of the thing you're saying is ridiculous. Or then it would just be completely full stop wrong. And like, no, hold on, I could tell you how that's wrong and it makes no sense. But it just didn't matter. It didn't matter because this, like, ambiguous, anonymous thing said it's true. So it must be true.
But conspiracy theory, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I guess I'm ready.
We're all supposed to be muted for the video clips.
What just happened?
I don't know.
Jam Sully, you have echo.
I don't know what to tell you about that.
You're echoing us.
Oh, that's crazy. That makes no sense.
Is your headset plugged in?
Yeah. 1 second. How about that?
Let's see. Still there.
Still bad.
Makes no sense. How is this picking you up?
I don't know.
I'm afraid to say anything because it'll echo.
Okay,
there it is. You got it. Did you mute? Perfect. Just mute yourself.
I did nothing. Nothing.
Oh, you should just sit here. Yeah, just sit here and mute your mic, and we'll talk.
No,
and then you just watch.
You keep saying.
I went and edited.
Mute mic.
I went in and edited your
mute
mic settings on my side, and I turned on your echo cancellation because it got turned off somehow.
Oh, okay, mute mic.
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it also was like saying mute mic, and I'm like, I did nothing. I didn't even touch my mic.
Mic, just mute it.
So I have
mute mic.
Okay, so I started conspiracy theory of everything because I didn't know what the fuck to cover.
Okay, so the reason that happened is because I left for 20 minutes, and so you had to do something.
So what we can do is, James, we have to start from episode 1 of the series that you sent me,
Oh.
because
There's
it's the
6.
fifth part.
And there's 6 parts.
So in
Oh,
order to
God,
get the full
okay.
context of part 5, we need to know what happened in parts 1 through 4.
And you can
Do
thank
we
me for
though?
that. Yeah, no, you can thank
Do
me for
we
that.
though?
I argued it.
I
I
don't feel
argued
like
it, and Cyrek agreed. So that's 2 against 1. So we do
Because-
have to start from part 1. I don't have to
J-
argue again.
James, think about it in the storytelling perspective. If you're doing something involving a story, you want to lay all the groundwork in the first episode and then build
Yeah,
upon it
yeah.
as you go.
You know, I understand that. You know what? Okay, yes, we'll do it.
So
I will leave.
do you want
I
to
will
do the first episode, which is an hour long, or do you want to do conspiracy theory of everything, and then we can pick up another day
I'll
that we
throw in a
have more
caveat.
time?
I'll throw in a caveat. If we don't have to finish a video, we've already established that. We don't actually have to finish a video in one episode. We can finish it later.
Yeah.
It might be an hour long, but we can just go until we can't, and then we'll pick it up later.
All right. Well, because conspiracy theories of whatever you just said about everything
Of everything, yeah, the conspiracy theory of everything, James, everything.
does not sound appeasing to me. I will be a part of that if I get the opportunity, but
We live in the
not
Matrix, James.
I would
Don't
rather
you
go over
realize
the-
you're plugged into a machine right now, and everything you sense is fake?
I would rather go into the
You blue-pilled psychopath.
I'd rather go into the craziness of what is that other video. And to answer your question about the Matrix theory, there's some really weird questions that you have to ask, such as, do we think we are the only ones who have ever done it? Like, if we're already getting so close to augmentation already and faking reality, the probability is there that there's a chance that we are in the Matrix. That we are someone else's.
Actually, you're describing a plot to a movie I've watched before.
I mean,
gonna-
that's the plot to life. It's already been done. Who's to say it's not been done already on us?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's really it. That's my only idea
So-
with the whole Matrix thing.
So we're going to start
I think
episode
it's all
1 of this thing.
Yeah. Cause fuck, I'm sorry, no need to cuss. Cause screw all of that.
But we talked about doing conspiracy theories one day.
We did. Oh my god, we did. All right, I'll leave it up to you two. You guys can vote on that, unless I'm the tiebreaker here.
No, we'll do the first episode. We'll just come back to conspiracy theory of everything later.
Okay, I'll totally jump in on that jazz.
So let me pull it up here. And so let us get into this thing. Oh god.
Welcome to BGRlearning.com, and this is part 1 of my series, Why Unity in Marriage Has More to Do with the Wife Than the Husband. And this is based upon an article I wrote for Biblical Gender Roles back in 2016 by the...
Does the video sound good?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay.
So
just wanted to make sure.
I just wanted to tell everybody I still haven't figured out what that movie was that I was talking about. I'm gonna try and find it. It's literally, the movie is about a computer programmer and his friends and family members, I guess would be a way to put it. Are really excited when he figures out how to make a simulation of the real world where you can log into it with a VR headset and live out a different life. The only thing being that it's like it has borders. It's not the whole world. It's literally just like a city or a state. And throughout the course of the movie, he comes to the realization that like his life is essentially running as he's an NPC. And he's like, as an NPC, the only thing I'm actually doing is I created another, we'll just call it a matrix. It's a simulation. He creates another simulation. And then through playing in the simulation, he's like, wait, I'm realizing that the people in the simulations, the NPCs, are thinking and acting the same way as my friends. And he's like, well, I'm just going to leave. And so he hops in a car and he's like, well, I'm going to leave to prove that I'm not in a simulation. And then he hits the boundary of the world and realizes that his life is actually a simulation as well. And they're just reiterating And so what
Down
you're
the
saying,
line.
yeah, it's just so like what Jam Sully was saying. It's kind of the same thing where it's like, how do we know how do we know we haven't done this before? How many people have tried it before? Because it's exactly that, right? How many iterations down are we? If we are in a simulation and we're also as like game designers and stuff trying to create simulations, how many iterations deep are we? Because it's human nature, right, to try and recreate reality.
Yeah. Ugh, I need more bamboo for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna need another beer.
Man, I
But
wish I
okay.
had some beer.
Dude, just go to the store.
Yeah, I'll leave you two to talk while I
Yeah.
run to the store.
Yeah, no problem. We'll just talk over the video because we can't pause it since you're the official pause button guy.
That'd be.
Same title. So, I mean, if you were to go into a lot of
Well, hold on. Can I talk about something else? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
He hasn't even left yet.
He hasn't even left yet. I feel bad because I did it. Like, I wanted to talk before to just mention that that's the concept of the movie, and it's pretty crazy. And I'm going to try and figure out what the movie is before the stream's over. But then I wanted to touch base on what we've seen so far. I didn't really listen to him. I've got to admit. The only thing I got from that was that he said he wrote an article a few years ago, and then now he's going to do a more in-depth. I'm assuming more in-depth. Like, he's not just going to read the article. Because if he's just going to read the article, we can just go read the article ourselves and probably do this way faster. So I'm assuming he's going more in depth with the article. But then the title of the article. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think he's just talking about what the article was about and like the issues that people were having with it. I think he covers he starts going into like the questions that he's been asked about the article and answering it and stuff like that.
Does he read the article?
I don't know. Haven't watched this one, and I didn't watch the other one because I wanted a first,
Oh, good man. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I recommend watching like 30 seconds to a minute.
I did. I watched 30 seconds of it, and I was like, I have so much of not of this video. I have no clue anything.
Yeah, part five.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Sarah?
I watched the entire video through.
Oh God.
Oh no.
It's not
bad,
good.
Right? Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
It's only got 10 likes and 47 downvotes.
Oh, jeez.
It's not good.
The dude only has like 400 subscribers.
I mean, yeah, that's
true. But that does mean
that
the majority of his watchers didn't like the video.
Exactly. And he hasn't uploaded in over a year.
Oh wow! So this channel's possibly dead. But we said that about oh crap. Grade A under A for a long time. Everybody, basically every year, someone says he's dead, and then he'll just like randomly put a video up every 3 years or so.
Isn't that the same as with JonTron?
Dude, yes, that is the same with JonTron. JonTron, he'll be like, I guess he's done. He's not gonna make any more videos, and then he puts like a video out, or maybe 3 videos out one year, and everyone's like, oh my God, JonTron's back. And he's like, don't worry, guys, I'm gonna start uploading more regularly, and then he disappears for a whole other year.
Yep.
It's like, I guess it's more regular than before.
Yeah, last time you uploaded was 3 years ago, buddy.
Yeah, and now you're uploading once a year. It is more regular. You're right. Good job. And that's the same with Grade, because Grade A under A, I love his videos. They're so good. We might want to watch one of his videos for fun sometime. Maybe not even on stream, but like pre-stream. Maybe I'll throw a Grade A under A video in if you guys aren't familiar with him.
I think I've seen 1 or 2 videos from him, but I'm not familiar.
I understand that, yeah. But he's notorious for making a video where he either starts it or ends it with being like, I know everybody's been wondering where I'm at, but it's cool, I'm back now. And then he disappears for a whole year. And then makes another video where it's like, I know last time I said I was back, but like this time really I am back. And then he disappears for a year. And then he finally this year was like, hey, I know you're doubting me by saying that I'm back, but I've already made another video that comes out next week. And then he disappears. So I'm expecting in the next like 2 or 3 years I'll get another video by him. But it was really nice this year to have 2 videos by him. That was cool. That was unexpected.
It's always nice when your person that you like to watch randomly puts out more videos.
Yeah, than you
Cool.
expect, whenever it's
Yeah.
been like, 3 years and you've gotten 2 videos and you're like, oh, you're going to give me 2 more videos? That's as many videos I've gotten in 2 years. You're so friendly and kind.
Yeah, that's like Purple Eyes. He put out the final One Piece abridged episode after 6 years.
Oh my God. That is a
took
break.
6-year hiatus.
That is a break. Holy crap.
And then
Yeah,
he's like,
at that point, it's like, why come back?
no. He did it.
It's always okay to come back.
Here's what he did.
But why?
He just dropped it on his channel one day, and it said the final One Piece abridged. And then he's like, yeah, no, this channel's dead now. Bye.
Oh, wow.
What?
Well, at least he
Okay.
said it.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Is that true? Like, is it actually true? How do you know until time tells?
We'll see.
Because something could happen that he's like, actually, this, I want to make another video. Because like I've actually talked to you about this before, not on stream though. Dishonored Wolf. I really enjoyed Dishonored Wolf and his videos. And he said, hey, I'm gone from the internet forever. And it's been, I think, 2 years now, maybe 3. And he deleted his entire channel, deleted every video, and said, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore, and I don't want any of my work to be preserved. So he deleted everything. And I'm still like, he could show back up any minute. I'm still just wait. It's only been 2 years. Like, in all reality, he could show up any time now and make another
Isn't
video,
that-
and I'd be excited to
Excuse me.
watch it.
Let me
Isn't
let
that
me let me correct myself on something. It was a Digiman's video.
Digimans.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Digimans.
It's called Digiman's. Is the series that he was doing.
Okay, I'll accept that. 'Cause I was
okay.
Like, the show is called
Yeah.
Digimon. Let's get real.
Oh, dude, the best thing ever on that note. In my town, we have a drive-in theater. Okay, it's not in my town. It's in the next town over. There's a drive-in movie theater. And, yeah.
That same drive-in theater? Because I'm assuming
Yeah.
you're talking about the one towards Athens?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly. It's, yeah.
On the 8th of June, so this month, next week, Skillet's going to be there. Just letting you know, FYI.
What? No, that's not even, that's like 3 days, that's like 2 days away. Wait, yeah. Hold on, wait, tomorrow's, 3 days. 3 days, technically. That's Tuesday. That's this Tuesday.
That's
Yeah,
next week. Today's Saturday.
No, that's this week. My schedule for my job, we start our weeks on Saturday.
That's cool and all, but that does not change how weeks actually work.
Weeks start on Sunday, then according to you, right? Okay, so
Weeks do
that's
start on Sunday.
okay. Yeah, my week starts on Saturday. Fair enough. So next week, as in starting tomorrow on Tuesday, they'll be there. But that's freaking crazy. I bet it's already sold out, isn't it? There's no way I can get in.
I thought it was, from my understanding, I think it's just like a drive in, like literally drive.
Yeah,
to the
but there's still a limit on how many cars can be there.
Yeah, you're right. You can check it out though. You just show up and be like, "Can I come in?"
Yeah, I mean that'd be fun depending on the ticket price. I was just recently invited to go watch what are they called? Slipknot, and that's the only band I remember.
With whom? It doesn't
It's
matter.
It doesn't matter. No, but it was Slipknot, and it was like Killswitch Engaged, I think, or something like that. They're doing a concert. Like, yeah. It was the two bands. I was like, I'm not extremely familiar with their works, but I know that I like a few songs by both of them, and seeing them live would be a lot of fun. Then I went to look at the tickets, and it was like, hey, yeah, if you want to be like, a half mile away from the stage, it's like $40-$50. If you want to be front row, $700. And I was like,
oh my god,
no, $700. And I was like, no, thank you.
I mean, those are two really big bands, though. So
yeah, they are, but I don't like them enough to spend $700 to be in the front row.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I entirely get that.
But what I was gonna say, about the drive-in theater that I thought was hilarious is like several years back. This is over a decade ago.
Okay.
It might be about 2 decades ago.
Oh God, okay.
One of the promos that drive-in theater was doing was because we called in to see whatever. I think this was about the time that like Spider-Man came out. Spider-Man,
The first one, yeah.
yeah,
With
like
Tobey Maguire?
Spider-Man, yeah. And it hit the drive-in theater ring, which is after, because it goes, main theaters, and then it goes to the cheap theaters, then it goes to the dollar theaters, and then it goes to the drive-in.
Yeah, I
So
thought
it was about
3
that
months after
time.
the dollar.
After it came out of theaters, like 3 months
Yeah,
after
it's
it wasn't in theaters anymore, the drive-in theater's like, hey, you want to see that movie? It's here now.
Exactly.
Anyway, so it was about that time, I think, if memory serves, which I could be wrong. And so we called in to see what movies were playing, and because this is back in the day, you didn't just go to the website; you had to call a phone number, and then the
Yeah, you had to
voicemail
dial.
would play. Yeah, the voicemail would play, and it would play an advertisement of like, here's the events going on this week. Here's what we're doing. Like, we're gonna bring out the freaking like junkyard cars so that you can take hammers and smash them up for $1. Like, because that was a huge tradition. I don't know if you
Yeah.
remember that, but I've been to
Yeah, I
the
do,
drive-in
actually.
theater plenty of times to go smash up cars.
Yeah,
Cyrus,
no,
you ever done that? You ever gone to a drive-in theater to smash up cars with a hammer?
Is he still here? I thought he went to go get beer.
What the fuck?
I think he went to go get beer.
No,
Oh.
What? No, this is a tradition where we come from. It's a yearly tradition that the drive-in theater brings in junk cars so that all the people that want to can pay like between $1 and $5 to take a mallet.
I gotta interrupt you for a second because I really just love the way he came in with that no.
Yeah.
That was such a definite no. Like, no. What the hell are you talking about?
Then you haven't lived, okay? Because
I
where we're
came
from,
back on. We went to the freaking drive-in theater and destroyed some cars. That's
yeah.
where I came back at.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. Did you get some beer?
I found some in my fridge.
Good man.
God, that's a win.
That's way
It's
quicker.
terrible. It's terrible. Terrible beer.
To elaborate on that, we didn't go to the drive-in theater and smash other people's cars.
No, they're junk cars. They're junkyard cars. Yeah, they're junkyard cars. So the drive-in theater would buy junkyard cars, like 2 of them, maybe 3 or 4, and they would bring them to the drive-in theater and they'd put them in the playground because the drive-in theater in our town at least has a playground right in front of
the one about an hour and a half away from where I live has a playground as well on both screens.
Oh, you have a dual screen. Ooh, fancy. We only have one screen. That's why we beat cars.
There's 2
One
fields.
really bad screen.
There's not enough entertainment from the movies, so we also bring junkyard cars, and then
for the kids.
So
yeah, and
whenever
and
Go beat cars while we watch movies.
whenever I was in elementary school,
I didn't think this was strange, to be honest. I thought this was normal for people in their childhood to go beat cars with hammers.
We did that in elementary school, where they had a junk car sit out in the parking lot of the school, and they're like, $2 to hit it with the small hammer, $3 to hit it with the sledgehammer.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it was like $2 for like a mallet, and then $3 for a sledgehammer. Yeah, that sounds right. And you get to go over and you get like I don't know, 5-10 minutes or something to just go beat the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
All the glasses removed though.
I think that was the thing.
That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right.
Just
Like,
because
I remember,
kids,
though-
getting glass everywhere and on themselves.
So okay, as Southerners, we've all had the privilege of paying to go beat cars with hammers. All right,
Yeah.
good. So it's
Because
not unusual.
I remember whenever I did it, I was like, I want to swing the sledgehammer. You remember how skinny and short I was?
Dude,
Whenever I was,
no,
like, 7?
yeah. Even though I was taller than you at the time, and like a little bit, I guess, a little bit bigger technically, but we were both small and skinny. I just
Yep.
happened to be tall. Now, this is what's crazy. Cyrex actually taller than me now. It's insane. Because like for the majority of my life, he was my short cousin, and then all of a sudden I come back and he's like, "Hey, I'm signing up for the Navy," and I'm like, "Oh, also you're like 6'5" now, you freaking dick."
6'1".
No, I'm 6'1".
Oh,
You have
I'm
to be
6'2".
6'2". Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you have to at least be 6'2". But so the point is, all of a sudden I show back up and he's way bigger. But yes, back in the day, I also could not wield a sledgehammer at all.
No, the funny thing is, my dad was behind me holding up the head of the sledgehammer.
Yes, just so you could actually hold it
And then whenever I was
and
coming
feel like
down,
you're holding it.
yeah, and whenever I was coming down with it, I hit the bumper of the junk car and took the whole bumper off.
No, my good man, good sir, great job. Yeah,
Oh my
but okay, so it is a tradition. But yeah, so the point I was actually getting at with this whole long sidetrack thing that we've been doing, 'cause I'm glad to know it is a Southern tradition to beat junkyard cars with hammers.
Not anymore. They don't
What?
let you.
Oh, dude, nah. I'm sure there's places.
I'm pretty sure there are places, but not out here.
Uh,
Probably out
Yeah.
in the sticks.
well, I live in this. I live in the sticks.
No, you don't.
Sticks. Okay.
I live right
Yeah.
beside the sticks. I'll put it that way.
I live right
You
beside
live
the
beside
sticks
trees?
too.
Are sticks trees for you in this instance?
Yeah. Well, no. Okay. Sticks means living out in the woods.
No,
That's the
you're
sticks.
you're in the middle of the city.
Me?
Like in the middle of your city, your town, because technically it's a city. So you live in the middle of it.
No, I don't. Downtown is like 10 minutes away.
You don't. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. People place downtowns in weird location because it's just the like. Generally, it's
That
the
was-
historic district.
Yeah, exactly. It's the historic district.
So
Okay,
whenever,
look. We're sidetracked. Okay, sorry. Go on.
whenever I was driving semis, I drove through many a small town. And I can tell you outright, the downtown is always placed at the city center. And for some reason, they just continue to call it downtown, even though it's like one building.
Yeah, sounds right. Yeah. Yeah, our downtown is I don't know, like 8 buildings. It's a block.
Maybe it's better than the town that I'm in now. Its downtown is like it's one block, if that.
Yeah, I was gonna say our downtown is a block, but in reality, if you look at the actual map according to the city council or whatever, it's 2 blocks. Our downtown's 2 blocks.
Yeah, no,
Huh.
that makes sense. It makes sense if you look at the way that it's actually gridded.
Right. But if you go there, you're like, okay, so this block's downtown. It's like, well, no, it's actually that block over there too. And you go over there, and you're like, why? It's like, well, because
They
decided
city
it.
stuff here.
they decided that this is also downtown. That's why. It's like there's nothing downtown about it. It's like, well, I mean, there's a park over there. It's like there's a gazebo. Yeah, exactly. It's a park.
I mean, technically, a gazebo area is a park. Like, if you go to it, it's totally a park.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, full of anthills, like every foot. I'm not even kidding. If you go to the
worst park ever.
Yeah, no, it's literally the worst park ever. Every foot is another anthill. I don't know how this was allowed to happen, but every single foot of this one park, which is a block, the park is a square block. Like one whole road over one, X, and then one whole road over Y. So it's one whole block that could have been filled with buildings.
1 mile across.
Oh yeah, I don't know how blocks are measured. It's 0.1 miles.
It varies between town to town, but
Yeah, I don't know.
typical is about 0.1 mile.
Yeah, okay, so
about
a point,
1,000 feet.
that actually does sound right. Yeah, so about 1,000 feet of grassland with a gazebo in it, 2 sidewalks. Like one sidewalk coming from, we'll just say west, and the other sidewalk comes from south. so that you got both axes, the Y and X axis, and the gazebo, and then there's like a little small
Excuse me,
stage.
500 feet.
Okay, yeah, that actually sounds way more accurate. So it's it's half a point mile.
No, that is a point mile.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
528 feet is a 0.1 mile.
Then that actually sounds exactly how big this park is, if I was gonna guess. But it's great because the last time I was there, I was like, oh man, I haven't been to this gazebo park thing in like, I don't know, 3 years. And now it's been about another 3 years since I've been there. And I was like, awesome, it's been so long. And I was starting to walk through the grass. And I was like, well, hold on a second. And there's literally ant mounds every 1 to 2 feet. And not a grid, but like a diamond type grid. Like I'm not even kidding. It's literally ant mounds every foot to 2 feet. Ant mounds everywhere. The whole park. I walked the whole park. I was like, because I walked on the sidewalks because I started to walk through the grass and realized how many ant mounds there were. So I walked on the sidewalks and I was looking around like, oh my god, this whole park is an ant mound. It's insane. How did we let this happen?
I'm gonna be honest. I've lived there for so long, and I think other than maybe the Apple Festival, whenever the last time I went to that was, I've never walked through that park ever.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I went there regularly whenever I was younger to donate to homeless people. To give food to homeless people, play music for homeless people, and just hang out and chat with them. I'd go there often. Yeah, no, I am. I just
terrify me. They're weird.
What? Weird. No, not all of them are weird. Some of them are, and
not all of them. But have you been chased by them? They're terrifying.
That would change my opinion of a single person that chased me, yes, or the multiple people that are chasing me. But I actually just met a homeless person a couple days ago. That was really awesome. He was really fun to talk to. I talked to him for about 45 minutes, and it was great. He was cool. He was a really cool dude. But anyways, I'm a big fan of hanging out and talking with homeless people because that's how you prevent them from going crazy. Because homeless people go crazy from lack of interaction because everyone ignores them, and that's why they start just like talking to themselves and stuff. And once they get to that point, you can't interact with them. They've lost their minds. So like anytime I interact with the homeless person that's still sentient, and cognate, I definitely take time to speak with them and figure out what's going on, and give them time to just express themselves and their feelings about their situation. It's important just to help them keep their sanity.
I mean, I agree with you that that's definitely important, and you know what? They're people too. I totally get that. Yeah. My problem with that is, no, thank you.
Yeah, well, that's okay. You don't have to. There's people like me that will, so it's okay.
Exactly. I'm glad there are people like that because it's just not my cup of tea. I mean, it's like, okay, so I freaking love alligators and I love sharks. Like, I think they're majestic creatures.
Oh yeah, but I'm not gonna go talk to alligators and sharks. They could bite me.
Yeah, that's true. But would you go in a cage, like underwater cage, with like a shark? Because I would love to, and I think that's fun as all get out. But someone that I know is like no sharks ever. I was telling them about the time that I went to the Keys and swam with some nurse sharks, which they're like dogs of the sea, by the way. They're super friendly.
Yeah. That's why they're called nurses.
And I was telling them about that, and they were like,
they're not hostile.
They were like, all sharks are bad. I'm like, those sharks are really nice. They're super sweet. They're friendly. And they were just like, no. That's how they react. How they reacted to the shark.
Don't you know sharks are evil?
Bit. They're not though. They're just.
I know they're not. I love sharks.
Yeah, I will say I do have a bias against sharks, but I've seen some photos that have come out recently because of like, I was reading because I talked about this earlier, but I was reading a news article, and I talked about earlier the fact that I read a ton of news. I was reading a news article about how with our advanced technology when it comes to cameras and capturing equipment, we've actually caught more and more sharks closer to people swimming at beaches than we realized. And to me, and like you can see some crazy photos where it's like, holy crap, like dude be surfing and the wave is doing its arc and stuff, and he's surfing through it, and then because of the camera capture, you can see there's actually a great white that's like right there beside him, swimming with him as he's surfing. And the dude's fine though. Shark never touched him, and so we're starting to see more and more footage, that's being captured as we get better technology of capturing these things, and more people are taking pictures and recording that. Yeah, shark interactions where sharks actually interact with people is way less than we thought. Like they're always basically there. Like
they just
they're
don't
almost
care.
always there, but they don't care. They don't care to attack us. We're not easy prey.
Well, that, and also it's like generally sharks, from at least what we've studied of them, they are more curious than they are hungry when it comes to us. Granted,
I would assume
you will still have some of those, like, because tiger sharks are actually the ones that attack people the most. But that's just because they're garbage eaters and they literally just chomp at everything they can. It's kind of crazy.
See, I'd say I have a misconception that that's the great white shark, not that it's the tiger shark. But it's the tiger shark, not even the great white. It's the tiger.
Yeah, the tiger. Okay, so the three sharks that attack humans are tigers, great whites, and bullies. But tigers have the highest account of
bullies or bulls. Bull sharks.
Bull sharks.
Okay, yeah, bull sharks. Yeah. And wait, what were you saying? Who has the highest attack rate?
Tiger sharks.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, where the other two, they will do it if they're like, they have to be hungry and they've not been able to grab food, and or you're bleeding and causing massive stirring in the water. And generally, if they attack you when you're stirring the water, it's more just because they think you're fish than you're actually.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's so crazy. Yeah, that's all ridiculous. Hey, can I get back to my actual point so we can start this video?
I have no clue what your point was, but sure.
Okay, so we called the drive-in theater around the time Spider-Man came out.
Oh my god, that's where this started.
Yeah, I thought it would be really fun to start there just to remind you how far back in the conversation I was. So, all right. So we called them, and they were announcing that they were giving away for this one, once in a lifetime thing. Every car that came through that had kids, they were going to give away free Pokemon cards. One card per car. Free Pokemon cards.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So wait, if they had multiple kids, those kids had to fight over the one card?
Yeah, that's right. But okay, look, but you're missing, you're not even seeing the joke. You were getting mad about Digimon instead of Digimon.
I heard the Pokemon, and the reason I didn't get mad is because I don't care about Pokemon.
Yeah, but that was the joke. That was the whole joke, is that like on their news thing, like you call the telephone, he's like, yeah, we're giving away free Pokemon cards.
That is funny though.
Yeah, there you go. That was this whole aside. This like 45. It's not 45. It's like 40-minute aside.
2 hours.
It's been two. No, come on. 2 hours of a whole stream, but we've been doing stuff.
Well, I feel bad now that I ruined that joke, that setup, for my lack of.
Yeah, it was terrible. Hopefully, someone that watches this video will laugh about the backwater country bumpkin saying free Pokemon cards with every ticket, whatever.
I think the only reason it doesn't bother me as much is I've heard people say Pokemon so much, and then I'm also like, I hate Pokemon. I really do. So like, I don't even care.
Okay, yeah, no, you're right. I actually should have just let it go, because the funny part, if anybody watches this, what they're gonna laugh at is the fact that we've all hit cars with sledgehammers. That's gonna be the part that people are like, "What? You guys are crazy. Why would you do that?" Like, I've never done it. It's like, no, you've never done it because you've never really lived.
See, I actually want to know how common that is. You guys keep talking. I'll find that out.
Oh, yeah, that's a good... can Google answer that question? How common is it?
Google can answer any question as long as you type it in right.
Okay.
No, it can't.
Okay, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Sure. But yeah, so how common is it for someone to beat a car with a sledgehammer while they're a child? As an activity to pass the time. Not as... not as debauchery or... defamate. No. What's it called whenever you like spray paint something?
Vandalism?
Yeah, okay, so how often have people beat cars with hammers and it's not considered vandalism? Instead, it's just a pastime event. So I have a feeling the South is going to win out on that one. I really doubt that over in the West or up North that they're beating cars with hammers to pass the time. And paying money to do so. Hey, here's some greenbacks. Let me hit your car. Sweet, thanks, man. I feel better now. Although, there is that whole industry. I don't know if it's still around now, but I know a while back, which can be anything. I'm not going to set a time frame, but a while back there was an industry that started up where companies would like rent out warehouses and they'd make rooms full of stuff that just like looked like a living room or a hotel room or something, and you would pay them and you could go in there and just like literally destroy everything. It was a rage outlet. Was their whole marketing was like, hey, let out your rage, give us money and you can destroy this whole room. TVs, fans, chairs, couches, walls, paintings, light fixtures. It would be set up like an average living room and stuff, and you could literally just destroy everything. In order to try and let out rage. That was the whole selling point, at least, was let out your rage, come in here and just break all this crap.
Did you find what you're looking for?
All right, yeah, no, I'm back. No, because I'm like, every time I was typing it in, it was just like breaking into cars. It's like, no, I don't want to break into a car. That's not what I'm trying to do.
No, not
so then
breaking into cars.
I switched the name and I was like, okay, derby smashing, right? And it's like, well, do you want to go to
close.
a derby? And it's like, no, I don't want to go to a derby. But I did run into an article that apparently San Francisco has an ungodly, like, record-breaking car break-ins.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But no, I wasn't able to find anything. So who knows?
Yeah, well, we'll just poll the audience.
I feel like, yeah, I was gonna say, but I feel like I've heard of people smashing cars up north. Even like, I'll have to ask Drew or even Jesse. I'm sure either one of them will know.
Yeah, and Ginny. Let's ask Ginny because we get a Westerner.
Yeah, we can ask her.
Figure out if this is common or not, or is this just because we're all Southern boys? We've experienced it.
Don't lump me up with your lot.
Dude, you're a Southern boy, whether you like it or not.
I refuse to be lumped up with that.
Don't refuse, accept.
No.
Yeah, dude, come on. You know that you actually accept and you like it.
Actually, disagree. I was raised here.
You've
disagreed.
James,
you've always been Southern.
Hold on.
Yes.
Counterpoint, I'm in command and I order you to stop complaining.
You're Southerner.
No, refuse.
You've always been a Southerner.
Disagree with that.
No, even before. I don't want to spoil anything here because we do have that like competition about where you're from.
You're talking about before, where I came from counts as Southern? No, it does not.
Yes, yes,
no,
it is. It's Southern.
It certainly is. I mean, if we're talking about the hemisphere, then yes.
Well, if we're talking about the hemisphere, it's north.
If we're talking about culture, that's a totally different world.
I'm pretty sure if we're talking about hemisphere, it's north.
No, it is not.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, you're Southern. Haha! Checkmate, atheist.
What? That made no sense.
Hey, I do. Before we start this, I do have a question that kind of I posed. I don't know how to explain it, but I do have a question. Do you still consider yourself a social justice warrior?
Do you still consider yourself a social justice warrior? Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have I ever been? I mean.
Yes, it's on footage that you said. I don't remember your exact words, but it's about to come out this Thursday. Is when you say, "I'm a social justice warrior," and then we go on a 45-minute talk where I'm trying to disprove you. And so now that it's been a few months, do you still consider yourself a social justice warrior? Because I've always said no, you're not.
See, this is where I stand at the like. It's a weird thing because like, I definitely believe in social justice, and I definitely in an advocate for certain things. But the level of which people take things, I do not agree with. Nor
Okay.
do I agree with all of the policies and ideas or
Yeah.
ideology.
Exactly. Doesn't this line up exactly with what I said at the beginning of this video?
I wasn't paying attention. What?
Oh crap. Okay.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Thank
Look,
you,
at the beginning of this video, I brought up the fact that our next video that's coming up, what our topic is about, in order to shill, because I'm a shameless. I'm shameless about shilling the channel. And I mentioned the fact that you called yourself a social justice warrior, and I said, in reality, though, I think when it actually comes down to James's standpoints on things, that he's really center left. He's not social justice warrior, because social justice warrior is way further left than you are.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I probably am closer center left, but like on the grand scheme of it, it's like, yeah, I probably, by the social justice warrior standard, I probably wouldn't be considered one.
You know what we could do one day?
Take the political test?
Yeah.
Dude, we should totally do that. That would be so much fun. We'll take the compass test, because I would actually like to see what I wind up as. Now, granted, the social compass test is biased.
Oh, yeah.
It's very biased. The way it's wording its questions is that it's a left-leaning bias. So by that, what I mean is I think that if you answered them without really, really thinking what the question is trying to ask you from a biased position, you'll either wind up further right than you are or further left than you are. Like in reality. But if you really examine and think about the questions and remember there's a left lean to it, then it's way easier to answer the questions to get the position you're really at.
So really what you're saying is you should just answer the question the way that you feel like it not should be answered, but the best way you would answer it.
Right. Yeah. Like, remember, like basically looking at it like, hey, a journalist has come up to me and they're asking me tilted questions in order to try and sway me, so that whenever not sway me, but in order to try and push their report to be like, oh, look, Austin said this to this question. And then they can twist that to mean that I'm like extremely right or something, where in reality I'm not. So you have to look at the question and be able to answer it, thinking that this person is trying to twist my words.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only way I think to approach that. Anyway, so okay, that's good. I'm glad to get that, because one of the next episodes that we're gonna sit down to record is that we're gonna go over. Jam Sully and I, and he doesn't know this is the first time I'm announcing it. Jam Sully and I are going to sit down, and I'm going to tell him every single position that a social justice warrior takes, so that he can either agree or disagree, and we'll figure out really where you sit on that scale. Because I really don't think you're a social justice warrior. I'm pretty sure you're center left, which is
but that's the thing is I've even said that in earlier. If we go even further back, I've said that I'm pretty center left.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason I was like, I may be a social justice warrior was because of a specific thing that took place within that week.
Yeah, see, in that camp, you can't just, no, you can't say my whole political identity is shifted because of this one event. That doesn't work.
I didn't say it shifted. I just said maybe I am.
Well, that's not true.
We'll see.
Austin, that's not true.
Okay, explain.
I have seen some people who have gone, in one instance, has caused them to question everything about their political stance, and then they start doing more and more research.
Yeah, no, questioning is different. Okay. Fair enough. I don't feel like that's exactly what I was saying, because I do agree with you that, because I went through the same thing where I felt like I was one way, and then one event actually happened where it's like, holy crap, I actually have to reanalyze. And then once I reanalyzed my entire belief and where I actually line up with everybody's politics and stuff, it turns out I'm an anarchist.
Yeah, I mean, out of all of our friends, I would totally kind of go towards you might be.
Right. But the thing is, I'm actually not an anarchist either.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm saying. And so I was like, I felt like I was one way, and then some crazy thing happened. And I was like, well, really, the only answer to this is anarchism. And then upon
Anarchy.
sure, anarchy, whatever.
Yeah, just say anarchy.
The belief
Whatever
of
you just said was
anarchy.
weird.
Anarcharism.
Oh my
And then
God.
upon looking further into that, it was like, wait, no, hold on, actually, so technically first it was libertarian. I was like, oh, it must be libertarian. Then I looked deeper into libertarianism. And I was like, I guess it's really just anarchy. Then I looked deeper into that, and I was like, wait, no, it's neither of these. I think that I'm more conservative. And then I looked deeper into deeper into conservative. I was like, it's not that either. I guess I'm just center right because I don't believe in any of these. I think there's bits and pieces from each of these that are correct.
No.
So
See,
I will let you know that I've taken the political compass test before, and I ended up.
You're a far right extremist Nazi.
No, I ended up
you fascist dog.
pretty middle right.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But almost dead.
You can say that all you
libertarian.
want. Yeah, you can say that all you want. But I already know that you're a far right extremist.
Oh man, I've been exposed. Last time you tried to cancel me.
You're alt-light, bro.
Alt-light.
Yeah, alt-light. Yeah, alt-light.
Is it because he's white?
No, alt-light.
I'm not white. I'm a human.
I didn't say white. I said light.
Technically, aren't you like peach? Aren't white people peach?
Well, wait. What were the Greeks? Bronze?
Yeah.
Olive? I thought they were also bronzed.
They were. They ranged between olive and bronze. And bronze is a very big spectrum, by the way.
Yes, it is. I think it was. Oh man, it was several years ago. But you and I got into a talk about bronzed, and you were showing me all of the spectrum of bronze because you're like, doesn't this blow your mind? I'm like, yes, it does. This is crazy. All of these colors are bronze, and it's a huge There's 30, 40 freaking different shades of bronze.
You can be ebony bronze.
yeah, exactly. Yes,
ebony bronze. It's hard to say why.
Yes, bronze is a very, very huge shade of colors.
It's a very vague idea of when you're naming skin tones. If you're like, they are bronze.
Hold on.
It's like, oh, okay.
Shades of bronze.
Yeah, sure. Sure, pull it up. Throw it on screen.
That's brown.
No, throw it on screen.
I'm looking for what you... Bronze.
Yeah, bronze.
Not
the color bronze, the shades of bronze. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Whenever you say I'm going to paint something bronze, we all have an idea in our head what that is. But if you say what are the shades of bronze, there's a ton.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on, let me use a different.
Here, I'm gonna send you this one because it's there's champagne bronze, light bronze, medium bronze, dark bronze, black bronze. Let's send you this.
Yeah, that sounds right. There might even be more, but that sounds right. It might only be 5 or 6, but I think there is more.
Yeah, I think there's more, but I don't know how to send this. I guess should I send it to you, Flying?
Yeah. Send it to me. Or no, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Oh, right. Forgot
yeah.
in the chat.
Yeah, put it in that chat. That way Sirat gets it. I just want to point out how long we've gone without watching a video.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is. The Bear Thing Show's taken over. This is what we do. We sit around and talk about nothing. And everything at once.
All at once.
Oh, man.
Well, I was showing pictures of a really weird shark.
Yeah, you were. I was about
to. That was?
Yeah. I was.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a shark, but I knew it was sea creatures. And you pulled it up twice, and I wanted to ask about it, but I was more concerned with telling my story. That I was no, I've got to ignore what's on screen, otherwise it's gonna just derail it more.
You sent me a Google link. You didn't send me a picture link.
Because I couldn't figure out how to send the pictures. I sent you the link itself.
Wait, hold on.
You literally just sent me the same thing that I was looking at.
No, wait, it pulls up a picture for me when I click on it.
What?
Yeah.
Open link. No, it just sends me to a Google search.
Yeah, but when I click on it, it shows me a Google search of a picture specifically, where it's got like 5 different shades of bronze.
I see shades of orange.
Are you colorblind?
Oh my goodness!
No. It literally. Hold on.
Look, I'm
look
just
on.
saying.
Because there is one on here that does
Yeah.
say shades of orange,
Shades-
and I saw that. It was like 30
Shades
or
of
something.
bronze.
This is what I see.
Oh, whoa! Those are 2. Wait, hold on. I clicked on the link again, and it gave me a different link.
Well, I sent you to I sent
Yeah.
2 links.
Oh, okay. Look, I just
It's still-
okay. I clicked on the first one.
Chart. Bronze color chart.
Hold on. Let's see if I can fix this for you, because for some reason you can't pull this up.
No.
I sent
I
I sent the
cannot.
3rd one.
Oh my god, it's still going to send me to Google.
All right. So what were you seeing, Cyrac? I was looking at other stuff.
What are you? Oh my gosh, I've sent you an email before. Hold on.
Yes,
Let
you
me-
have.
Yeah,
Let
let
me
me
go to
try.
my
And,
email.
there we go. Okay, I'm sending you an email.
Let me go to my
Of
email.
the picture itself.
Yeah, I screenshot the picture of the link, because I don't know how he's not able to pull it up. Let's see.
Nope.
The last one I think is the best one, honestly, because it has like a
Oh my
shape
God.
palette.
Okay,
I
I'll do
wish I could see it.
See this.
Oh man. Anyways, I don't even know what we got on. Why we got on the subject of bronze? Oh, because I said you guys are peach.
Yeah, it honestly it doesn't even matter why. But hold on, let me pull up that last, and I'll send him that one as well. Yeah, this one is even better.
That one has just a ton of them. It's like, oh, okay.
And then I'll send this one too.
And like the thing is, all the bronze are based off of like either if you're using metal, if you're using skin tone, if you're using whatever. It's just like these are the different shades of bronze for these things.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I've sent you 2 emails.
Okay, so I see how you're doing it. I see how you are sending these links. And it's wrong.
What? How's that wrong? Pull up the picture.
Hold on.
Look, here's the thing. I actually tried to send him a link to a video a while back, and every time he clicked on it, he was like, "There's nothing on the page. It's an empty page." I'm like, "What the crap are you talking about?" And every time I opened it up, there's a full page of stuff. Okay, so how are we sending this wrong? Because look,
So-
there you go, bronze.
So this is because you were copying this instead of the message or the image link itself.
I don't know, man. I clicked on the link and it pulled up the image.
How are there these many different kinds of bronze?
Oh, there's
Did you
more.
get
I
the
sent
last
you another
one?
one. I sent
Oh,
you
yeah,
another one.
Look at the last one. Like,
I sent you another one. It's even crazier. That's why I said I'm pretty sure there's more.
It's like it doesn't make sense to me because I'm like, are these technically considered bronze? And it's like, well, it can be bronze and it's like, oh, well, it's based off of the material that they are.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, pull that up. Tell me how you feel about that. There's like 30 something different shades of bronze.
Well, as soon as I can.
Yeah.
No, do it now. I want to see it right this second.
Why isn't it here already? Jeez, you're so bad with computers. You should just make me the host. I bet I could do better.
Oh man, have you ever guys? Wow, have you guys ever?
Yeah. Have you ever, guys? No.
Have you guys ever?
I've never.
looked at the like.
There you go.
the leave button, and because
There
it's
you go.
red, it like throws you
What
off.
is this?
Those are the shades of bronze.
Now, granted, the top one is the main shade of bronze that they're like, this is what bronze skin is.
Yes.
But
yes.
everything can fall under that category.
Right. All of those can be bronze. All the way up to pitch black. That's bronze. Just saying.
What?
Dude, colors are weird, bro. Okay, accept it.
See, I think what it comes down to is that when you're talking about bronze, most people already have an idea in their head that it's like a golden honey color. And it's like, well, technically, really what separates it is that they have a reddish hue, a light orangish hue, and there's another hue that's involved, which anyways can be shown in all of those colors. It's like a gleam of the skin.
Yep, exactly. It's bronzed. I guess the best way to put it would be bronze was the color at the top. Bronze, is all those shades.
Exactly. It's silly. It's so silly.
Yeah, it is silly. But like, so whenever you talk about someone like in ancient Greece and you're like, oh, his bronze skin gleamed, it's like, okay, it could have been any of these shades.
Yeah, and like now I
Because
would
it's his
understand
bronzed skin.
I would understand if they're like that sailor was bronze, and you're like, okay, that picture at the very top where it's like this is bronze.
Yes.
That I could see them being that color, all right? Because like they were outside in the sun, they got the sheen, and they got that particular weird oaky, earthy color.
Right, because they're bronze. But if they're bronzed, it could have been any of those 30 other colors.
Now, I really want someone who actually like fully understands colors, because again, this is coming from 3 people who don't, or even 2 people who really don't truly get the color palette. And it's like, I would love someone to explain to me what that means and tell me I'm wrong, because it does blow my mind too, Cyrek, where I'm just like, this makes no sense.
I'm sure it has something to do with ancient English or ancient script in general of language.
And are failing to translate it properly, because there's so many Greek words that we translated really wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, to use Lord of the Rings is a good example of words that it's like, well, what that means might not actually mean verbatim what we translate it to, and that would literally just be something like translucent.
So I was talking to a friend of mine earlier.
Yeah.
Like yesterday or the day before, I can't remember which one. But she was saying that we pronounce the Greek gods and Greek names completely wrong.
Of course.
Where
we're English.
It's not Dionysus, it's Dionysus. And that is not thaumaturgy, but it's thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy.
Is it thaumaturgy?
Yeah, it's thaumaturgy.
Yeah. So it's not Odysseus, it's Odysseus.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not that polished up on my Greek gods. Odysseus is the only one I knew.
Yeah.
You just said.
Odysseus isn't even a Greek god.
That.
He is part of the Odyssey. The Odyssey is his journey.
All right, well, that may be the only reason I know that name. I didn't care so much for Homer's Odyssey. That was a rough read. Really
no, it was
rough
not.
Read.
What? What's wrong with you?
Okay, so in defense of that, I've read Homer's Odyssey like 3 to 4 times, and each time I had to power drive through that thing because I got so bored.
You're weird.
I like Norse mythology better anyway, so the Greeks were... I like Greek culture. They were very interesting people. Norse mythology, love it way more.
I enjoy Greek mythology so much.
The Greek gods were insane. They were just going around raping and changing sexes and
so
don't get me wrong. The Norse definitely did kind of the same thing, but not to that extent or level that the Greeks did.
I get it, but
you are going to love it. I am. It's so good.
All the stories in Greek pantheon are so good.
They are. They're very intriguing stories. Homer's Odyssey was awful. Okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to bring up one thing about, if I'm not mistaken, it's Norse mythology, which is that the king of the Norse was supposed to have sex with his horse. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. That's kind of a weird little thing. It depends.
A weird little thing? That's more than little. Okay.
The reason I said it's a weird little, it depends.
That's bestiality.
It really depends on certain things.
Shh. there's also a story where Loki turns into a horse and gets
Straight up.
pregnant.
Yes, yes, he does. He leads the great horse that was helping build the wall of Asgard away so that the gods could get their wall built for free and not owe the giant that was building it them the sun and the moon and Freya. And so he leads the horse away for like several days. He screws that horse, gets pregnant, and gives birth to which one? It was one of his first children.
It's Odin's
it's not-
horse.
It's
It's Sleip gear. Sleep gear.
Maybe
Sleep
it was.
gear?
I'll have to reread that because like I have two different versions of the Norse mythology, which is great about Norse mythology. Is like just like the Greeks, they have so many stories of how things took place. But these Norse mythologies, all of them basically are the same, but there's just slight variations. And like, so I have two books. I'm trying to find like the 3 and 4 and 5 of the different versions so I can get a full story.
Yeah.
They are definitely weird. And yes, I understand the Norse kings doing the whatever horse screwing, but like that's still a weird story. It is not generally considered part of the Norse mythology as much as it's considered part of Norse culture. It was really
Okay,
weird.
just don't excuse it. That's all.
I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying you're
Okay,
saying
good.
it's part of the pantheon and stuff like that, but it's technically not
No,
considered
it's-
part of it. It's just
It's part of the tradition.
their tradition, but it has nothing to do with the mythology. That's just the people being weird. I
Well,
didn't say I
no.
like the people.
No, it obviously has to do with mythology because mythology breeds tradition or vice versa. I'm not really sure. Tradition either breeds mythology or mythology breeds tradition.
Tradition breeds mythology.
Okay, so it's a tradition for us to screw our horse. Therefore, we're going to make gods that represent us screwing horses.
Well, I mean, if you want to read the Norse mythology, there's only
The
one
modern-
moment that happens. There's only
The
one
modern
moment
day-
that happens.
Norse mythology are called bronies.
The modern day Norse mythology?
No.
Is that what you just said? Or horse mythology? Who are you saying no to? Because I'm confused by his question, by his sentence.
Him saying that the modern day Norse mythology is bronies.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought was weird. I'm like, that's not true at all.
They screw ponies.
Nope.
In their minds.
That, So yeah, I have multiple things to say that. The Norse mythology again is not about screwing horses.
I don't know. Everything I've read about it is.
Then you've read nothing.
Have I told you how much of a fan of My Little Pony I am?
I already know you're a brony. Shut up.
Because friendship is magic.
Bronies are weird.
Yeah, pour another drink because we're about to start an even crazier video than what we've been
Yeah, we
talking
are.
about.
Oh,
I
man,
think
is
it is time to
crazy?
get. I think it might be, and I think it's time to get started. Now
I
that
think
we're
it's time to get started as well.
almost 2.5 hours in, let's get this hour video started, brah.
Let's get ready, ladies, gents. We're
God,
about to start
is this
watching
gonna
the
turn
video.
into a 12-hour stream?
Everyone, grab another drink. I mean, I'm down. I can stick around.
I'm not down for that. I have to get up at sunrise.
That's where you're wrong, bucko.
Oh, okay. So then, before we start, the question is: when Jam Sully has to leave, do we just stop the video, save where we're at, and then move over to the conspiracy theory video about how we're in the Matrix, the conspiracy of everything?
We could do that.
Okay, we'll just do that then. So whenever Jam Sully has to leave, if we're able to keep streaming, then we'll just keep streaming and we'll just move over to a different video.
I have an hour and a half. Let's do this.
Okay, we're definitely going to be moving over to a different video because we're not finished.
All right,
There's
so
no way we're finishing an hour-long video in an hour and a half.
Yeah,
We're going to talk way more than that.
Sorry, I got
I'm
distracted
ready.
by the sirens outside my window.
Oh, I didn't even hear them.
Well, I have noise cancellation, so.
Good man.
All right, so I'm just gonna put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
As clumsy as he is stupid.
Yeah. I'm assuming you mean the video essayist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Because
Yep.
while we were talking, I was looking through this article that he has.
Oh no.
Yeah. I actually I'm glad you've done that, because if he's not going to read out the article bit by bit, which I know we have some of it on screen, I actually think we should even go further back and we should read the article before we start the videos.
Nope.
That's where I'm at.
I entirely disagree on that. Because I am totally fine with the guy telling me what his article is about. I am not going to read garbage.
Well, I just think we should read the
Not gonna read
article to
garbage.
understand
Nope.
where he's coming
No,
from.
no,
Yeah, no,
no.
it might be trash, but I'm just saying.
Refuse. I don't need to understand where he's coming from. He's going to explain where he's coming from, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but if he doesn't address the article and he's just addressing frequently asked questions.
He's going to probably address the article too. We don't know. It's an hour-long video.
Okay, I'm glad you backed it up, because the original reason I said pause had to do with the title of the video, or the title of the article, I guess. And then I got really sidetracked, and then now it's been like an hour or something that we've been talking about.
So your
Random
question is why unity
garbage.
in marriage has more to do with the wife than the husband?
It's not a question. No, it's just that I wanted to stop here and say I don't really know what that means, and I think that I disagree. Maybe he could make a good argument that would change my mind, but I kind of have to disagree that I don't think it has to do more with the wife. I think it has to do with both parties equally.
You're going to love him then, because that's called compromise, sir. That's not biblical. Let's start this shit.
Yeah, no, I don't think there should be compromise. I do think the ultimate authority, according to the Bible. Okay, so I'm essentially, I guess, gonna take devil's advocate for this.
Oh yeah, I expected you to, honestly.
I'm gonna take devil, and now I want to give a caveat, and maybe I'll have to do this multiple times. The caveat being that I'm going to say, unless I say this is my opinion. From this point on, it has to do with this video, I'm going to take devil's advocate for him based on my knowledge of the Bible. It doesn't mean that it's my opinion, but I'm going to argue his points.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. But unless, if I say it's my opinion, then that means that I'm, just speaking freely. But I will say this title makes no sense to me at all.
Can I just tell you step 1 of the 5 steps?
Oh God, yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Yeah. Oh, right. Because this is the 5 steps for unity in marriage, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's only one. There's only one step, and Jam Sully wasn't here.
Yeah. No, that is step 1.
There you go. Boom.
Except
That's the only
it's on
step.
a regular basis.
Yeah, of course.
What is step 1? Does he go over step 1? I'm sure he goes over step 1.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put it out there. Step 1 is from 1 Corinthians 7:3 to 4 of the King James Version.
So
let the husband render
sentences.
unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband, and likewise also the husband hath power of his own body, but the wife hath not power of his own body, but the wife.
Okay, I was like, oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah,
I disagree entirely with the Bible. I might, but since you corrected yourself, I can agree, because that's a mutual thing.
Well, remember, this is also Old Testament, 1 Corinthians. That's Old Testament doctrine.
I know.
But
so hard.
But here's the thing. So, from my understanding of the Bible, and I've said the caveats before, so I'm not going to say them again. I'm just going to assume Jam Sully will fill me on it. What's up?
Continue.
Crap, I've lost my train of thought. Why did you have to say hold on or wait a second or whatever you said? Oh, okay. So
you're wrong.
Huh?
First Corinthians is in the New Testament, not the Old.
That's what I was actually that's what I was saying. Hold on to.
Okay. All right.
New Testament.
Dude, that's perfectly fine. I gave that caveat earlier that I don't actually know as much as I should about this, but I am going to argue what I do know, and if I'm wrong, correct me. So thank you for correcting me. All right, so it is New Testament. Well, also, according to biblical doctrine, with you were saying that part one or point one was not just what I said earlier about connecting being having sex with your partner. Connecting is having frequent sex with your partner. And I was going to say Paul, which is also New Testament, says that you should never withhold sex. Speaking to women, if I'm not mistaken, you should never withhold sex as part of an argument because a marriage will be fractured if you don't. So frequent sex, even with disagreement, is necessary to withhold a marriage. Uphold. Yeah, to uphold a marriage, you should, even when you disagree with your husband, have sex with him. And I'm down with that.
Okay.
So,
and I think
on the scientific side of it, it's because whenever you have sex,
endorphins and stuff like that.
There are two bonding hormones that men and women produce. It's oxytocin and vasopressin, which, whenever you have sex with one another, it draws you closer together.
Okay.
Yeah, we call that spiritual.
I think they did because
the scientific side.
I think
I already told you I'm devil's advocate.
Not lack of knowledge. It's very.
I already told you, unless I say, in my opinion, I'm speaking as devil's advocate on his behalf.
Well, he put that in his article.
Wait. Hey, before we get crazy, because he is going to play devil's advocate, you have to remember that we are going to play ourselves in this. So there's no need to remind us. We're just going to argue the point because you're arguing his point. Okay. So we're going to argue our point.
I'm gonna try to, but I'm assuming there's going to be plenty of times where I'm going to be like, oh, okay, hold on, I'm going to have to just disagree. And then there might be other times where he'll say stuff that I'm going to have to disagree with him as well, but continue my line of thought of being devil's advocate, being my understanding of the Bible versus just my personal opinion. And I'll try and separate it as best as I can, but I might get heated. But like right now, I'm still speaking biblically from my knowledge, which thank you for correcting me about the Corinthians. And that's something I established like 2 hours ago, is that if I get anything wrong about the Bible, please let me know.
Why did you establish that 2 hours ago? Was this going to be a biblical thing? Oh yeah, I guess we were going to do this article. Never mind.
Yeah, this stream started theological over 2.5 hours ago. Yeah. We've had a long time running, and then you got here, and we kept going.
Yeah,
but then it got to beating up junk cars.
Sorry, in defense, my workout took a lot longer than expected, and then I had to take a shower.
No, your workout didn't take longer than expected.
It did, because we were only planning on going to work out for just to run a mile, and then ended up running a mile and doing a bunch of actual weightlifting and stuff. So
yeah, that's good.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure I established it was going to take an hour and a half.
Yeah,
and that was about right.
You were pretty close.
There's one issue that he brings up. Well, there's one issue with the article that I can tell already from looking over it again.
Can we just start with the article?
No, let's just start the video. Screw the article. Let's just start the video.
Can we just read? I just want it to be known that there are some issues with the article. Because
what do you mean by that?
He's mixing New and Old Testament together.
Yes, he does, which is something that bothers me immediately.
Right, that's the thing.
But that's the thing.
Go ahead. No, you.
That was the thing that bothers me is when I'm talking to Christians and stuff like that, they cherry pick, and they cherry pick from Old and New. When we get to the New Testament, Jesus immediately said, you guys couldn't follow the old commandments. Screw all that noise anyways. Love each other. That's it. Leave it alone. You guys, we couldn't do it. All right. Give up. Stop trying to do that. Stop trying to say that we should follow this old laws. And it's that's even God came down basically and said, no, stop it. Give up. You can't do it.
Jam freaking Sully. In this same video, I argued that same point, and I am so happy to hear you say that.
So here's the article in question. Same one that was on the video.
All of a sudden, your mic sucks. All of a sudden,
is this better?
Oh my God!
Oh God, no! It's way worse. That was way worse.
How about this?
Yeah.
Hold on, before you do say anything else, I just want to say, Jam Sully, I am ecstatic that you said that, because earlier today in this stream, whenever I was talking about the fact that I wanted people that were commenting to bring up the argument of here are contradictions in the Bible, I was like, yeah, bring up any contradictions, because I haven't found any. But if you do so, the caveat is it has to be contradictions in the Old Testament or contradictions in the New Testament. And then I gave my basis reason for that. And you literally just confirmed that with your own statement there of like, you can't just cherry pick from each, because it's completely two different things. And like you said, the New Testament is oh, hey, hold on. Back then that was wrong. It's love.
Yep.
Yeah. So I am ecstatic to hear that you said that. So I'm not crazy on this stream, confirmed, not a psychopath, lunatic, sociopath,
So
I mean,
maniac.
Let us actually go. So I do want to change it up. Let us actually go through the article, see his points.
Yay!
See his points that he's making, and then see his responses to those points that he's making. Because obviously this is a response to the comments in the article.
Yeah, that's why I said we should just read this at this point. Because he said that this video is essentially a response to the frequently asked questions or the comments or denials or whatever. So we should just read this. It shouldn't take long to read it.
It shouldn't.
How long is the article?
Well, considering it took him 2.5 hours to do 2 videos on it, we're gonna have to separate it into videos.
Oh my god!
Oh no! No! That's not long. That's not long. It looks longer than it is. It looks longer than it is. The photos, and then there's the comment section below. It's not really that long.
It's still pretty long.
Look, if you want to... Oh, bye, Jam Sully. Okay, what I was going to say, though, is if you want to read a couple paragraphs, and then if you want to post a couple paragraphs in chat, I can read them, because I can't read what's on screen.
Okay.
But if you want to split up the reading, by all means, split up the reading. I mean, I'll read the whole thing, honestly, but you're going to have to either send me the link to the... No, if you send me the link to the article, I'm going to lose my mic while I'm reading it.
Am I back? Oh, I am back.
Yeah, you're back. It happens.
Well, the problem is if you swipe to the left on my phone or to the right, it leaves whatever page you're on. It just leaves it.
Oh, geez, that's probably helpful more often than it's not helpful, to be honest.
It really is. It's super helpful, but not in that instance.
This part all the way up until where it gets to Mark, I'll let you know whenever to start reading that.
What you just said?
Okay. Yeah, just... All right. Yeah, I'm not going to pull up the chat yet. Just read whatever you're going to read and then tell me to read the chat, and then I'll start reading through it.
So he said, contrary to popular teaching about unity in marriage, the Bible teaches that unity in marriage is primarily dependent on the actions, reactions, and attitudes of a wife towards her husband, and only secondarily on the behavior of the husband.
And we're talking Old Testament right now.
That is Old Testament,
statement. Yeah, in that statement, that's very Old Testament, yes.
There are a lot of concepts that are given in marriage books today to try and help couples achieve unity. Some of these concepts, like choosing to act in loving ways toward our spouse and forgiving our spouse in spite of our feelings, would even be supported by the Bible. But unfortunately, as with many other things, most teachings today on how to have unity in marriage mix truth with error.
Okay, that's pretty intense. That's a pretty intense thing to say.
Just from that sentence alone, I say he's a biblicist, which is the worst type of people.
Yes, that's also what I thought. Even when we started part 5,
well, I said that.
Yeah, no, we've all said that. I think what we watched like 10 to 30. No, we didn't even get 30 seconds. We watched like 10 seconds of part 5, and both Cyrac and I were like, oh, okay, so he's like extreme religious. Like he's very religious.
But thing is, if you are a Christian, you shouldn't listen to the Old Testament too much, as the New Testament is the reformation of the ideas of the Old Testament. And
yeah, the Old Testament is a history book, and the New Testament is theology, as should be practiced.
Yes.
Because the Old Testament has theology, but that's the thing, is that Jesus came down to be like, okay, look, that old theology, we got to redo it.
Well, see, and one of my biggest fighting points on this is like, it's one of the things that has always made me laugh is the preachers who are like, yes, we should love each other and all this stuff and all this other crap. It's like, but we hate the gays, we hate these people, and we murder them and stone them to death. It's like, you are those are mixed signals that you are sending. Do we love people or do we kill them?
Yeah. Yeah,
Austin,
that's a tough one.
Your turn.
Okay, I'm going into chat. So I'm
Read
starting
all the way
from
up until Mark 10:7-9.
So I just want to get this right. I'm reading both the chat messages you sent me.
Yeah, just leave out the last half or the last portion after Mark 10:7-9.
So
Of the first
okay.
message, because it just picks up in the second message.
Wait, so am I reading just the first text message, or am I reading both text messages?
You're reading both. You're reading both. Just leave out the last portion where it says when a husband and wife come to get.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
All right, heard. All right, here we go. So the Bible tells us about the unity God expects there to be in marriage. Quote, 10 hearken, O daughter, and consider and incline thine ear. Forget also thine own people and thy father's house. That's Psalms 45:10 of the King James Version, which is a terrible version to read, first off. And I do want to point out here that we're talking of Psalms. Taking quotes from Psalms, I find really to be a bad idea, because Psalms is literally songs written by people who believed in God. So there's some stuff in there to be good, and I don't want to disregard that. But to just be like, hey, look at these song lyrics. That's the same way of being like, hey, look back at 2009, and you can get the entire idea of what the religious structure is based on the songs written in 2009. Like, for real? Can you? No. You can't.
Yeah, no.
And it's like, yeah, but look at Psalms. Look at Psalms, man. We can quote Psalms. Here's biblical doctrine. It's like, oh, okay, no, you can't. You can't just get biblical doctrine from the songs written at the time. Can there be good things there? Sure, maybe.
Psalms 45 is pretty long as well.
Yeah, but yeah, I actually, now that that's the case, can someone look up Psalms? I'll do it myself if you need
me
to. But
I already have it.
45:10, right? Look up that verse specifically and put it in NIV.
NIV, got it. Already pulled up.
Yeah, read that out. Let's see what that says.
Psalms 45:10.
Yep.
Listen, daughter, and pay careful attention. Forget your people and your father's house.
Okay.
So not much difference.
I feel like that's a lot different. So, O daughter, consider,
hearken,
and incline thy ear. Forget also thine own people and thy father's house. So forget everyone. All right. So Psalms 45:10. Forget everybody else.
Yep.
Even your own dad.
Yep. Even in the NIV version, it says the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to agree with Cyrek. It basically said the same thing.
Okay, cool. Okay. So the 10 at the beginning, it's not 10 hearken. This is verse
hearken.
10. So it doesn't say on my
excuse me,
thing.
hearken, daughter.
It's literally hearken, O daughter.
Yep.
And
because
consider.
Fancy people speak.
Yeah, it's old English. It's not even fancy. It's just old English. Okay, so let's read this again. So God, the Bible tells us about the unity God expects there to be in marriage. And so he quotes Psalms 45:10. Hearken, O daughter, and consider and incline thine ear. Forget also thine own people and thy father's house.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden we go to verse 7 of Mark 10. So we've cut pretty freaking far in the Bible.
Back to the New Testament.
Yeah, so we went Old Testament to New Testament without any, I just want to point this out, without any sort of like breakup for comment. It's literally like God expects there to be in marriage. The Bible tells us about the unity God expects there to be in marriage, and then he says, here's Psalms in the Old Testament, and then here's Mark in the New Testament.
Yep.
And then he's going to give there's a lot of cherry picking. Exactly.
So we're gonna do this again, where you read the King James version, then I'll read the NIV version.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So here we go. So straight off of the basically the first verse there in Psalms being, daughters, don't listen to the people around you, and don't listen to your own dad. And then in Mark it says, for this cause shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be on flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Well, like, you know what? To some degree, I actually do agree with that. Like,
yeah,
when you come together, it's like
proton.
His mic is still broken. He threw it away. He has to get another one.
You proton. I was about to bring you on. You know I was about to invite you and be like, get on this shit, brah.
We were talking in Discord about it earlier.
We are not being brave. This is definitely us reading an article of a terrible human being.
Yeah. Wait, what was his comment? I didn't read it. I actually just saw that it was him.
He said, ooh, are we reviewing the stories in the Bible? Brave.
Oh, yeah, no, we're not. We're not. Actually, so far it has not been a story in the Bible. It has just been people speaking in the Bible. Psalms being a song, and then Mark being a quote. It has not actually been reviewing any stories at all. It has been pointing out the fact that this guy is cherry picking
from two different testaments that have nothing to do, have somewhat to do with one another.
Yeah,
but
somewhat.
The New Testament is the one that you're supposed to go by, not the Old.
Yeah, well, yeah, see, that's arguable. That's not what I was trying to say earlier. That's very difficult. It's not that you can't go by one or the other. It's that the message is distilled and clarified in the New Testament.
I disagree. I entirely disagree.
That's perfectly fine.
I think you should not be following what the Old Testament says and just be following what the New Testament says. The Old Testament,
I don't know, man.
Old Testament is basically a list of rules that were okay. So it's like looking at the laws, right? And you're like, oh man, we made these laws, and it's like, man, those laws were old and they were outdated. We should not be using those anymore. So we stopped using those laws.
So
that's what the Old Testament
hold on. I just have one more statement, and then I'll back off of this. So the Old Testament, though, I totally agree. If your child disobeys you as a parent, you should definitely stone them to death.
What?
Okay.
And then you know what what happens to the parent?
They go to jail.
Covered in blood. They felt clean. Now, why did they feel that way, Major? Because they were clean.
Oh my God. Nope.
Okay, to be honest, I was misquoting the Old Testament. If I'm not mistaken, the actual quote from the Old Testament is that if you disobey your parents, the earth will open up and swallow you.
That sounds like a boogeyman story.
No, do you not remember? Have you read? It's either Exodus or the book after Exodus, where the children of Israel are wandering the desert for 40 years, And if children disobeyed their parents, they literally had earthquakes, and then the earth would open up and kill a majority of people. And they all said, "Oh, it's because you disobeyed the laws of God."
Again, that's why I said it sounds like a boogeyman story.
Yeah. Also, Proton, mercy was invented in the New Testament.
Oh no, God had mercy on you in the Old Testament as long as you followed His rules.
I agree
Yeah,
with
no.
Proton.
No. There's mercy in the Old Testament. You just had to sacrifice a ram or a bull. If you sacrificed a ram or a bull after committing a sin, God would have mercy on you.
Kill an innocent.
All right. So you read Mark 7, 10, 7 to 9 of the King James?
Yeah. I'll read it one more time just so when you read the NIV, it'll have, because there's been a bit of a break here.
Yeah.
Okay, so for this cause shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. So they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder.
So the NIV version says, "For this reason a man will leave his father and mother and be united with his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate."
Yeah, and so I do want to point out that we're taking literally, this is something that's so annoying whenever anyone does this. I was going to say preachers, but it's not just preachers. Look at this guy. He's obviously not a preacher. When people take Bible verses, that's a good point. We hope he's not a preacher. When people take Bible verses like this is actually something I was taught in Bible school that I completely disagreed with, which was the 3-point sermon. The 3-point sermon is come up with a message for your sermon, right? So like, I'm going to teach that, I just wanted to come up with something on the spot, but I didn't. I want to teach that bonfires, right? That people should have bonfires because it's really good for the community. So that's the message I want to preach this Sunday. So before I come up this Sunday, I have between Wednesday, because, obviously we have the Wednesday service as well, right? We got to have 2 days of services. So between Wednesday and Sunday, all I need to do is go into the Bible and find 3 verses that talk about having bonfires. And then that's it. Obviously, the Bible promotes what I'm saying, that bonfires are good, because I found 3 verses throughout the entire thing, which is literally saying I found 3 sentences in multiple books. Because remember, the Old Testament and the New Testament, like how we're saying, Psalms, whatever, that's a whole book. Mark, whatever, that's a whole book. There's like 60 something books to the Bible, and all you have to do is find 3 verses.
Sorry, I was laughing at Proton.
Yeah, but even I think even 6 points might not be good. My preferred way, the only churches I've enjoyed going to, is where they're like, hey, you know what we're doing this month? We're reading this whole book verse for verse all the way through, and we're going to talk about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's the way it should be done. We're going to read a whole book verse by verse, and then we'll sit here and deliberate what it means.
No. See, that's the problem.
Because you're getting context.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But the thing is, even with that happening, it seems like sometimes they really hark on a subject. Like they'll be like,
yeah, definitely.
Like, man, I kind of just like hearing the whole book as a whole versus you being like, this particular moment in this book, this is what I really want to focus on. So I'm going to make everything about this book basically mean that. It's like,
right, and that's definitely an issue, and it can come up. But you're definitely, as a audience member, getting a better picture of what's actually happening. If the guy on stage is like, okay, we're starting from verse 1, and the whole point is by the end of the month, we'll get to the end of this, and we're going to read every single passage. because you're getting context. Because like right now, we're getting no context for these verses. The only context we're getting is what the article is saying the context is, and that might not be true.
The unity God expects there to be in marriage.
Yeah, right. And it's like, oh wait, is that right? And then we look at the two verses he gives, and one's from the Old Testament, one's from the New Testament. The first one is literally saying, hey, women, ignore everyone around you. Right? If you really want to just disseminate it down. The first one's, hey, ignore everybody. And then the second one, even though it doesn't specify it, yeah, in this verse alone, rereading it just now, it doesn't specify it, but essentially the second one in Mark is about how men should leave their family in order to unify with a wife. But so the first one is women, ignore everyone around you so that you can get married. The second one, hey, men, get married.
Well, it does say this is why they will leave. It doesn't say you need to. It just says this is why you will leave.
Oh, for this cause shall a man leave. Yeah, but what are we're not actually getting into what the cause is. We're telling the outcome of the cause. The verse before this might tell us the cause. It says, for this cause, a man shall leave. What cause?
Oh, we're going to get into that, Proton, by the way. It's the 5 steps to becoming one flesh in marriage. That's what this
we're working on
build-up is. Also, he said if you can convert someone, it's 2 points.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Proton, since you weren't here earlier, I am trying to play devil's advocate. I feel like I'm actually doing a bad job. But I am trying to play devil's advocate for this article.
Read the second message.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I have to finish the first message. So now we finished quoting. So if we cut the quotes out, let me just read without the quotes real quick.
Basically,
and I'll include the second part of the first text message. The Bible tells us about the unity God expects there to be in marriage. Then we quote the Bible, and it says, when a husband and wife come together in marriage, this new relationship takes precedent over all other earthly relationships. Before they were married, their greatest earthly relationship was with their parents, and now it is with each other. Does anyone interrupt?
I'm fine with that. Well, yeah, whatever. It's weird, but yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. I actually kind of okay, before they were married, their greatest earthly relationship. Yeah, greatest. Yeah. So I'll have to agree with that.
I'll agree with that statement.
Yeah, before you're married, your greatest relationship is with your family. There are 3 important concepts about this unity in marriage that Christ talks about. Okay, so now we're talking about Christ, so we're talking about Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
There's no quote. Is there a quote in the article, or is this literally verbatim in the article?
I think this is verbatim.
This is literally verbatim in the article.
Okay, so there's no quote where this is coming from, but quote, and they twain shall be one. Oh, Mark. We're going back to Mark. Okay, he didn't put it here, but I get it. Okay, so there are 3 important concepts about this unity in marriage that Christ talks about, which this is not Christ, this is Mark. I just want to point that out. This isn't Jesus. This is Mark.
Yeah. That's a big distinction to make.
Yeah, maybe Mark is quoting Jesus.
I think that's the whole idea of it. It's like because in Mark does, just like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and James, it's all of the story of Jesus, but like from different perspective and different times and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay, so, good point. Yeah, those first 4 books are all the story of Jesus' life, and so yeah, this could be a quote from Jesus. So fair enough. But it just literally
it's quoting Jesus.
Okay, yeah, it's quoting Jesus. It's still out of context for this, but yeah, it's quoting Jesus. That's cool. And they twain shall is all caps in this, shall be one flesh.
Shall.
They shall, and they twain shall be one flesh. Unquote. Requote. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. Unquote. Quote, what therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. End quote.
So you know what I'm getting from this?
Confusion? Because I am. I'm
No.
confused as all
I'm
get
getting
out.
something specific from this.
I like women with big, giant tits and big asses.
Yeah, that's right. What Alex Jones. Yeah,
Oh my
that he
God.
does. I don't know if you've seen his new wife, but she doesn't really have big tits. Just saying.
Oh man, that man's insane.
His second wife, not that she's ugly, but I'm just saying she doesn't really have big juicy tits.
Oh my God, let's move on. Let's move on, for the love of God.
But okay, this last thing before we move on though. This last thing, there are three important concepts about this unity in marriage that Christ talks about. Then he points back to Mark, right? He points back to Mark. All three of these things are literally what we just read, but he split each one up as an individual quote and then capitalized one word in each thing. But this is in order. So why did he separate the quotes?
So he was trying to
It's in
emphasize
order.
the point.
Yeah, but he could have just re-quoted the whole thing because it's in order. He hasn't split the order or anything. And then just capitalize the words, because like all he's done is he's capitalized shall, are, not.
Yeah.
So why? And it's in order. I just reread Mark 10:7-9, and then I reread this quote. It's in order. Why did he split the quotes up? Because he's literally said, "Quote," and the twain shall be one flesh. End quote.
I have one question. What are you getting at? Because right now you're just splitting hairs. Who cares why he did that? Because he's just a madman.
All right. Yeah, no,
All right.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Let me
I
continue
am
on to
splitting
the next
hairs.
paragraph real quick.
Yeah, let's move on.
Because he makes three words bold.
Oh yeah, he did.
Remember, shall not, aren't.
No.
He boldened are,
shall, are not.
and not. No. He's talking about the other sentence.
Yeah, but I'm saying so far we've had the three bold, which is shall, are, not, and now we have three more bold.
No. That entire thing in the article is all bold. Just those three words are capitalized.
Oh, so these three lines is what he's really focusing on from here.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, biblically speaking, in marriage, a husband and wife are one flesh from the moment of their marriage covenant. Yet they are to becoming one flesh more and more the longer they are married, and they are not to stop being one flesh as long as they both live.
Okay.
That's playing into death.
Till death do us part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Is there any citations?
Nope.
Okay, because reread that first sentence. Reread that first sentence.
Biblically speaking, in marriage, no, it's all one sentence. It's a run-on sentence.
Oh my goodness. Okay, read the first third of the sentence. I'll tell you. Start reading. I'll tell you when to stop. Because I was going to tell you to stop originally, but I was like, I'll let him finish the sentence before I stop.
All right. Biblically speaking, in marriage, a husband and wife are one flesh from the moment of their marriage covenant.
Okay, yeah. Stop there. Where's that in the Bible? That literally you give your vows and you're now one flesh.
No, it's not until you consummate the marriage that you're actually one flesh.
Yeah, as far as I'm completely aware, and I think we can actually use this evidence against him that he's already given. No. He's giving too vague. He's given too vague statements.
He said, biblically speaking. Repeat that for me. Biblically speaking, what?
Biblically speaking, in marriage, a husband and wife are one flesh from the moment of their marriage covenant.
Okay, so I think he's just going based off of the whole and then they twain shall be one flesh, so then they are no more twain but one flesh. I think he's going off of that.
Consummation.
He's repeating himself 3 times in the article. Then.
Yes, I think from that point
What,
on, he
within
goes on.
2 paragraphs, he's repeated himself 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the staple gun.
No, sir. No, Proton, sir. You are one flesh. After the penis has entered the vagina, you are now one flesh. That is the argument I've been making.
All I'm saying is this is dumb. This man is dumb.
You don't need staple guns to literally staple yourself to a person and become a quadruped.
Oh, you're gonna love the next fucking paragraph.
Yeah, no, but I'm upset already because I don't think there's anywhere in the Bible that it says, "Oh yeah, by the way, just because you swore your covenant, now you're one person." No, you have to consummate. You have to become one person.
Yeah. So in a way, this concept of being one flesh in marriage mirrors our salvation. From the moment we are
Okay.
Wait a second. I'm sorry.
No, he's right.
That's not the problem. It was like the whole idea of like the covenant thing. It's like, so is he mixing biblical and then the whole idea of marriage, right? So he's like, yeah, so they had this party and all this nonsense, and like you got together and you said, I do, blah 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 blah. Now from this moment on, you guys are one flesh. It's like, but that's not what it says in the Bible, even though he's trying to say biblically that's what it says from the covenant. It's like it doesn't actually say that. It says once they become one, they should remain one flesh.
Yeah, no, Proton, we are pretty sure they're not talking about children.
What? Where did that even come from?
Oh
am I missing a pedo joke?
Okay. So technically, right, the Bible was like when they were doing marriages and shit, like you were like 12 and 13, 14 years old.
It was actually it was the woman's
first period.
First period, yeah.
First period.
So, like,
now you could be married.
So
okay, that's cultural. Hold on, that's cultural difference. That is, we've made laws that say that's no go. That doesn't mean that it's wrong biblically.
I mean,
I already told you I'm freaking devil's advocate, okay? From a biblical standpoint, that doesn't mean anything. First period, okay, you're good. Go get married. And it's not go just have sex willy-nilly.
Oh.
It's marriage to one person.
Oh,
well, a child is
Rodon does make a good point here.
Combination of husband and wife. Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
I.e., one flesh.
No, that's not what it means. But I get what you're saying.
He is not wrong there at all.
Yeah, I definitely get what he's saying. But no, that's not what it means. It means sex. It's just okay. Look, you have to remember he's quoting the New King James Version.
He's quoting the King James Version, not the New
right.
King James.
So, yeah, even worse. Okay. So the thing about the King James Version is it's literally a retranslation that was dictated by the King of England at the time, who forced the translators to come up with new words and terms so that they wouldn't offend the king. Like, that's actually how the word baptism came into being. Was because the original one was dunk into water, and that was considered harsh language, or not even harsh language. It was considered foul language, swear. That was a swear. Because you know the reason that bad words are a thing, right? Like naughty words, like fuck, shit, piss. Those kind of words are bad words, right? Like you're not supposed to say those.
From YouTube.
They're swear words, right? They're swear words. You know why they're swear words? Is because they're not proper English. Those are what the common folk say. They're not what the hierarchy says. You know, because you should say feces.
All right. Well, I'm going to actually move forward with this because I was told to read this.
Yes, sir.
So, from the moment we were saved, we received Christ's righteousness and are declared justified by God. But the Bible tells us, if we live in the Spirit, let us walk in the Spirit. Galatians 5:25. That's I don't understand that at all. Okay. Anyways, exhorting. Is that exhorting?
Wait.
Do you see what I'm reading?
No, I can't read the screen at all. Can you start over?
Okay. Yeah. From the moment we were saved, we received
Mhm.
Christ's righteousness and are declared
Yep.
justified by God. But the Bible tells us, if we live in the Spirit, let us walk in the Spirit. Galatians 5:25.
Galatians, not Galatians. Galatians 5.
Galatians, yeah.
That's
We'll go with that.
pronunciation. I'm sorry to split hairs, but it is kind of my job.
That's whatever. What I'm asking is
that is
exhorting.
completely taken out of context.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what was the beginning of the sentence again? Read
It's
the
literally
beginning of that.
From the moment we are saved, we receive Christ's righteousness and are declared justified by God.
Yes, and then that is that his words, the article writer, or is that biblical?
That's his words. And then he
So
says the Bible tells us, quote.
Yeah, okay. So the article writer is like, by the way, this is wrong. You're not saved. You have to do the things the Bible says verbatim out of context.
Yes.
Even though we've already been saved because Jesus died on the cross and sacrificed himself in place of a lamb.
Yeah, and then it goes on to saying, exhorting us to progressive is that sans? I can't
what
remember the word.
Section. Wait, what? Where are you reading? Sanctification.
Thank you.
Progressive sanctification.
Sanctification. Yes,
I don't know why I
but
could not read that word.
before you continue, the one thing, Cyrac, that you're wrong about, it was not a lamb. It's bulls and rams, not lambs. Lambs were not sacrificed. Jesus was sacrificed as a lamb, which was a big deal because you don't sacrifice lambs. You sacrifice rams and bulls.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that.
Okay, I see where he's going with this. So, exhorting us to progressive sanctification, in essence, the Bible is telling us, you are holy, so be holy. In the same way, the Bible tells couples in marriage, you are one flesh. Yes.
Holy, be holy. Yeah.
Yes. And
but
then,
these are,
in the same way,
does he give the verses for these? Because he hasn't quoted these.
Yes, he
has. The only one that he gave was Galatians. Or Galatians.
Galatians.
Galatians. I don't remember my pronunciation of the Hebrew language.
Well,
dude,
Galatians
is a group of people.
I'm going to correct you, all right? Because you are wrong. He did give these quotes. He just This is his variations of the quotes.
Wait, when did he give these quotes?
If we live in the Spirit, let us walk in the Spirit. And so his own rendition
version of it was,
is, you are holy, so be holy.
Yeah. He is saying, in essence, the Bible is telling you this.
Well, but wait, did he... Okay, I get that it's a quote, but where's the source? Does he source each verse, or is this like...
Yes, the quote. The source is, if we live in the Spirit, let us walk in the Spirit. Yes. Galatians 5:25. And so his rendition of that is, you are holy, so be holy.
Okay.
Yes. It's not an exact quote. It is a variation.
Wait, okay, read the verse one more time. Sorry. Okay, I'm trying to...
If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit.
So if you're holy, be holy.
Yes.
If you live in the Spirit, walk in the Spirit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no disagreements.
Yeah, and
now
then
that I understand what's happening.
In the same way, the Bible tells us in marriage, you are one flesh, so be one flesh. Also another variation of the quote.
Yeah, the earlier one. Yeah, okay.
So,
man, I feel like he's really stretching here because once again, he's taken something out of context and pushed it into meaning what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's drawing the conclusion before he actually makes the points.
So
he's trying to make the points to reach his conclusion.
Right.
Also, I feel like this was written by... Okay, so are you guys ADHD? I am actually ADHD. So, like, from a person who kind of like just bounced...
2.5 hour conversation about you being ADHD. No, I am not.
Okay, well, from a person who is ADHD, this article so far...
Check out the Bear Thing Show. The last episode. We're never releasing another one. It's literally called The Last Episode. And it is James going off on about the fact that John
Stewart. It doesn't even matter.
John Stewart. Motherfucking John Stewart. Why does reality exist? Because of John Stewart. How can John Stewart exist? Because John Stewart dictates John Stewart exist. And
All right, so I have the perfect
2.5
quote for whenever
hours.
James tries to go off topic because of his ADHD.
Not a quote, but I'll accept it.
Yeah, no, I'm with Jam Sully on this. That's not a quote. That is a
I said
video.
clip.
No,
Oh,
you said
I thought you said quote.
Did I say
No,
quote?
no.
Proton, did I say quote or did I say
You
clip?
said quote. You said I have a quote if he goes off script, and then showed a clip. So no, you're wrong. Jam
Anyway.
Sully, please make your point.
What I was getting at is from a person who is ADHD, this article
Prison.
already lost me. This article lost me because,
dude.
because
I'm
he just
not
feels like
ADHD,
he's
and
all
yeah.
over the place. He feels like
Yeah,
he's all
I'm
over the
lost
place.
too.
I'm like, what
Wait,
is
shouldn't that
happening?
be easier? Shouldn't that be easier for ADHD because you're like, oh, here's something completely new?
It would be. You calm down, sir.
John Stewart. John motherfucking Stewart. Okay? Okay, it's really simple. It's really simple. Okay, so take a trapezoid, like a pyramid.
Oh my god.
Right? You take a pyramid, and you take the top of the pyramid, and you add a space-time continuum.
Wait, I'm gonna stop you. If he wants to know, go watch the episode.
Yeah, that was my terrible trying to reenact Jam Sully's rant. Go to the Bear Thing show. The last live stream we did. I have a timestamp in it. It's literally called The Revenge of the Sith. I think year 3 or something. Then the last episode ever, or something like that. And then if you click on the video and the timestamp, you can click this timestamp, and it takes you straight to the Jam Sully rant on how Jon Stewart is all life and meaning, and there's no arguing it. And it goes on for a good 10-20 minutes.
I hope you titled that the meltdown, because it totally was a meltdown.
Well, I didn't title the clip that because I don't have a clip of it, but I titled the whole video the last episode ever because we're clearly never going to record another one, and we haven't. We actually haven't sat down and talked since then. So it is the last episode of the Bear Thing show as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Well, we'll figure that out later. Until then,
how can we continue from there? We already talked about the creation of the universe and time.
All right. So
how do we have another episode? This is it. This is what we do now. The Bear Thing show's over. Now we just do the Sisyphus experience.
Great.
How do you say that? How do you say that?
Sisyphus.
Sisyphus. Okay.
Yeah, I said it right. I know what I'm talking about. I've been here long enough. I've usurped the guest host.
Well, let's start off with this next article because I want to get through this article. I hate.
All right, sorry for derailing.
And then we can move on to the videos afterwards, which will probably be in a different stream.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's no way we're getting through this article at this rate.
So
I'm glad we're reading it though. I really do appreciate that. I know Jam Sully's mad about it, but
I'll stay.
I think it'll help. I think it'll help when we get to the video.
Don't put up a Sisyphus.
Wait.
I'm gonna ignore Proton until he says something relevant from now on.
I wish I understood what that meant.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm ignoring him.
So now we move on to the 5 steps.
We finally get to step 1.
Becoming one flesh in marriage.
Jeez.
He made a bad pun. He made a bad pun. That's what he was making.
Oh, good. That comment by whatever that guy's name is, because I forgot it already, because that's how irrelevant he is to me now. Disappeared before I could even see it. So good.
Bad buds.
Bye. Bye, guy I don't even care about.
I'm glad you highlighted that again.
So, I just want to point out, we're actually at the point that Jam Sully wanted us to cover his videos.
No,
so now we're not covering it raw. Yeah, he wanted to cover the 5 things, right?
No.
Nope.
No.
I just had one video. It was at like 0.5.
He wanted to cover, where is it?
Oh, God. You're scrolling and I'm remembering how long it is. Oh, God.
That part. That's the part that Jam Sully wanted to cover.
Yep. because I thought that was insane.
Why companion? Wait, what does that say?
Why compromise in marriage is sacred in humanism and sinful in the Bible?
Oh wow. Okay. Well, we'll get there.
Eventually.
So we've had the setup. We've had the setup, which has been really illogical. Go on, Jam Sully. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna die of old age before we get there.
No, come on. We'll get there in a week or two.
Oh man.
You won't be dead by then.
Don't leave.
All right. So let's start the 5 steps. Below I've outlined biblical concepts that I believe will bring the true unity that God desires for all Christian marriages. As I outline these steps, you may see some things you have never seen in a marriage book or article, and you will also see some things missing that you often see in books and articles on unity in marriage.
I wonder why that is.
I wonder why.
I wonder why those are often missing. Huh.
I feel like it's missing
What a
because
question.
We are people and we've learned to respect each other a little better than we used to.
It's like we grow and adapt as people over time.
I'm going to actually disagree with both of you. And I'm going to say the reason we don't hear these arguments is because he is mistranslating the Bible.
That is also a possibility.
There you go. It's not that it's irrelevant. It's that this guy is essentially
like
what you
James
call
Version.
No. I'm not. No, remember my point here. The reason that I'm here and what I'm going to argue on his behalf. So still arguing on the behalf of this article, the reason that these things aren't brought up is because this guy is a false teacher. He is teaching
so you are
dogma.
not fighting his part.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're right. Okay, to be more specific, I am the devil's advocate, as it is called, for the biblical text. Not for this article, but for the biblical text, as far as I am aware. And I could be wrong, and that's why I definitely challenge the comment section to tell me how I'm wrong, and also to show me, what was it called? Things that contradictions. Show me contradictions in the books, but they have to be within the same book. They cannot be Old Testament and New Testament contradictions. It has to be Old Testament contradictions or New Testament. Yeah, exactly. What this man's doing, where he's like, hey, here's an Old Testament thing. Look, that proves my point. And here's a New Testament thing. And they're both out of context. And look how they show that I'm right. And it's like, well, then no, that's not true.
All right. At the end of these steps, I will compare and contrast the biblical model of unity in marriage with the modern day model of unity in marriage. Step 1. A husband and wife are to have sexual relations on a regular basis. Quoting 1 Corinthians 7:3-4 of the King James Version.
Mm-hmm.
Let the husband render unto his wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband. And likewise also the husband hath not power of his own body, but the wife.
We've already quoted this.
Yep, because we were talking about it earlier.
Okay, yeah, but okay. Now that we're here, what part of that says sexual relationships regularly? Because what it sounds like is that the husband should be benevolent to his wife, and benevolence is completely different.
Except in the NIV version, it's a little bit different.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what do we got in the NIV?
The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband.
Oh, okay. We can stop right there. What's the okay, continue. Sorry.
The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife.
Okay, so what is the benevolent duty of a husband?
Well, benevolence, according to the Oxford Dictionary, means well-meaning and kindly.
Yep.
Or
We're
if
getting
you're
to
talking
it.
about an organization, it means serving a charitable rather than profit-making purpose.
Haha! Look, yes, both of those definitions I would agree with. So the benevolent duty of a husband is essentially to provide for the well-being of his wife and family.
Yep, well-meaning and kindly.
Yep.
Serving it as a charitable rather than a profit-making purpose.
Serving charitably, not for your own benefit. Exactly, not for profit, not for your own well-being, for the well-being of your established family. What part of that sounds like we should have sex regularly?
None of that actually.
None of it.
Yep. And then there was the whole thing of the wife's body shouldn't be rendered to herself, but to the duty of her husband, and the husband shouldn't be rendered his body to the duty of himself, but to his wife's. But I'm going to go ahead and argue, if we're going to really think about what this means in Old English, body doesn't actually mean the corporeal form of yourself, but it more means the actions that you perform. So,
not according to this madman.
No, not according to this madman. But what it sounds like to me, that this actually means that a husband's body is the wife's, in the sense that the husband should go out and provide, and then the wife's body to the husband is that the wife should prepare and take care of the offspring, and making sure the house is, the place that I come back to after hunting as a man. Yeah, what do you got? Sorry.
I'll have to actually disagree, because both instances, I think it's perfectly fine for there to be a provider on either side. It really depends on what they agree upon. Such as, like, we know back in the olden days that women did go out and gather, hunt, food, and stuff like that.
Obviously it's biblical.
As well as men. Well, no, I'm just meaning in general. As well as men did the same thing. So, like, I know you're saying, like, yes, that means that's the man's job, but it doesn't technically mean that. It just means to be charitable and to give. So,
I'm gonna have to disagree with you.
But you're putting words into it. That's the only reason I'm disagreeing with you. Is you are putting your own definition into it, and not the actual definition of it.
I'll explain how the Bible is saying what you're saying, but differently. So in the book of Ruth, was a gatherer, right? So she was a woman that was a gatherer. She went to the grain fields and picked up the sheaths of wheat that were not gathered by the main harvesters, right? So she picked up the right. So she went and gathered while taking care of her family, right? So she gathered, but the male of the family went out and hunted. It's a difference.
Okay. Yes, the only biggest difference is that you're saying that it's the job of the male to go out and do all of that, and the woman is to stay home and protect, or not protect, but as much as raise and whatever.
Right, which also includes gathering. Yes, all of those are included in the mother's role.
I'm actually saying that that's not exactly correct, because that's why I said you're adding words. Is because benevolence.
I'm not adding.
And yes, you are, because benevolence does not mean that the man has a particular role, nor does it say that the woman has a particular role. It is saying they both give unto each other. So that means that they have to decide amongst themselves who does what. You adding that man does this, woman does that. That is its own definition of the word based off of our idea.
No, see, you're mistaken here. They both give unto each other in the ways that they can.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's up to them to determine.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yes, it is. Because, see, you're trying to use a biblical term to say that it means this, but there's no biblical term or even definition of the word that means that the man goes out and does this, the woman goes out and does that. That's a crazy thought process that has been passed down through generations. That is not actually accurate to the definition of the word.
No,
so
you're mistaken, but I understand. But it sounds like
Cyrek, would you throw in here with me? Because if we're arguing words on this aspect of how does one determine a role in a situation, then we are only using the words. It would definitely mean that either can do either.
No, that's not true. Either cannot do either.
You have given me no proof as to that.
I'm lost here on what you two are arguing about.
He's okay. So our argument
The
is that
woman cannot go out and hunt the saber tooth.
says who?
Says she will die
Why?
because the man has a better physical body structure that is made for doing physical activities such as hunting saber-toothed tigers.
All right, then I'm going to stop you for a second. Women are actually better archers than men are because of their body size and the
Fine,
weight.
yes,
So,
archers.
It depends on their body structure as well.
It does, but doesn't mean that stupidity means that there's like you're saying they're going to go die because they're just going to run out there and attack the tiger like we would because we're stupid. I'm just going to point that out. We are stupid.
No, David. Okay, David and Goliath, right? David was the runt. The only reason he won.
Wait. I'm going to stop you. Are you sure you want to use that argument with me? Because
no, I'm making your point. I'm making your point.
Okay.
David was the runt of the group, and he defeated Goliath because of his ability to use a sling.
And
right? So archery,
his mind, right? He used his
archery,
mind and his thought process, right?
Archery. Yeah. Yes. So a woman absolutely can use archery to defeat a foe. If a woman alone goes out to hunt a saber-toothed tiger, or we'll just say a tiger, using archery, the tiger will best her. It's that simple. One-on-one, no, never.
One-on-one, you have either. No, one-on-one.
No, you have no. A one-on-one, a man could win with archery and the ability to defend himself up close.
You have never watched a documentary on how to fight. They used to fight in the olden days. Because clearly you don't understand that's not how that worked.
Body structure and physical strength make up for close combat. No, it makes up for close combat. I can use archery from a distance. Speaking as male, a male can use archery from a distance. When the opponent rushes them, they can pull out a spear and continue the fight, where a woman would die. So the woman and the weak men, women and weak men, are the gatherers. They hunt. So they get the berries.
There's no strong women.
There are strong women.
There are absolutely strong women.
Okay, then all my argument is it determines on the role. They can choose either side because it depends on what role they choose.
No, it doesn't. Biblically speaking, no, there is none like that. No, it's men do this and women do that. The end.
Oh man, no, I cannot agree with this at all. I cannot.
This is biblical.
That's called asinine and not true. That is called I made up an idea in my head and I said this is how it should be because this is how I believe it's supposed to be read.
No, this is how history works. No, this is how history works.
History proves you wrong. History literally proves you wrong. That's all I'm saying. History literally has proven you wrong.
Who are you arguing against right now?
I'm just arguing your biblical standpoint because this is where I do get upset with Christians and the idea that because if we're looking at equality in moments of time, right? History has shown that there are women that have gone and done the quote unquote what we say women can't do. There's plenty of them.
Hold on. Women have done similar things to men, and some have done better than men. But that is a small minority, and also the great equalizer for everything is a firearm.
Yeah, but the thing is, all I'm saying
agree.
We're just going based off of pure genetics and refusing to accept that people have thought processes when they're fighting. Which means that because the woman is weaker does not mean she can't go do the opposite thing.
Yeah, prove this wrong, right? So the man should go out and hunt, and the woman should gather berries. Prove that wrong. Statistically, how many women could take on a saber-toothed tiger?
Probably the same amount that can take on the same amount of men that can do it. Because the thing is, it's not anytime.
That is completely wrong. How many MMA fighter women can take on men MMA fighters? There you go. That'd be a great baseline. We'll just agree on that one. How many women MMA fighters can beat men MMA fighters?
Men are more expendable. But on that fight, I don't know, but there are quotes from MMA fighters that say they would refuse to fight MMA women, not because of them being women,
Sure.
but because of the ferocity of them.
Yeah, sure. How many? What's the percentage? I bet it's minimal.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Did you ever hear the story?
Wait. Let me stop you. Because your argument is
Yeah, I'm stopping. I'm stopping.
Your argument is trying to make it sound like I'm saying all women should go do these things, like, or all men should. I'm like, no, I don't agree with your sentence because you're trying to make it just a generalized version. It's like, no, I think it should be talked about. And
sure, but you're making you're making caveats when I'm speaking of a day and age where there are no caveats, because it's easier to say, let's generalize, women stay here and do this, men do that.
And
there's no time for caveats. There's no time.
Listen.
We're constantly under attack. Yeah, we're constantly under attack. Elephants are charging us. Tigers are attacking. We have to go gather food. We have to protect the family at home because men can die, but women reproduce the birth. You know, they reproduce the human race. Men can go out and lose their lives. But we have to keep people at home. Who do we keep at home? The people that can defend against elephants stampeding and lions deciding to randomly attack our village, things like that. But the men, what are they going to do? They're going to go out and they're going to hunt the gazelle. They're going to hunt the freaking squirrels and chimpanzees. No one is weaker. Nothing is saying that someone is weaker than the other. And you're trying to argue that I'm saying someone's weaker. No one is arguing that.
I was never arguing that you were saying they're weaker. You were just giving them a generalized role.
Yeah, and who's more important at home? Who's more important defending the camp?
Oh, the women definitely have more importance than men do.
Exactly. There you go. The end. Because
women definitely have more importance.
And what are the women defending against? Conquerors. I'll answer for you. They're defending against conquerors. They're defending against people who decide to sneak, to be stealthy, to not attack the main army. They're not going to attack the male army that is out hunting food on the plains. They're going to sneak up and they're going to attack. Otherwise, you also have stampeding elephants. You have lions that decide to attack. If we're talking about African plains, you also have snakes and other wild life forms, scorpions.
I actually do.
A lot of things are stealthier. You know what? Women it's been proven. Hold on, it's been proven that women are better at addressing a they can look at a scene, right? This is why women are generally, when it comes to movies, they're the set dressers, because they can look at a room and then walk away and come back and tell you everything that's not in the right order. Why is that? Oh, it's because predators showed up. It's because there's snakes, scorpions, things like that. Really small details. They're really good at that. They can point out these little things that they need to handle to take care of the young.
Take a breath. Take a step back.
Breathe. I'm not taking a step back, but I'll take a breath.
Okay, cool. Thanks, because I need to speak, because you are actually derailing this so hard, because it was not the start of our conversation or argument.
No.
The start of our conversation in argument.
I disagree. This is not different than the start of our argument.
Oh my God, shut up.
Go on.
The only part that I had.
I'll mute my mic.
The only part that I disagreed with was the fact that you were like, men have this role, women have this role, period, dot, the end. And you can say, no, I didn't say period, dot, the end, but you essentially said period, dot, the end.
I do say period, dot, the end, yes.
Now, that being said, my argument was, why does it have to be that? And I'm like, that's not actually a biblical thing, because benevolence,
I just told you,
which is where this started. Benevolence, all that meant was that we share and they both care and they give willingly, right? That never once said that one of them has a specific role to do. That was our argument to start off, although you derailed it into some crazy nonsensical crap.
Because both do have a specific role.
Not at all. What were you saying, Cyrac? You just stopped.
both men and women are important to have in society. Women are strong in their own aspects, men are strong in their own aspects as well. It just depends on what the situation is.
And that's where I was getting at, which is like it. That's why I was like, it depends on the situation of the family they choose. Like which one would be better at doing what task versus the other task. And I'm not saying just on the physiological side of it, just both of them. Like if they both are like,
no, there is no choosing.
And I'm like, well, if both of them walk out and they both shoot arrows, right, and they're both archers, but it's like, well, this woman, my wife is way better at this than I am, and he's like, so you're good at hunting, I'm not that good at hunting, so she goes out and hunts. He goes out and gathers and protects the family. That's all I was saying. It's like because it can choose because benevolence just means that they share their collective ideas and reasonings behind everything on what they would do.
Nope. If she's better at archery, that means she's going to be a great defense on the walls. So she'll be on the front line. She doesn't go out and hunt.
If the husband can't hunt and he's crap at it, and the woman can,
then that means that he will get put in the position of being the one who leads the prey to the right direction, right? You know, like how the Indians hunted buffalo, where they would just like scare them to get them to run the right direction. It's that same principle. You would take the weak.
Let's not bring it into that because they use their women a lot. They use their women a hell of a lot.
The only reason I'm
fighting and hunting, they
you
use
might
their
be
women
right.
a hell of a lot.
You might be right. Yeah, I don't know much about Indians.
You don't, because don't bring them into it. You're going to use a woman.
All that I'm saying is the weak men are used to lead the prey the right direction that the strong men want them.
Or the woman who, depending on the situation, could do it, because throughout history that was a thing that took place. Just like the Vikings used shield maidens all the freaking time because they were good.
Nope. Doesn't matter. We're talking about the Bible.
No, I'm talking about people. Fuck the Bible. We're talking about people.
Yeah, fuck people.
All right. Austin,
Yes,
read the 2 messages that I sent.
Can I read them in like a I'm angry and I don't like you anymore tone of voice? No, okay. All right, so we're okay. All right, look, no, for real, before I start reading this, we're all in the understanding that I'm still speaking in the devil's advocate tone.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, now I'll read this next thing.
Why is my flashlight not working?
Why is your flashlight not working? That's really weird. I wouldn't announce that on a live stream that you have a masturbational instrument.
My flashlight on my phone.
You're right,
not turning on.
Yeah. Dude, the world's just a weird grape.
The answer to your question, Proton, water is not wet.
Wait, are we really gonna go there?
No. That's
are we really going there? Because I will argue this, even though I'm on the side that water is not wet. I guess that's the side I think that's the side I'm on. But I can argue. Wait, no, water is wet. I'm on the water is wet. Water is wet. No, I only saw that Rags and Wolf are great or something. And then that olives or something are weird grapes or whatever. He's referencing back to the fact that I like wolf
No.
What the crap was his name?
I said that I'm getting shiny and glib vibes from yours and James's conversation. Because Shiny and Glib agree 99% on things, and there's just that 1% that they disagree on. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, like Rags and Wolf."
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Rags and Wolf, they disagreed a lot on a very select few, including water being wet. They disagreed on that, and I think water is wet. If you're going to argue water is not wet, I will argue with you. Otherwise, we
We're
can
not-
all agree.
We're not having that argument.
Do you want to do
today.
that right now?
That's
No.
for another day. That's for another day.
Dude, come on. I thought we were all on the same page. Water is wet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that. There you go. Jan Sully, is water wet?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about this some other time.
I was gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that as well. Because I get it. We're not doing this now. Oh, geez. Okay, so I do want to just clarify, right, that I am devil's advocate.
Yeah, we've
For
already
the
established that
Bible.
you are.
I
Yeah,
know. I just want, because of this freaking argument that we've gotten into. I'm not gonna say what I agree with or disagree with, but the freaking guy in chat that keeps the one guy Proton in chat keeps derailing the conversation. Every time someone reads it, they feel like they're obligated to say whatever he's saying, and I don't think you should be. Because we should ignore him because he doesn't have a microphone, so he can't come on the show. So he's a jerk.
I don't know. Chat
So
is fantastic.
in response to Protons, I'm gonna play one clip. I didn't say quote this time. I said clip.
Good man.
That responds to the boobs are better than wet, or boobs are better.
Boobs are
when
better
wet.
when
Silence,
wet.
wench.
Yes.
I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
All right, I'm going to start reading this now.
I agree with her.
The act of marriage, or the consummation of marriage, is sexual union. This is the most literal meaning of the biblical phrase, one flesh. That's quote, one flesh, end quote. Sex is to occur regularly in marriage. An interesting biological fact of sex is that it releases two bonding hormones. Those bonding hormones are oxytocin and vasopressin. We'll move on from there. Which God designed to draw a couple closer together. From there, we move on to, on the subject of sexual relations in marriage, Christian and non-Christian counselors are usually in full agreement. The regularity of sexual relations is the first indicator of how healthy a relationship is.
I would have to disagree on that because there are some relationships that are healthy without the sexual relations being a key factor in it.
When we talk about relationships, I assume in this moment we have to be talking about specifically and only relationships with your significant other, whether you're married to them or not.
Oh, wow. Yeah, James Sully just made a good point. We're not talking about relationships. We're talking about marriage.
Well, no. I said like just your significant other, period. Whether you're married to them or not, it has to be like in this moment that he's talking about relationships. Because
well, then I disagree with you. No, we're talking about fully consummated marriage. So this has nothing to do with relationships. This has to do with if you're married, both Christian and non-Christian counselors will say that the regularity of sexual relations is the first indicator of how healthy a relationship is.
Well, yeah, either way, though, it has to be with another person because it has to be in a marriage, right? So could you be in a healthy gay relationship, or could you? Is that not possible?
Oh man. Okay, based on this.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, like, could you determine that, or because his whole idea of a marriage is between a man and a woman, at least everything I've gathered, right? So it has to be between a man and a woman. It's like, all right, then he considers that a marriage.
That's a good point. Yeah, well, in my own, in my personal opinion, I would actually agree with the statement that how well your sexual relationship is shows how good your relationship is, regardless of the sexuality of each partner in the relationship. I think that is actually a pretty decent measuring stick.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
Well, I guess the caveat I'd give, if I'm still speaking in my personal opinion, is it also depends on how long the relationship has been going.
Okay. Curiosity, please explain, because like I've seen marriages that have fallen apart after like years of dating, and then they decide to marry, and they fall apart within like the first year. But then you see marriages that, for some odd reason, boggle me. They date for like a week, 2 weeks, or whatever, and they get married. And
We're
you're
not
like,
getting
whoa.
we're not getting into is marriage something that should happen. We're not doing that right
I'm
now.
I'm not getting into that. I'm just curious, like, because it's like, how do you determine
if you want to know James and if you want to know James and I's opinion on marriage and how vital it is in the current year,
There's
go
a
ahead
Bear
and
Thing
check out the Bear Thing
about
show. And we have a 3 or 4 part episode where we debate if marriage is practical.
We have another episode coming up with that.
Have we recorded it yet? Because I know we are going to record it.
We're
okay.
We're gonna record another one.
Let's not talk about things that aren't solid in stone. Let's not tell people about those, because who knows how long it'll take. We can talk about things that are coming up next, and we can talk about things that have happened. But to talk about theoretical things, I think is misleading.
Well, no, my question really is just like, because he's talking about marriage and you said the whole relationship part of it. It's like, well, it determines on how long. And it's like, well, we've seen marriages that have lasted years when they only dated like a couple weeks. And it's crazy to me that happens. And then you have marriages that have only lasted a couple of months, even though they dated for years.
Well, and what I'm saying, in my own personal opinion, is if you only dated a couple of weeks, you probably shouldn't be in a sexual relationship. That just, to me, that spells out the beginning of the end.
But that's what I'm saying, is that that's not the case, though. We have marriages that last insane amount of times.
Yeah, like, no. Okay. I'm still speaking in my own personal opinion, right?
Yeah.
So I want to throw that out. There is no set standard for how things should be done when it comes to this kind of thing. It's literally person to person. Okay, some people could literally be like, I met you, this is the first time I ever met you, and they have sex, and then they get married, and they have a freaking until death do you part kind of marriage that goes till one of them dies or both of them dies, or however you want to,
Yeah.
Otherwise, and then inversely, you can also have, we dated for like 4 or 5 years, we decided to get married, we've been really faithful to each other, and then all of a sudden, right before it was all over, one of them cheated on the other. Or maybe it was a thing that happened regularly. Maybe after the first 6 months of them being married, all of a sudden they started being cheaters, and they both cheated on each other regularly. Like that can happen. That can totally happen.
It just blows my mind, because it's like, man, you see some couples and you're just like, they're gonna. You
can't generalize.
Time,
Yeah, and then you're right or you're wrong, and who knows until it's proven, right? But you can't actually generalize anybody.
I mean, what's the divorce
Everyone
rate
is completely individual.
It's like 56% or some crazy number like that. It's over 50%.
The divorce rate? Oh, dude, no, It's stupid. It's stupid. Yeah, it's absolutely stupid.
I would really like to see the approaches of these two, honestly. Like, I think it would be great to see the statistics for that.
But the thing is, when it comes to like the whole, I will say that from my understanding, statistically speaking, the most healthy relationships that last the longest are people who got married in like the 70s.
Yeah, no, our generation sucks at it.
There you go. Like 60s and 70s, if you got married about then, then yeah, you're doing great. Everybody else, yeah, they suck.
But
but then you bring into the whole like part where you delve into the actual relationships in the 70s, and it was just like, well, a lot of these people actually hated each other, but because of the way that they were raised and taught,
Culture.
they stayed together.
Yeah, well, divorce
also,
has only become recently acceptable, where before you would get ostracized for being divorced.
hold on. I
Yes.
would honestly disagree with the 70s because
Sure.
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah,
You can disagree all you want, but you're wrong.
I think the best marriages that were around were pre
Wildflower
1968.
age.
Pre 1968. Because that's whenever we started implementing the welfare state, and that's whenever divorce rates started to skyrocket.
Which the welfare state does encourage women to not marry. That's true. Because we give you more money if you don't have a husband. That's very true. That's a good point. You make a good point.
What does the kid have to do with anything? You know, the other day I found out. Not found out. I was telling some stories from my childhood to my roommates and stuff like that, just because anecdotes and whatever, and just thought some of them were funny. And my roommate looked at me and was like, "You were a latchkey kid?" And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you were a latchkey kid." And I was like, "I never looked at it that way. I just thought my childhood was fun."
Yeah. No, technically, you and I were both latchkey kids, and yeah, it doesn't seem to come up. Yeah, it doesn't seem to come up because it's so normal for us. And then whenever you run into somebody, like Cyrac, who had a terrible childhood, that can never recover from it, you're like, oh wow, I had a much better life than you.
Yep. Like, and I raised myself.
Essentially. Yeah, exactly. We both essentially raised ourselves. Yeah. And I think that's why we're good friends.
I also raised my little brother and my little sister.
Yeah, sure you did. Not latchkey kid. Yeah, shut up.
You know what my life was like.
I know.
Shut up, Cyrac. Get back in the corner.
I'm allowed to pick on you.
I'm not. I'm just mean.
Yeah.
All right, let's read this article. Let's read this.
Yeah,
article.
I think we should move on.
I think you left it while it.
Oh yeah, I have more to read. Possible. You're right. I have more to read. Okay. God designed to draw a couple closer together. On this subject of sexual relations in marriage, Christian and non-Christian counselors are usually in full agreement. The regularity of sexual relationships is the first indicator of how healthy a relationship is. That's where we paused. And then we're going to continue from there, which is, while it is possible to have a regular sexual relation. Wait, did I read that wrong?
Nope, you read that right.
It is possible to have regular. You added A in there.
Oh, you read it A. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think that's what threw me off, actually, is that I said A. Because this sentence no longer makes sense. But okay. Yeah. So I apologize. Let me read it again. While it is possible to have regular sexual relations but still have a disunity in a marriage, it is impossible to have full unity in a marriage without regular relations. So it's impossible in a marriage.
That's coming at it from a very theological point of view.
Well, it is possible to have sex.
What?
And have hold on. I'm disseminating this sentence. All right.
I am too, and I'm confused by it.
Yeah, I'm gonna distill it down. So you can totally have sex with someone and not have a good relationship with them, or a good marriage. Let's say marriage, because this is very specifically marriage. So it's okay. Like, you can totally be having sex with someone often and not have a good marriage, but it's impossible to have a good marriage if you're not having sex regularly.
But it says it's impossible to have full unity in a marriage without regular relations.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Exactly. So if you're not having sex regularly,
So is he saying that it doesn't matter if you have sex regularly? Because he
No,
said the regularity of
no.
sexual relations is the first indicator of how healthy a relationship. When it is possible to have regular sexual relations but still have disunity in a marriage. He said it's possible to have regular sexual relations
Right.
but still have disunity in a marriage.
Okay, if I'm
And
gonna,
then it's impossible to have full unity without regular relations.
No, he
That-
just
He
backed out.
contradicted himself.
Yes, that makes no sense. You're gonna try to argue it, but that makes no sense. The sentence literally makes no sense.
what? Okay, what he's trying to say, here is,
Yeah, give me that. Yeah, what
is
are you
that
trying to say?
okay? And these are not factual statements, but what I'm saying is, so what I think he's trying to say is like basically, and remember this is not factual. I'm not pulling up any statistics or anything like that, but I'm going to use statistics to try and help make this sentence make sense. So 90% of the time, if you're having sex with your partner, that means it's a good relationship. 10% of the time, even though you're having sex with your partner, it's not a good relationship.
Okay, what happened?
That's
to
what
the
I think he's trying to
impossibility
say.
Of unity.
It is impossible to have full unity in a marriage. Yeah, if you're not having sex with someone, you're not unified.
Having regular sex, yes.
Yeah, if you're having irregular sex, you're not unified.
Oh my god. No, I think he means more like the dirty type of weird sex. Not
Hold on,
like
no. Hold on. Let's read this again. While it is possible, right?
Yeah.
It is possible to have regular sexual relations, but still have disunity in a marriage, right? So if you're consistent in how often you have, so say you've scheduled it that like every Tuesday we have sex for 15 minutes because as long as I can last, then that's fine. That's good. That's good. But you could still have disunity in your marriage, but you've got a regularly scheduled sexual relation. But it's also impossible to have a fulfilled marriage, right? Like a fully unified marriage. It's impossible to have a good marriage without having sex every Tuesday for 15 minutes.
So what he's saying is, yes, there may be some butting of heads even with regular sexual relations, but if you don't have sexual relations, that the butting of heads is more frequent and the marriage will disseminate into divorce.
Okay, so it's not a true contradiction. It's more of a percentage. It's more of a percentage that he chose not to give any type of percentage towards.
Right. That's why I tried with my first example to be like 90% of the time it's going to be fine, but 10% it's not. And then I realized I didn't say it quite right, and so I wanted to reread it, but try and translate it a different way. And yes, exactly. Both of you are correct with what he's saying. No, it's not stupid. It's correct. It's what the Bible says.
Sure. No, the Bible doesn't say anything about that, but okay, sure.
Yes, the Bible does. We haven't seen the verses for it, but yes, the Bible does say.
I'm sure he's going to bring it up.
James,
I'll read it. Yeah.
read step 2.
I hope he does bring it up because he hasn't yet. He's brought up a bunch of random Bible verses that don't have anything to do with this.
Just remember, I'm going to read, or you're going to read this, and then I'm going to read the NIV version.
But before you continue, I do want to say the Bible does address this. I'm pretty sure it's Paul that addresses it, and he basically just says like, "Hey man, if you want your marriage to work out, you gotta keep having sex," and that's literally it. Like that's like literally it. Like I don't remember anything else that's actually like, yeah. Sex is the only way to get your relationship to work.
Paul was a champ and understood the world.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Paul was a champ. What would we call him today, bro? He was a bro. Yeah. He was a Chad. Paul was a Chad.
No, he was not a Chad. That is a bad term. We do not call Paul a Chad.
Chad is a positive term, sir.
Okay, sure.
No, I'm with you on that. Every Chad I've ever met is awful, and I hate them, and I hate all Chads. But everything I've read about Chads, I'm like, well, obviously that guy's a good guy.
Oh my God, we're gonna read this. Okay, so
And that's my own opinion, not
yeah, not this guy's.
So I said this.
not me defending.
So I said this, and then Proton responds to this.
Hell rises from the dead, or he'll rise from the dead. What?
Adding things that aren't there, both of you. So go ahead, James, and start reading. Peter, First Peter.
Adding things that aren't there. No, I'm not. I'm telling you what the Bible actually says.
No.
I'm not
talking about
adding things that
words.
aren't there.
Like how you read, while it is possible to have a regular
Yeah.
sexual
Oh,
relation.
yeah, and I corrected myself. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're just adding letters where they aren't there.
All right, so I'm gonna read this.
A is definitely a word.
Shut up. All right, so likewise.
It might be a single letter, but you can use it multiple ways. It's totally a word. Hey, get off my back about it.
Mother trucker. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them, not according to the knowledge giving. Wow. Let me restart that. Sorry, guys, that was awful.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are commas in my vocabulary?
I don't know.
Anyways, likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, and as beings heirs together the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered. Okay, I'm going to be honest. That old English speech.
Oh, it's terrible. No, it's terrible.
Yeah, give me that NIV. What the hell did I just read?
All right, I'm going to read it. Husbands, in the same way, be considerate as you live with your wives, and treat them with respect as the weaker partner and as heirs with you of the gracious gift of life, so that nothing will hinder your prayers.
Makes perfect sense to me.
That makes a lot more sense than whatever the heck I
That
just
is
read.
so much more clear than what this is saying.
Yep. Don't
right.
forget that women are weaker than men, and so you should respect them and treat them as such.
All right. So next is 1 Peter 3:7.
That's what you just read.
Oh, is that it again?
No, what I have highlighted is the next part. 1 Peter 3:7 is what you just read in the Old English.
I see. So he read it. He gives a quote, then does the verse. Got it. Okay.
Which, by the way, is New Testament. But then we go to Deuteronomy after this paragraph here.
Oh yeah, of course. We got to nitpick to make our points.
For husbands, this is the first step in cultivating oneness with their wife. A husband cannot love his wife as God intended without knowing her, and this involves him talking with her and spending time with her.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I can agree with this. God thought it was important for a man to get to know his wife. That in the law he gave to Moses for Israel, he gave this rule for newlywed couples.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that getting to know your wife means that I've married her, and now I'm going to spend time with her and learn who she is.
I like our new rule of courting, not our old rule. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can think that, but the old one's better because it's in the Bible, which means you marry a woman after she's had her first period, and then you learn who she is as a person. And
a terrible human being.
Well, there's plenty of bad wives in the Bible.
There are.
And you don't divorce them, you stay married to them, and you just marry new wives.
You just hope that she.
That's the secret.
Hope that she cheats on you, and then you can still.
No, that's awful. You don't. No, your wife should never cheat on you.
Hold on.
You marry a new wife, and then you have two wives, and you have one that you actually love because she's good and you like what she thinks, and you have one that you're like, oh, she's disgraceful and terrible, and you just schedule her for a Tuesday, and you schedule your new wife for a Thursday. And you have sex with them on Tuesday and Thursday as scheduled.
What are you talking about? You schedule your old wife on Tuesday, and then the other wife you schedule every other day of the week.
No, you got to save room for more. You got to save room for more wives.
But see, if you only have two of them, then you do that way. So therefore,
'Cause
when you go to
remember-
the wife on Tuesday, and she's like, "Why are you always so tired when you come to the bedroom?" It's like, because I've been pounding the good one.
Well, look, no, that's perfectly fine. Yes, that's perfectly fine. The point that I'm making is polygamy is okay. So you can have, 7, 10, 15, 30.
I don't want those many wives. I don't even want two.
No.
Like,
I
if
wouldn't
ever got
even want
married-
two.
Exactly.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. If I ever got married, I want one only.
No,
okay?
you're looking at it in the common perspective of what a wife is.
No. I'm looking
No,
at
it's
it and-
completely different in the biblical pretext.
Hold on.
Pretext.
Let me explain.
Sure, and I'll tell you how you're wrong.
Okay, so if you have more than one wife, you have to balance out how you spend time with each of them. So
Not really.
you have to know how to manage your time with each one of them and live in chaos, essentially. Where with one wife,
let me
you
stop
can
you right
regulate
there.
the time.
No, let me stop you right there. Manage your time and live in chaos? No. You literally have, 7 wives, right? So one for each day of the week. It's that simple. It's okay, on Monday after I'm done doing what I do, I hang out with you. On Tuesday, I hang out with you. On Thursday, it just goes down the list. There's no chaos of scheduling.
They really have become expensive.
The women, their only job is to make sure the household is taken care of and the kids are fine, and then to be impregnated by you.
Oh my God.
There's no real I gotta make sure I schedule these times. No, it's literally like your Tuesday, your Wednesday, your Thursday. That's it.
Oh my God, no.
And you go down the list of the week. I don't understand what the issue you're.
Oh my God.
I feel like you're bringing a lot of common misconceptions of what marriage is onto the plate. Of like, oh, I've got to really get to know her as a person and understand her political and spiritual beliefs.
No.
That's irrelevant.
No.
I don't even care about the get to know her part. Just if you had 7 wives every day of the week, right? So one for each day, and you're not supposed to, but you're like, yeah, in order to keep you happy, I guess I'm gonna have sex with you or whatever, right? So then you have 7 different people every day. That's exhausting. That's just it's exhausting.
And a lot of people in the Bible. A lot of people in the Bible that had multiple wives felt the same way. A lot of their biggest complaints were the fact that they were exhausted by having too many wives. That comes up regularly, yes.
And as Proton pointed out, he's like, there's no cuddling mentioned, which, you know what? It'd be great if I was, in a marriage of 7 different women and I could have sex with them and not worry about, them whispering nonsense into my ear as we laid in our bed after the whole...
Yeah, totally not going to happen. They're totally going to whisper in your ear.
Exactly. That would be exhausting on its own, too. If I'm going to have 7 different wives, I want it to be that I fuck them and move on with my life. I don't even have to worry about the cuddling.
No, see, that's the thing. In the Bible... It does come up frequently that one of the wives of this person
whisper something.
Yes, will whisper something into their ear, and they'll be like, "Okay, fine, whatever you want, bitch." And then they'll pass it as law because it happens to be that they're like a king of a nation or something.
But
and then
they just want to have to deal with it.
Yes, exactly. No, that's exactly what they're like. Okay, yeah, whatever, I'll do it. And then the next day they wake up and they're like, okay. It turns out the new legal credence is you have to kill Daniel.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh my God, why? Why do I have
and
to
it's really just because this one lady was like, hey, by the way, I think you should kill Daniel.
I freaking love the Old Testament for that simple fact. It's just that so many of the guys were just like, I made new laws because I was exhausted. Okay, I didn't want to hear her talk about it anymore. I'm done. Here's the new law.
It happens a lot. It really does. It happens a lot. If we ever do a hey, let's read through the Bible, we're gonna come into that a dozen times or more of a guy being like, okay, whatever, all right, I'm just gonna do it because the woman told me to. Whatever, I'm done. I'm done talking about this. Fine. I've argued my point of why it shouldn't happen, and you keep pestering me every freaking night. So fine. We'll kill Daniel. We'll kill all the firstborns. Whatever. Every firstborn's dead. You happy? You happy now?
You are entirely right, Pro Talk. That's exactly what I would do. He was like James Sully. I don't even know what it said anymore. James Sully when his sixth wife starts whispering. Yeah, go ahead.
James Sully when his sixth wife starts whispering nonsense. Maybe I should reschedule her for every other week.
This is exactly what would happen. I'd be like, nope. I'll see you next week, girl.
That'd be nice. If only you could.
See, and the thing that I actually really like about that idea is that, like, that still happens to this day.
Exactly.
You know how many marriages I've like had? I'm not a marriage counselor, okay? So I want to put that out as a whole thing. But I do get asked a lot about marriage, and people come to me as counseling for some odd reason. I'm like,
no, we're not talking about marriage right now, James.
No. But my thing is, okay, ready? So people have come to me with marriage counseling and wanted me to give them advice. And I'm like, dude, I don't understand, because like all the guys, they're just like, I'm just tired of hearing her do this. And I'm just like, just fucking do it then, okay? Just fucking do it, man. You don't want to hear her talk about it, just do it.
Honestly, my personal opinion, that might be the right way to handle it.
All I'm hearing is whenever James gives advice is
do your job.
Yep, that's exactly it. Just do it, man. Like I am the yes man of marriage counseling, okay? Just do it. Or Nike. I could be the Nike man of marriage counseling.
Yeah, you're not even a marriage, because no, you're not a marriage counselor. You're Nike that someone has come to and said, "Hey, Nike, I'm not sure how to handle this relationship." You're like, "Dude, just do it." It's our slogan. You know, I'm not actually listening to your issues and telling you advice on how to deal with them. I like, just do it. Come on now. It's like, it's our slogan. Have you looked at our slogan? Have you looked at our slogan lately? Because you shouldn't be talking to me, because I've already given you the answer. It's right over there. There's a swoosh.
Pull up my name on the website. You'll see what you need to do.
Yeah. Hey, dude, it's even simpler than that. Do you see the swoosh? Yeah, I see the swoosh. Yeah, I see it. What's our slogan? Just do it. Yeah, so every time you see the swoosh, just remember to do it. That should be your whole marriage counseling. Yeah. You're telling me all these problems. The swoosh. Oh, right. You're right. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm the worst marriage counselor ever. For a non-marriage counselor.
No, you can be worse. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you can be worse.
I probably could.
You can literally just be like, hey, the swoosh.
Just start pinning it to their fucking doors.
Oh my god!
Yeah. They come to you. Oh, these are his problems. Shut up. The swoosh.
I point at the door. There it is. You got it.
Yeah. You see my shoes? What's that on the side? It looks like the Nike swoosh. Yeah. There you go. There's your solution.
Every time. Oh my god.
Yeah, you could be way worse, and you should.
I would feel so bad about
it.
Yeah, no, okay, hold on. Don't listen to me. You shouldn't listen to me, but I totally think, but don't listen to me. But I totally think that would just be great. That it's like someone walks up to you and you're like, look, my relationship, it's really going poorly, and they start trying. That's the thing, right? Is that they're like, hey, can I talk to you about this thing? And you're like, yeah, whatever, bro. Yeah, I'm always here for you. And then they start, and then after like 3 words, you're like, oh, okay, this is about like you and your girlfriend. Okay, look at my shoes. And you know, and then they're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, they're nice. They're red and white and they've got this really cool design. And everything. Like, no. You're missing the forest for the trees. Right here. And then like you lift your foot up and you point right at the Nike swoosh. You're like this. this. What do you see here? And it's like, well, I see the symbol of Nike. Yeah. That's good. What's they're saying exactly? It's like I don't understand what we're getting at. No. Hush your mouth, sweet child.
What is Nike saying?
what is the Nike saying that goes along with this symbol that you're looking at? It's like, just do it. There you go. Walk away. Go away. Go out of the room. I'm playing a video game. You got it. Leave. And it's like, well, I mean, I have a lot of things. No.
Whatever it is.
You've already got it. I just told you. You came to the conclusion. I pointed at the thing, and you said what the thing means. So leave. Let me do what I'm doing. You've already got my advice.
See, the thing is, like, we make a joke of this, but it's gotten so bad, guys, that at some point I have actually thought about going to school and getting a therapist.
Oh, to become an actual professional counselor?
Yeah, so I can charge them. I get so many questions, and I'm like, what makes you think I'm a marriage counselor?
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point, right? Dude, at that point, no, you don't even need a license. At that point, when they come sit down and they're like, oh, man, James, like, so this has been going on. And it's like, I've heard enough. And it's like, no, man, come on, man. And it's like, okay, $350 and I'll listen to you. And then they'd be like, wait, what? He's like, no, for real. For real, $350.
You're right.
And I'll listen to what you have to say. Yeah, exactly. $350 right now, up front, and I'll listen to you. It's like, what? No, come, dude, aren't we friends? And it's like, okay, yeah, you're right, we're friends. So here's what I got to say, and then you point at your shoes.
Do it! Just do it!
Exactly.
You point at your shoes. You point at your shoes, and they're like, I don't really understand. And that's when you're like, okay, then $350, and I'll explain it.
At that point, if they're like, we're friends, though, I'd be like $300.
Oh yeah, you're right. We are friends. $50 discount.
Exactly. Cheap, all right.
Yeah, it is. I mean, have you seen the going rate of counselors? It's a few thousand a piece. I'm being really nice.
Per session.
Yeah, per session, 30 minutes.
Oh man,
you get 30 minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to be really nice to you, and I'm going to point at my shoes. And if you don't get it, then that's on you.
And then afterwards, you can just be like,
women.
That's after you get the money. That's after you get the money, though. You don't do that before you get the money. Because if they continue to rant and they haven't given you money, you say, "Ah, man, it really sounds like you got to work on yourself."
Oh man! All right, okay. Let's move forward.
Yep, read Deuteronomy because I already got the translation.
Oh man, yeah. Here we go.
When a man hath taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife he shall cheer up his wife which he hath taken.
All right, so the translation of that is, if a man has recently married, he must not be sent to war or have any other duty laid on him. For 1 year, he is to be free to stay at home and bring happiness to the wife he has married.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Oh,
can any of us disagree with that?
I can.
That sounds like a fucking plan,
stay,
man.
What? No. Do you guys really want to stay a whole year doing nothing?
But talk to your wife?
No, it's not nothing. No, it's not nothing. It's talking about childbearing.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Your wife's about to have a kid. So 9 months. Your wife's gonna have a kid.
Of raising the kid before.
Yeah, you're gonna stick around at the house to take care of your wife, and then she's gonna bear a child, and then for 3 months you're gonna be there to help take care of the child at the beginning of its life. Then you can go back to work.
That's guaranteeing that she gets pregnant in the first month.
No. Reread it. It has to do specifically with when she is childbearing.
It
For
says
1 year he
when
shall
he's
be free to stay at home and bring happiness to his wife. He is married.
yeah, it has nothing to do with childbearing. It literally says he just needs to be free for 1 year.
Yeah, and that he
So he
must
can
not be
share-
sent to war or have any other duties laid upon him.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with childbearing at all. That's literally just take care of your wife for the next year. Okay.
Take care. Wait, for real?
Yeah, it had nothing
I guess
to do
I
with
misheard that.
childbearing.
So it's saying, hey, congratulations, you got married. Take a year off.
Yeah, as Proton put it, the honeymoon. It's the honeymoon.
The honeymoon, a year-long honeymoon.
Yep.
Would you be willing to do a year-long honeymoon? I would if I was like traveling all over the place with her and be like, let's go check out new exotic locations and stuff like that. That'd be trill. I'd be okay with that.
Especially when I was still getting paid.
Exactly. Like if my job was like, yeah, you have a year off.
No,
Here,
you're not
help
gonna.
your wife.
Yeah, you're not gonna get paid. What are you talking about? You should just be a farmer. What are you doing?
I'm not
What are you
doing whatever
with
you
your
just
life?
said. I'm not doing whatever you just said.
Everyone that is wealthy is someone who can feed their own family without the need for extra labor.
Yeah, exactly. What you do is you hire a bunch of random other people to do your freaking job, and you get paid at the top. It's called a business. It works. It's beautiful.
I think that you're really overstating who you are as a person.
Nah. I have plans.
So I definitely
plans to burn the whole
agree.
ground down.
I definitely agree that you should get a year off when you marry someone, because that's about how long it'll take you to get to know them. That way, you know if you need another wife.
I don't want another wife. The moment that I have her, I'm done. Okay, game over. Game over, man. Game over.
Yeah, you can say that. That's fine, but it's not true.
Oh, it's true for this guy. If I get married and then I get divorced in the next year afterwards, I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that again. That was a stupid
Well, then
idea.
you're just doing it. Yeah, you're doing it wrong.
That was a stupid idea. She didn't like it.
I just read the next paragraph and he explains the Deuteronomy quote that he pulled from.
Yeah, let's get his explanation. But Jam Sully's doing it wrong.
God literally forbade men from going off to war or going away on business trips for the first year of their marriage. Couples literally had 1 year honeymoon in Israel.
Yeah, I totally see how that's good for the relationship.
God. Like, yeah, no, I get that. Like, especially when they're like 13, 14 freaking years old. I get having a year together. But like at the same freaking time, I don't think I'd want to be there with her for a full year. I'm a really bad person in that sense. Like, nah, I'm good. Okay, let's.
Oh, that's just because you're a modernist. Actually, you're a postmodernist. Sorry, you're a nihilist.
Oh man, I still disagree that I might be a nihilist. But anyways, I just
no, you're not. You're not a social justice warrior, but you are a nihilist.
Well, either way, disagree that I would want to be with them a year. I'd be like, no, we can do maybe max 3 months at a time. All right, so 3 months on, 3 months off, 3 months on. Perfectly fine with that.
Well, remember this whole year, you're still having to work because you're having to take care of the farmland. You're not literally sitting in a house like we are now.
So what you're saying is she gets to make me sweet tea while I sit on my tractor.
Ew, you like sweet teas and tractors? What the hell is wrong with you guys?
Yes, I do.
Sweet tea, 1, is a nasty drink. 2,
you're wrong.
2, a tractor? Really? Tractor?
Counterpoint, I'm in command and I order you to stop complaining.
No, let him complain.
All I'm saying is I would rather just have a sports car, a nice little, like, when I say sports car, I don't mean something exotic, all right? I mean, like, just a nice little
sporty car.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I'm just going to take this car out to drive, chill out. I don't need her, all right? We can have fun when I get back to the house or whatever. But I'm not doing a tractor, and I'm not freaking doing farmland, okay?
No, you can do that for the first year. But look, we're talking about the context, right? We're talking about the context of the text. And in the context
that I have to have a year with this woman. Oh my God, a full year. Can I have friends over at least?
Of course you can. It's a full year of not going to war. It's a full year of establishing a family.
And not working. Nothing business related, actually.
No right, nothing Yeah, you're still working because you're going to be establishing the household. You're going to be getting the ranch ready.
Nope.
Yes, because every family is supposed to provide for themselves.
I will burn that ranch to the ground, and then we can divorce, and I can be a happy man again.
And then you're going to die as a homeless guy.
I'm
You
cool with
will
that.
die.
You'll die as a homeless guy. We're talking in the context of the text.
Yeah, and I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the context of the text. I just won't.
Oh, okay. All right, so you'll die as a homeless man, and we can move on.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
I'm totally
You'll
fine with that.
also hold on. You'll also probably not get married.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's probably the more accurate thing.
Yeah, you'll probably never be married because of the fact that you're not willing to provide a strong household for a family.
Yeah, I just refuse to have a tractor. All right, if I'm gonna have a tractor,
I'm not talking about tractors. I'm talking about the context of the text. Think about the time period. There's no combustion engines.
I will never be working on the field. I will have someone else do that. You heard of slave labor?
You can do that. You can have someone else work your field.
Yeah, you heard of slave labor? All right, I may be a black man, but I'm totally okay with implementing that.
You can definitely have slave labor. You can have a slave for 7 years. But you do, for 7 years, but you do have to house them and feed them and clothe them. And then after 7 years, if they choose to leave, you have to give them a portion. Hold on. If they choose to leave, you have to give them a portion of your land. I think it's an acre. You have to give them an acre.
Cyrek.
What?
We were wrong.
What? About what?
About the whole hey, women in this time period have gotten way more expensive. That's expensive. That woman right there, a year of my time, expensive.
But James, you'll never hear.
Hi, honey.
I hate that, actually. Dude, so I had a roommate. She every time I came home, she'd be like, "Hey, how was your day? How was work?" And she was just a roommate, okay? Nothing sexual, nothing whatever about it. It was just roommate. I'd come home and she'd be like, "How was your day? Tell me about everything." I'm like, "Shut up, please." Those were the first words out of my mouth. Just shut up. I just want to sit down.
In my personal opinion, you're never getting married.
Oh, I don't plan on it. Any girl I've ever.
And nothing of value was lost.
Exactly. Nothing of value was lost. Okay.
Plenty of value was lost. Thank
every
you.
Every girl I've ever dated, I've had to tell them that one thing, which is I'm like, please to God, one, don't wake me up with that, "Oh, honey, sweet voice," whatever that you're doing, because that's going to piss me off first thing in the morning.
Bro,
I don't want that. And then the second thing I've told them is, hey, when I get off of work, please to God, don't ask me how work was. It's not important. It's the end of the day. I'll ask you how your day was, and you can tell me that shit, and I'll listen to that all day. Okay, I'm fine with that. Don't ask me about my day. My day's over.
I definitely understand that point of the how was work. It's I'm gonna give you the same answer every day.
Yeah, every single day.
So don't ask. How was work? I worked. How was work? It was miserable, and it's over now. I'm glad that it's over now, and I got to do it again tomorrow. So let's just hush about work.
Proton says, you do know marriage is a lifelong thing.
It is, and that's the problem that I'm
not in his. Well, and that's what the point that I was going to make is that Gemstone, I think you're looking at this the wrong way.
Am I? It's the lifelong experience that I have to deal with if I get married. Oh my God.
No. Okay, look. Let me rephrase it for you. Okay. So I have a daughter. Right?
Yeah.
You acknowledge that, Jam Sully, that I have a daughter.
Yeah, you have a daughter. I acknowledge it.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you for acknowledging that.
And she's adorable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Haven't met her.
I also agree. I know, isn't that terrible? But
dude, it's
no, you haven't.
Like,
You haven't. Isn't that crazy? We've been friends for almost 30 years, And yeah, almost. And you haven't met my daughter. It's really stupid, but I'm working on that. But okay, so the point being, I have a daughter. It's your turn to have a child as well. That way we can raise our kids and watch them interact with each other. Because we've already interacted with each other for so long.
Yeah, but my
so
problem
now,
is that would be a scientific experiment for me, not a loving, doting moment. That's why I'm worried about ever having a kid.
perfectly acceptable.
It's like
perfectly
everything
acceptable.
that I would do would be all about science and not actual love. It'd be like, yes, that's interesting.
I didn't say our kids interacting was a lovey-dovey moment.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, I said it's going to be great. That's it. It's going to be great then to see us both raise children and then have them interact and then witness the experience. That's what I said.
Well,
okay.
Let me stop you for a second. To answer Proton's thing, dude, Proton.
Oh, whatever.
Honestly,
I don't care about Proton. Nobody should even acknowledge him. He doesn't have a microphone.
Well, I actually like his thing. Is he said,
stop talking about Proton.
Maybe girls in James is Sully's sixth wife. Maybe the girls and I should check out the pool boy next door. I would be totally okay with that. That means less work for me. If the poor boy wants to fuck all 7 of them, do it. Okay, less work for me later on in life. He can have all 19 of his kids with these 7 women. Cool with it. Do it, bro. I'm not paying for a single one of them. You live your life. I hope you can cover all of those kids with your boy salary.
Technically, you are.
Yeah, technically.
Remember, they're your wives, so you're paying for all their living expenses.
If they cheat on me, according to the Bible, I get to stone them. Fine with that.
Yes.
If we're going by Old Testament, yeah.
No, even New Testament, yeah, you still get to stone them.
In the New Testament, I don't remember them being able to be
Yeah. That was never taken out.
I thought the only line that ever was said in the New Testament about throwing stones was, he who hasn't committed the first sin, you can throw a stone.
Hasn't committed sin.
Yeah, cast the first stone. Right, but that was about stoning a harlot.
Yeah, that's a harlot is someone who cheats generally. So if my wife is cheating, I can call her a harlot.
No, a harlot is a whore. A harlot is a prostitute.
A harlot is not exactly that.
Yeah, a harlot is a prostitute.
There's more to a harlot than just that.
A harlot is an unmarried woman who has multiple sexual relations, or even one. If you're not a virgin and you're not married, then you're a harlot.
A harlot, from Merriam-Webster, a person who has sex with someone in exchange for money.
A prostitute. Boom.
Yep.
So yeah, you shouldn't stone a harlot if you haven't committed sin. You can stone your wife if she cheats on you. Duh.
Yeah, so the moment that she cheats on me, done.
Yeah, just kill her. Yeah.
There's a poor boy in her.
Okay.
Sex, done.
Here's the reason I'm gonna go ahead and say that makes perfect sense. Still playing devil's advocate, by the way, for anybody who's listening in or who wants to clip these comments. This is my devil's advocate. Of course you should stone your wife that cheats on you, because if you divorce her, you're obligated to give her a portion of your wealth. So kill her. Yeah, kill her instead. She cheated on you.
Can I not just have a prenup and just be done with it and be like, nah, that bitch gets nothing?
We'll talk about that later.
Like, it's definitely another stipulation I've had for marriage. If I'm going to marry anybody, boys, girls, I'm just going to let you know.
Is it possible for us to move on in this text? Because I'd like to finish this article before the end of the night.
That's not happening. But yeah, we can move on.
No, it's not happening tonight. We're not going to finish this.
Because I'm totally about to get off because I am almost at the level that I realize I'm drunk. So
I am at the level that I am tired.
Same. Also, hey,
I'm not done yet.
We need to drink Bamboo together. We need to have a crazy day.
Dude, all 3 of us need to drink Bamboo together. And yeah, Bamboo! No, look, the thing is, all three of us have been on the Bear Thing show. So
Yeah.
hey, everybody, check that out. The Bear Thing show. I think it's like episode 19,
17?
Shameless plug, right?
17.
I
You're
think.
probably more right. Yeah. Check out the Bear Thing show, episode 17, something like that. It has
speaking of Bear
Cyrac on
Thing,
it. It's where we're talking about seat belts and D&D and lots of other really ridiculous stuff to talk about. Check it out if you want to see the three of us live action, I guess would be the way to put it. So this is essentially the same thing, right? It's just the three of us over the internet. But if you want to see us all in person, check out the Bear Thing show. You got to go back in time a little bit. But hey, we made it easy for you. There's a playlist for literally every year. So there's a playlist for the first year of our show, a playlist for the second year of our show, and now that we've started the third year of our show, there's a playlist for that as well. But it ends very abruptly because the show's over.
Let me see. When was it? What episode?
I mean, I could pull it up, but I don't really care.
Episode 14.
There you go. Episode 14. Potentially to be renamed again, because it'd be the second time. I've already gone back and re-listed all of the episodes. They were wrong, and then I went back and re-listed all of them correctly, and then I've gone back again and looked at them, and it turns out that there's a few that are incorrect still.
All I'm saying is, Cyrac has had us on his show multiple times. We've only had him on our show like what?
Once.
3 episodes.
Do you know how hard it is for me to get up there to y'all?
Up there? You mean over? Because I'm technically closer to you right now.
It sounds like a personal problem.
Wait, you are where I am, right?
No, he's a state below you.
No. No.
But I
James
still
and
think
I
he's
are in
only
the
like,
same state.
I think he's only like a couple.
Wait,
hours
no.
away from
He's a state and a half away from you.
Where are you at? Are you in the G or are you in the SN?
SN.
SC. My bad. I don't know why I said N. SC.
No, I'm on the border of the other one.
SN?
What?
SN.
Oh, sorry.
Look,
SN.
He doesn't. Okay, look. Here's the thing. We're recording live right now, and he doesn't want to dox himself, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So are you an SC or are you an NC?
No, he's not. No, either.
No, neither.
Whatever of these things are, it doesn't even matter because he's not going to dox himself, and he doesn't want to dox himself. Okay.
I'm on vacation.
Just know that you and I are in the same state, James.
We are? Then yeah,
yes.
I'm only a couple hours from you, max.
Yes, that's true. That's what we're trying to say.
Okay.
You both live in the same freaking state.
It's just hard for me to get time off to actually go somewhere.
Your work's too much, man. Your work's too much.
Bro, so is yours. So hush.
But I have 2 weeks off.
Yeah, and you're spending it all out of state.
I am. I'm enjoying it, every bit of it.
I'm glad you are. But
in defense of that, I'm actually looking for a place to live where I'm at right now. So,
which is a terrible idea because then the Bear Thing show will be over.
It won't. It's just be more regimented.
No, it's fine. It's already over. We already have the last episode uploaded. It's called the last episode.
It's a lie. Okay. Let's finish this because I have 9 minutes.
No, you make a good point. It is a lie. Because I actually have 2 more episodes recorded, which is me taking you home after the last episode, which I recorded secretly, and I haven't uploaded.
Hey, why can't I comment on the comments? Because I also wanted to ask that question, Cyrac. Okay, so
you have to pull up, but you're on your phone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, guests cannot comment in the comment section.
Mother trucker. All right. Well, then,
good.
Flying.
Because they don't deserve it.
You should read the next article, which is something.
Which one?
The next part that we have. Yeah.
That one?
That. Yeah.
So this leads us to another question. Why does a husband need to know his wife? The answer is found for us in the last part of 1 Peter 3:7, that your prayers not be hindered. What God is basically saying is, husbands, if you do not hear the concerns, needs, and requests of your wife, God will not hear your concerns, needs, and requests.
I'm gonna deny that and say that this guy is continuing to do the thing that I was objecting against.
You're saying that as a guy, or as a male in this moment, a husband, if he does not adhere to his needs of his wife and concerns, and it says that God won't listen to his, you're saying no, that's not right.
No, I'm saying that he doesn't need to read it again. Read it again. Maybe I did misunderstand it all.
So this leads us to another question. Why does a husband need to know his wife?
Why does a husband need to know his wife? Okay.
Yeah. The answer is found for us in the last part of 1 Peter 3:7, that your prayers not be hindered. What God is basically saying is, husbands, if you do not hear the concerns, needs, and requests of your wife, God will not hear your concerns, needs, and requests.
Okay, so the only way to reach out to God is if you reach out to your wife?
Well, I wouldn't even say it that way because that's a very blanket statement. So
also, you forgot to put a fucking goddamn.
Yeah.
A comma right after God.
I thought we weren't allowed to swear.
No, I already said it earlier. I'm like, this broadcast is not getting any money because we cut really earlier on.
Hey, I've only said piss, shit, and cunt or something like that. I haven't said anything really negative.
You said all the other words too, but that's not the point.
Yeah, you said everything, man.
yeah, it was intentional to make a point. I was making a point.
But the point that I'm getting at is, so essentially, if a husband does not listen to his wife, God won't listen to him.
No. He doesn't meet the needs of his wife.
Okay, either way.
You don't have to listen to your wife. No. You don't have to listen to your wife to meet her needs.
How can you not listen to her without meeting her needs? Explain.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll make it really simple. What are the needs of a wife?
According to this, nope, let's stop. According to this, the answer is found in this, 1 Peter 3:7, that your prayers will not be hindered. What God is basically saying is, husbands, if you do not hear the concerns, needs, and requests of your wife, God will not hear your concerns, needs, and requequests.
Okay.
You, Austin, are saying a totally different sentence. So
no. Fine. I agree with that entirely. Hear them. Sure, I'll listen.
Okay, because you just said something totally different. That's why I said you need to rephrase.
Yeah, but hear doesn't mean do. Hear means hear. Hear means, okay, yeah, I see that you're requesting this, you're wanting that. These are the things that you require of me.
So
those are just hearing. That's just, okay, I'm listening to you.
Is God going to listen to yours?
Well, apparently, if you listen to your wife, he will.
Okay, so are you? What does hearing mean at that point then?
Hearing means that she states her desires, and you listen.
Her needs.
And you listen. Yeah, you listen.
All right.
Good
so
man.
Then
You listened.
Therefore, if God is going to listen to your needs, hears, and desires, or whatever, in order for them to come true, wouldn't that mean in the same context that you need to also make hers come true?
Well, in order for them to come true, for your prayers to come true, you need to listen to your wife. Okay, didn't say anything about fulfilling. You don't have to fulfill them. You just have to listen to them. But
Well,
then if you pray, hold on, based on exactly what you just said, if you pray and ask for things, they'll be fulfilled as long as you listen to your wife.
Nope, because we're gonna use your logic that you used earlier. You ready for it? Old English. Hearing doesn't mean actually listening.
I was about to say that. Hearing is usually used in the term that you listen and then act upon what is being told to you.
If we're using your statement that you used earlier, because it was Old English, means we have to obey the rules of Old English. Which
Okay,
is
what's the
hearing means
definition
to
of
do.
hearing?
Old English and hearing.
Give me the definition.
Do you want me to look it up, or you look it up, Cyrek?
Either. I don't care.
Yep. And now the thing is, we can't use we have to use something older than Webster at this point, which I guess is the Meridian.
Webster should still have a thing that I think you can click on that says like the older definition.
Okay.
I think Webster still has Old English definitions. I could be mistaken though.
Spare the rod, spare the wife. Yes.
Let's see if I can actually find it.
Look, in some states in the United States, it is okay to beat your wife as long as you do it on a specific day at the
Sunday
courthouse.
after church.
Yep, Sunday. There you go. Sunday after church, and your rod can't be thicker than your thumb. But it's okay to beat your wife because she better listen to you and submit. Perfectly reasonable.
No, I disagree with that.
It's
not
perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly reasonable.
It's essentially saying to pay attention to. It's attend your wife's needs, concerns.
Attend.
So,
okay, look up attend. Look up attend. Because I think James
to pay attention
might be right.
to look after, to take charge of.
To take charge of. Take charge of the things that your wife says. And I think that's what Jam Sully's trying to argue, is that you should take charge of the things that your wife is saying.
You should do them.
Yep. Okay. So I take charge of the things my wife says. Sure. Unless she's incorrect, because I have the overriding authority.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And at that point, then, if you have the overriding authority, as let's say she says she wants you to do something bad, I can agree that yes, God doesn't want you to do something bad. But that being said, if she has something that's good, adhering to what she said, because that's where adhering comes from.
Yes.
Is essentially you doing what she asked.
Yeah, okay. Give me a couple examples of what a wife would ask of me that I wouldn't, or not even that I wouldn't. Give me a couple examples then. How does that not fall in line with what I've been saying?
Because your literal words just a second ago were, I don't have to do what she says, I just have to listen, and then God will fulfill. Those were your words, not me adding. Those are your words.
Right, and now that we're looking at the definitions of words, obviously I'm going to change my position.
Exactly, you can't say, no, because this argument is literally, your argument was, I don't have to listen to what she says.
I can change my position. I'm playing devil's advocate.
You are playing devil's advocate, but you put out a front already. Okay, so I'm only going based off of your front. So fuck your changing of positions, because you do this all the time. So fuck your changing of fronts.
I'm making a great argument against you.
Great is an interesting word.
Great, yes, great. What could my wife possibly ask me?
She can ask you anything. That's the thing.
Yeah, okay, give me an example. What's my wife ask of me?
Your wife asks you to take out the garbage, clean out the trash. Go ahead and peel or plow all of your 100 acres. All of your 100 acres of land.
A man should already be doing all of those, and a woman shouldn't even have to ask. So there you go.
Should they?
Nope.
That's questionable.
That woman
But
shouldn't
anyways,
have to ask. A man should
That's
already
questionable.
plow his fields and take out his trash.
Well, if she's wanting you to go buy her new clothing, she's like, I really want to wear the new clothes that are going out in this time period.
Yeah, okay. Do that as well.
That's all I was saying. It's because your whole sentence was literally, I don't have to listen to you. And it's like, I'm not saying that what she's going to say.
I didn't say don't listen. I said you didn't have to do. Because sometimes your wife will ask you things that are impractical.
Those were not your words. You just said I don't actually have to listen, or I don't have to do.
I didn't say you didn't have to listen. I said I didn't have to do.
That I changed it. Did I not, Cyrek? I said, wait, you don't have to do it, right?
Yeah.
I said God will fulfill God will fulfill.
Yep,
as
exactly.
long as I listen. But that is not the sentence. That is not the sentence. Though.
No, it's the same exact thing.
How? That's a double standard at that moment. If you're saying that I can hear you and I can tell what you're saying, doesn't mean I have to care about what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said at all. You're strawmanning.
No. I'm not strawmanning in this instance.
Yeah, technically.
Your literal words were, I do not have to do what you said. Just because of hearing.
And then now you did a straw man.
No, your words were, I don't have to do, because hearing does not mean doing.
Because if your wife tells you to murder someone, you don't have to do it.
That what you just did is a straw man. Step back.
No, exactly. Yes. I was making a point. You made a straw man. I just said,
oh my God, Austin.
Told you something reasonable,
You're too
do
drunk
it.
at this moment.
No, you're straw manning.
Look, your words were, your words were, what she says doesn't mean I have to listen. I don't have to do. I keep saying listen, but what you said was, what she said, I don't have to do, because hearing does not mean doing.
Exactly.
Those were your words, and that's not true.
Exactly. That's very true. Yes, no, that's true.
No, because at that point, like hearing.
Because if she says to murder someone, you don't have to murder them.
And that's where you come into the straw man thing, because you're like, let me give her telling me to do something crazy. I'm not telling you that she's telling you to do something crazy. You're asking for a specific example.
Okay.
I'm not trying to give an example.
Okay, all right, hold on. I'll give an example that's less crazy. Hey, we don't have enough food this week. You should go steal from our neighbor so that we have more bread. You don't do that. You don't listen to your wife.
That's still crazy. That's the thing is, you're saying things that are like, well, she's asking me to do something illegal, and God's not going to want you to do something illegal, correct?
Look, I already maybe
answer that question. Does
God want you to do something that's illegal?
Answer that question.
Is that the question?
Yes.
It depends on what it is.
Okay, so then therefore, what she asked
because
you depends on what it is. Right?
So hold on.
Exactly. So we're at the same point.
Y'all are both making the same freaking point at this point.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Which is what I'm getting at. He's trying to say that I don't have to do it at all, period, at the end. And it's like, only if she's asking you crazy stuff. And I'm telling him she may not be asking you crazy stuff.
I didn't say period, the end. You don't have to do what she says. I said you don't have to listen to her. It doesn't mean period, the end. It means if she says something, you don't have to hear it out.
Wait, I'm going to stop you. Because I just said listen multiple times and you corrected me. Change your sentence.
Change my sentence. If she tells you to do something irrational, you don't have to adhere to doing it. But you should always listen to your wife.
Okay. Yeah, you should always adhere to your wife.
Exactly. So we're on the same page. And that's what the Bible says.
Nope, because the thing is, you just went a roundabout way to get to your asshole.
No, I did not.
When you sober up tomorrow and you watch this, you won't say what I'm talking about.
Is he going to sit there and watch all 5 hours?
I don't think he is. I think he's going to come back to it at like 4 hours and 30 minutes. Come back.
Okay, no, hold on. What am I wrong about? I'm quoting the Bible. What am I wrong about? I don't understand now.
You are quoting the Bible to an extent, and then you started using your
To
own
an
terminology.
extent, sure, yeah, to an extent. No,
You started using your own terminology, which is what
you can
changed the whole setup.
call it my own terminology, or you can call it me explaining it to you.
Nope, I'm going to stop right there. I'm not even going to argue. I'm not going to argue this. I'm not going to even argue this. I'm telling you to come back tomorrow when you're sober and watch this at 4:30 and on, and you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Yep. But
Cyrek,
at the same time,
you're on
you
his
are
side.
both making the same argument just from different perspectives.
See? So I haven't said anything wrong, and you haven't either. We're just arguing past each other.
Yeah, to an extent. To an extent. Like,
So
I
there's
do
no
agree with
reason
Cyrek.
for me to come back and watch this.
I do agree with Cyrek. Yes, we have argued the same point. It's only just so I could get you to where I wanted you, which is you are saying something that shit is saying when you started off earlier. And then you were like, no, James, this is what I'm saying. And it's like, oh, but are you? Are you saying what I just said? Because in theoretical sense, you did not say what I just said.
No, I said.
Hold on. No. Proton is right. It's all semantics. You are both arguing the same point. You're just using different verbiage.
It is late. Oh my god, I need to go to bed.
So, on that note.
So, James, can you agree with me that we're just, and agree with Cyrek and Proton apparently, we're just using different words to say the same thing? Not that either of us are backed into a corner.
Oh, dude, you should know me well enough to know I never back down.
Oh my god!
No surrender.
We're doing this. Okay, all right. We're getting hot. Are we doing this right now?
I'm about to pull both of you out of here.
No, I don't actually want to
I'm about
argue.
to call
That sounds crazy. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm actually down with Cyrek's thought process because it's late. I need to get up in a little bit. Like, literally 3 hours, I need to get up.
So, you okay, but you're just saying you cannot admit that we're saying the same thing. You can't even admit that.
No. All right. So, good guys, I love this conversation tonight. I loved every bit of what we just did. And I enjoyed every bit of it. I really did. I really
challenge
did.
you to a rap battle.
I will murder you in a rap battle, but I don't rap.
You might, but we'll have to figure out about that.
This is a fucking callback from 3 hours ago.
Clean up your room.
No, what Austin's doing. It's a callback to 3 to 4 hours ago now.
Oh man, I don't even remember at this point. I've had too
You weren't here.
It doesn't even matter.
Good.
You and I are gonna have a rap battle. I already proved I'm better at Star Wars than you.
Well, I love you guys, and I will talk to you guys later. Peace out, Proton, and anybody who listens later. I love you guys.
Later.
Nothing you say is true.
All right, so we're gonna call it here.
Oh, for real? I thought we were gonna keep going.
No,
I thought we didn't care about
tired. That article is exhausting to read through.
Oh yeah, no, it really is. I think it is kind of funny that we started off with like, well, what if we start from video 1? And you agreed with me on that. And then I'm like, wait, hold on. We started video 1. It's like, wait. This goes even further back. We gotta read the article. You're like, yeah, no, you're right. And then it took freaking like 4 hours, and we're not even a third of the way.
3 hours.
Yeah, and we're not even a third of the way through the article. I do think we should finish it, even if we don't have Jam Sully. I think next time we sit down, let's finish the article and move on, because then at least we'll have the context. Because if someone jumps in, Jam Sully or another guest, at least if something comes up in any of the videos we watch, we'll be able to say, well, hold on, he's talking about this. But so far, reading the article, I don't know how that's going to happen.
I don't know either.
Yeah, no, I really don't, because Most of the article has been garbage.
It really has. And he's mixing up New Testament and Old Testament, which there are some things you can pull from.
Yeah, of course.
But he's also pulling things that benefit him instead of pulling the full context of what is there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Of course, if if I'm trying to tell you my beliefs on how Lord of the Rings are and what the whole meaning is, and then I literally take 3 verses from the Fellowship of the Ring, a verse from the Two Towers, and 2 verses from Return of the King, and say, see how this lines up? How would you know if you've never read the whole thing in context? You'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and then you'd have somebody like me or James come in and be like, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Or someone like me, if we're referring to the Bible, who did go to Bible college. Not that I know the whole thing entirely, but the fact that it's like, okay, there's a lot of stuff you're doing here that is manipulative. Because this whole article has been very manipulative, and we
getting to the
haven't.
point that he wants.
Yes, getting to the point that he wants. We haven't gone back and reread, which was something I was going to suggest, but I decided
no.
That we've already gone back far enough. We shouldn't do that. But one thing I was going to suggest is, if he's going to bring up a Bible verse, be like, Psalms 10 or whatever. It's like, let's read the whole Psalm. Not the whole Psalms, because obviously that'd be crazy whenever it comes to Psalms. But it's like, well, let's read the whole. We should read the whole song in context and see if it has anything to do with marriage. Because does it? I don't know. I don't remember offhand if that psalm is actually talking about marriage. Let's read the whole thing.
There was one that he brought up that was about divorce.
Actually, if okay, so tomorrow we're not touching this at all, right? We're doing a whole different thing.
We're doing a different one because my buddy Glitch is going to be on. And then around
if I have
3:30
time
or 4, I've got to call it because I have something to do with Literature Devil over on his side.
That's what's up. Okay, so I'll go ahead and declare it now because that makes it more because it's on record, it makes me more obligated to do it. Between now and the next time we record, I'm going to try. I can't guarantee it, but I'm going to try to send me this article first off.
Yep.
I'm going to read through it, and then every verse that is quoted, I'm going to go back and read it in context so that I can actually present the context of the verse.
Yes, Proton, a matter with some nuns. I have a matter with nuns that I have to attend to with LD. We're playing a game called OVA, but I like your idea. I really do because we can pinpoint that, hey, this that is from a later portion of the Bible completely contradicts this and nullifies it.
Yeah, but using his own quotes against him. Not even just this point of the Bible says this in contrast. Right, because I could do that. Anybody could probably do that all day if they've read just enough amount of the Bible.
Yep.
To be like, contradiction. And that's why I made that one challenge, which I still hold to, is that if you find contradictions in the Bible, put them in the chat. I will gather them, and I will tell you how you're wrong. And you cannot use contradictions that are the Old Testament verse says this and New Testament says that as a contradiction, because it's not.
Yeah, the New Testament is just a reformation of the Old Testament.
Right. So it has to be Old Testament contradicts Old Testament or New Testament contradicts New Testament. And I'll debate you. Throw it in the comments.
But
and Cyrac, if you're okay with it,
yes,
if someone in the comments makes a really good argument and it's possible to get them to come on and argue their point, would you let them?
absolutely.
There you go. So anybody that makes a comment that's willing to also come on and debate me, because I don't think Cyrac would care. He'll be the judge essentially, the non-biased judge. But so if anybody wants to go into the comments, say this is a contradiction in the Bible, it meets the criteria I've already laid out, you can come on and debate me. There you go.
You make a good point.
Yeah.
I want to check something real quick before we head out.
Yeah, but so I do want to reiterate that I would like to.
Yep.
Okay, so tomorrow I'm gonna try and make your stream. I can't guarantee I'll wake up in time, so I might be late. But I'll totally join your stream. In the middle of it and see what's going on and hang out for a while.
That sounds good. Also, if you do find contradictions that are within the same testament, there is in my about section on YouTube an email address that you can contact me at for business inquiries. So this would be for the debates.
Wait, don't we also have a Discord channel?
I haven't gotten it all the way set up yet, so it's not open yet.
Oh, okay. One day we will have a Discord channel.
Yes. One day.
I look forward to it. But word, okay, so you have an email address set up for if people find contradictions and want to go beyond just leaving a chat message. So, yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Because they just leave a message in the chat, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're just a commenter. But I was like, no. Yeah, I'll email you my dispute. Then they've gone to the point that it's like, oh, okay, so you're willing to actually come on. You're not just some troll.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. It's like, yeah, you can leave it in the comment section, and I'll probably
I'll try to reach out, but if I can't find any information on how to contact you, oh well.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to say that. I was going to say, if you just leave it in the comment section, I'll probably dispute it because that's who I am. But I would much rather actually talk to someone in person.
Yeah. But we're going to call it here.
Dude, it's been a lot of fun. I thought we were going to go longer. I think 5 hours is pretty pathetic, to be honest.
Compared to some of the other streams that we've done, it is quite pathetic, but I am exhausted.
Coward. You just don't want to cover the reason that we're in we're in the Matrix. You don't want to talk about that because
we will cover conspiracy theories another time.
Sure, yeah, another time. We could do it right now.
No, we can't because I've had enough nonsense for today.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Do you have an outro video?
Yes, this is the outro video.
Woo! Okay, bye everybody. Check out the Bear Thing show and keep sticking around for more amazing content.
Later.
Akira. He's got clout.
You got to be oriented towards something, because otherwise you're disoriented. You just spin around in circles, and then you suffer, and so do people around you. It's not a good solution. Orient yourself towards something. You have to figure out what it is. What will work for you? What goal would justify the suffering of your life? Start trying to piece that together. You're going to get better at it. Start trying to piece that together. You're going to get better at it. But it's a personal process. So you need a personal place to stand, because otherwise you're going to be handed a place to stand on a plate. And it may be one that makes you a puppet of someone else's goals. So I would say, what are the processes? Well, I think what I've recommended to people is clean up your room. 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 Then you'll know what to do next. See if you can stop saying things you know to be lies. That's not the same as telling the truth. You don't get to do that to begin with because you're not good enough at it to even attempt it in some sense. But everyone can stop saying things they know to be falsehoods. Stop saying things that violate your conscience. Here's another idea. Stop saying and doing things that make you feel weak. All you have to do is pay attention to that. Some things you do will make you feel disintegrated. It's a physiological sensation. Some things improve your integrity and some things disintegrate you. The things that disintegrate you, you often do to impress other people. You're escaping what you know to be your moral obligation. And your moral obligation stems naturally from your aims. And if you don't have an aim, well then, you're aimless. Clean up your room. 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 Then you'll know what to do next. I had a girl come up to me last night. She said, I started cleaning up my room and it completely changed my life. She said, your room is an externalization of your mind. And that's right. That's exactly true. To the degree that you're in your room, the room is you. So straighten up what you can straighten up and quit saying things that make you feel weak. And then you'll know what to do next. Yes. Clean up your room. 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 Then you'll know what to do next. It's like, hey, man, you have a room. Most people throughout human history have not had a room. You have a room. Well, my room's a hellhole. It's like, well, then you're a denizen of hell inhabiting it. You should do something about that. Well, what? Well, put it in minimal order. Get your clothes together, because you have to wear those. People are looking at your clothes. What clothes should you be wearing? Not the clothes of a total wretched loser. How about that? Yes. What about your bed? Well, is it comfortable? Do you make it in the morning so it looks like half civilized? Can you sleep there? It's like, is there junk everywhere so you just hate your life when you walk into your room? It's like, clean the damn thing up. See if you can do it. Order your drawers. Learn to fold your clothes. Put it in minimal order. And then, man, you could get spectacular. You said, put a plant in there. It's like, maybe I could make it beautiful.